fist knocked Xia Rufa to the ground. Fong Bingrun was still not suffocated, kicked Xia Rufa's belly several times, and beat Xia Rufa to curl up. Xia Rufa's wife, who was still being held hostage there, kept shouting, "Don't fight. Please don't fight." Fong Bingrun shouted to several of his subordinates, "Give me his wife gang raped." Those subordinates also hesitated when they heard Fong Bingrun's order. After all, Xia Rufa is a senior police officer. If he does this, I am afraid his life will be very difficult in the future. And Xiao Lianhu also said to Bingrun, "Goddaddy, don't. In this case, our East Star will be completely against the police and will never die." Fong Bingrun's breathing was very panting, and he was obviously very angry. But after listening to Xiao Lianhu's words, he also recovered some sense and waved his hand to let his subordinates give up, and his subordinates were slightly relieved. But Fong Bingrun grabbed Xiao Lianhu's gun and put it on Xia Rufa's head, gritted his teeth, and said, "But this guy and the little beast harmed me. I can't let him go." After that, he pressed his thumb. "Insurance." Xiao Lianhu hurriedly stopped. "Don't be a godfather. We will be very troublesome if we do this. The most important thing now is to get rid of the 2 and 5 boys." At this time, Fong Bingrun's mobile suit rang again. Fong Bingrun took it out and put it in his ear. "Hey, it's me." "Huh, really? Good, great." After putting down the phone, Fong Bingrun sneered Xia Rufa's face twice with the gun body and said, "You said those 2 tainted witnesses were beaten to death in the detention room." Xia Rufa stared at Fong Bingrun fiercely. "You did it? Don't talk nonsense. Is there any evidence that I did it? Although you are a policeman, if you slander me like this, I will still sue you." Fong Bingrun said, "Lianhu, you are right. The most important thing now is to solve our own Dongxing family affairs." After that, Fong Bingrun took out his mobile suit and dialed Mo Jinxing's number. "Is it a Xing? Haven't found the 25? Then don't look for it. You will go back to the warehouse and wait for me. I have something else for you to do." His voice was peaceful, but Xia Rufa and Xiao Lianhu could see the murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Fong Bingrun stood up, kicked Xia Rufa again, and then said, "Officer Xia, we will go back to solve the housework now. I'm bothering you today, let's go." After that, he took his men out of Xia Rufa's house. When he reached the door, Xiao Lianhu glanced back at Xia Rufa, who was there, and Xia Rufa was also looking at him and winked at Xiao Lianhu. Xiao Lianhu nodded slightly and left with Fong Bingrun. Xia Rufa's wife, with only her underwear left on her upper body, immediately went over and closed the door, and then came to Xia Rufa's side to help him up. "Officer Xia, are you okay?" She called Xia Rufa a police officer, not like a husband and wife at all. Xia Rufa touched the blood on the corner of his mouth and smiled before him. "Don't worry, I'm fine. But you, I was wronged just now." The woman shook her head quickly. "It's okay, it's all for the police force. This is nothing." Listening to her tone, it was obviously a policeman. She helped Xia Rufa on the sofa, and Xia Rufa dialed Zheng Yingpei's phone number. "Director Zheng." "Yes, it's me." "Well, it's already done, Fong Bingrun, and they are gone." "Oh, we're all right. Thank you for your concern." At the same time, Fong Bingrun and Xiao Lianhu rushed back to the warehouse in Sunwan. Along the way, Fong Bingrun didn't say a word, flashing his gaze flickering over the cold, killing intent, making Xiao Lianhu next to him afraid to speak. When he returned to the warehouse, Mo Jinxing was already waiting there. As soon as he saw Fong Bingrun, he took the initiative to greet him and smiled. "Fat uncle, what are you asking me to come back for? I'm about to put that 2 and 5 find it out." Then Fong Bingrun's face was gloomy and said, "No, I have found the 2 and 5 boys." Have you found it? Who is the 25? Mo Jinxing asked. At this time, Fong Bingrun yelled to his men behind him, "Go, grab him for me." The 2 men behind him immediately stepped forward and walked towards Mo Jinxing. The 2 young men next to Mo Jinxing found something wrong and walked out as if they wanted to stop Fong Bingrun's men. Fong Bingrun yelled, "What? You dare to turn it back? Do you guys know who is the boss of East Star? Damn, kill them." The 2 gangsters who followed Mo Jinxing were taken aback by Fong Bingrun's shout. Before they could react, they saw that Fong Bingrun's 2 men had already pulled out their guns. The gangster was shot dead. Mo Jinxing was still inexplicable, looking at Fong Bingrun dumbfounded. Uncle Fat? What's the matter? Give me garlic? You're the 2 or 5 boys. Fong Bingrun roared, and the 2 men had already clamped down on Imo Jinxing. Imo Jinxing was gentle and white. He was the kind of butter niche who had no power to hold a chicken. How could he hold these 2 battle-tested thugs? He knelt down all at once. Bingrun, the other party who only heard him panicked, said, Uncle Fat, what kind of 2 or 5 boys? I am not a 2 or 5 boys. You dare to be tough. Fong Bingrun became more and more angry, and the fat all over his body was trembling slightly. I have already confirmed with the guy CSH2, your is not Imo Jinxing at all. You are Ni Kuan's dead. Ni Yong School at all. What Ni Yong School? What Ni Kuan? Fat uncle, I am Imo Jinxing. I am really Imo Jinxing. Imo Jinxing said repeatedly, you can see my ID card. You can see my ID card. Yes, my name is Imo Jinxing, not from Ni Yong School. Fong Bingrun came to him, squatted down, and looked at Imo Jinxing. It's already time. Don't you want to be stiff? He touched Imo Jinxing's fair and handsome face. Why? I will give you money if you want. You money. You want power? I will give you power, and even if you want a woman, I will let you go outside and go crazy. Why are you unsatisfied? Is it because of Ni Kuan, that bastard? Even if he is your father, but am I not good enough for you? Why are you betraying me? You want revenge, you don't hesitate to follow me, you itch. Suddenly, Fong Bingruan's face changed from soft to hideous in an instant, and he slapped Imo Jinxing's face with a slap, causing his left face to swell up immediately. Just listen to Fong Bingrun. Do you know how much money I lost this time? 500 million. 500 million. He slapped Imo Jinxing again. Uncle Fat. I really don't. Imo Jinxing was hit by Fong Bingrun, and his cheeks were red and swollen, where he was still handsome. Fong Bingrun stood up, took a deep breath, and said to his 2 subordinates who restrained Imo Jinxing, find me a place to bury this little beast. Perhaps knowing that he was saved from hopelessness, Imo Jinxing went out and stared at Fong Bingrun and cursed. You old pervert. Old pervert. You old pervert who likes women and men. You killed me. Do you know how disgusting I am every time I have with you? You disgusting old pervert. Do you really think I like you? I just treat you as a rich and powerful old man fat pig. You despicable, dirty, ugly, disgusting old fat pig, you provoke me of venereal disease. I really hope you are suffering from AIDS, you old pervert. Imo Jinxing's scolding made all 3 of Fong Bingruan's men stunned, because they didn't know that Fong Bingrun was a bisexual. And Fong Bingrun was also shaking with anger by Imo Jinxing, and his face turned blue, and he couldn't even speak. Imo Jinxing also took advantage of the 2 people who grabbed him, struggling out with a vigorous flick and rushing towards Fong Bingrun, biting his ear. Ah! Fong Bingrun hissed. Imo Jinxing used enough energy to bite Fong Bingrun into blood. Pull him away. Pull him away. Fong Bingrun yelled quickly. Only then did the 2 subordinates react, and quickly grabbed Imo Jinxing to try to pull him away, but Imo Jinxing tried too hard, and the 2 of them couldn't pull him away for a while. At this moment, Xiao Lianhu took out his pistol and pressed it against Imo Jinxing's forehead, and pulled the trigger without saying a word. Bang! Imo Jinxing had a blood hole on his forehead after a shot, but it was also this one, which made his body completely stiff, and as soon as his upper and lower jaws were exerted, Fong Bingruan's ear was bitten off. However, Xiao Lianhu did not retract the pistol, but fired 3 shots in a row, killing Fong Bingruan's 3 subordinates extremely coldly. The poor 3 subordinates didn't expect Xiao Lianhu to shoot himself at all. He didn't understand what was going on when he knew that he was shot. Fong Bingrun also temporarily forgot the pain, and looked at Xiao Lianhu dumbfounded. You! What are you doing? I saw Xiao Lianhu retract the pistol and said, they know the secret of Godfather, so they can't keep alive. Fong Bingrun also reacted. The 3 of her own men just heard Imo Jinxing's words, and were afraid that they also knew their secrets. If they spread it out, their reputation would be ruined. At the moment he also understood that Xiao Lianhu's painstaking heart was very moved, and Xiao Lianhu quickly helped him. God, I will accompany you to the hospital. Okay, go. Fong Bingrun covered his bleeding wound, and walked out accompanied by Xiao Lianhu. As for the corpses in this warehouse, there will naturally be Dongxing people to clean up. Finally, Fong Bingrun was sent to the Prince of Wales Hospital surrounded by Xiao Lianhu and his men, and the ear that was bitten by Mo Jinxing was also pried away by Fong Bingrun's men from Mo Jinxing's mouth, and was taken to the hospital immediately. Fortunately, the ear hadn't died yet. The Prince of Wales Hospital sent the best surgeon to help Fong Bingrun suture it. As for the cause of the injury, since Fong Bingrun is the leader of the East Star, the doctors dare not ask questions just by seeing his hideous face. After the treatment, Fong Bingrun returned to his villa and waved away all his subordinates, leaving only Xiao Lianhu alone. Lianhu, do you think that guy Sh2 knows about me and the little beast of Ni Yong School? Fong Bingrun's face looked very sullen. If he knows, then I will find someone to kill him. Xiao Lianhu knew that Fong Bingrun was talking about Mo Jinxing's private relationship with him, so he shook his head. I don't think he would know, because seeing the reaction of Ni Yong School just now, he probably wouldn't tell Xia Rufa. Let Xia Rufa write these things into the file. And, even if he knows it, there is nothing. Why? Fong Bingrun asked. Xiao Lianhu smiled. Because Ni Yong School is dead, there is no evidence. Even if Xia Rufa tells this, who will believe it? Others will think that Xia Rufa is slandering you, Godfather. And, if he tells you when this matter is said, it is tantamount to completely pushing our society on the opposite side of the police. When the time comes, the face will be torn and it will be no good to anyone. The police may also be condemned by the mainland for this. For Xia Rufa, he will not so stupid. Fong Bingrun nodded after hearing Xiao Lianhu's analysis. In fact, Xiao Lianhu was very happy, because Fong Bingrun even told himself that he wanted to kill Xia Rufa, which proved that he had a lot of trust in him. After all, in Fong Bingrun's eyes, it was Xiao Lianhu that was able to unearth Mo Jinxing's 2 or 5 boys this time. And in order to help Fong Bingrun keep his secrets, Xiao Lianhu also personally killed the 3 men. As for whether Fong Bingrun would even kill Xiao Lianhu to keep this secret, Xiao Lianhu was not worried. The reason for killing Mo Jinxing could be that Mo Jinxing was an undercover agent for the police, and no one in the society would say anything about killing him. But Xiao Lianhu is different. Although Fong Bingrun's most trusted person is Mo Jinxing, in fact, Xiao Lianhu's reputation in the East Star is much higher than that of Mo Jinxing. If he is killed for no reason, Fong Bingrun will also it is difficult to explain to the community. Another reason is that Fong Bingrun was betrayed by the person he trusted the most. Even though he was a hero of the underworld for many years, there would be a feeling of fragility and helplessness at this time, and Xiao Lianhu was in a series of previous incidents. Performance, it is easy to gain the trust of Fong Bingrun. Sure enough, Fong Bingrun patted Xiao Lianhu on the shoulder. Lianhu, I only know now that you are so loyal to me, but I was so partial before, so I believe that little beast from Ni Yong School. He said earnestly to Xiao Lian. Hu Dao, Lianhu, I will rely on you to help me with Dongxing in the future. I will be a godfather, don't worry. Thank you, godfather. Xiao Lianhu showed a grateful look on his face, but he sneered again and again in his heart. 2 days later, Xiao Lianhu brought his 3 confidants down to the Wani Reservoir in Hong Kong. In his free time, he likes fishing here most. Finding a shade leeward, Xiao Lianhu saw a young man sitting there long ago, holding a fishing rod quietly, looking at the rippling blue water in front. The expression on his face was very pleasant. It was Zhou Hao. Xiao Lianhu walked over and sat next to Zhou Hao, and his 3 men guarded them on a small, in the distance. It's been a long time, Xiao Lianhu asked Zhou Hao beside him while preparing the fishing rod and bait. It's just been here. Zhou Hao smiled. It's you, it seems to be very busy. Xiao Lianhu smiled faintly. Hee. Fong Bingrun has handed over part of the club's accounts to me to manage. Most of the sites that belonged to Mo Jinxing's custody were also included in my hands. The 2 looked at each other, and at the same time they raised their right palm and patted in the air. Xiao Lianhu smiled and said, Thanks to Xia Rufa and their cooperation. Otherwise Fong Bingrun would not be so easy to believe that Mo Jinxing is the undercover agent of the police. Acting in a play and forging a file is not difficult at all. Zhou Hao smiled and said, They will bury Mo Jinxing's crown tomb in the police cemetery in 2 days, so that Fong Bingrun can be even better. I am convinced. If you really want to thank you, you should thank Chief Zeng and Chief Xia. Xiao Lianhu nodded. Actually, I have secretly contacted Chief Zeng 2 days ago. I asked him to contact the mainland side. After I get rid of Fong Bingrun, I will let Dongxing cooperate with Hong Kong's prosperity. The stable policy is the same as Xian Engine. Zhou Hao turned his gaze to Xiao Lianhu. Should I call you Xiao Lianhu, or should I call you an Yong Xiao? Haha, I knew you would guess it. Xiao Lianhu, that is, proofreader and Yong smiled at Zhou Hao. I guessed before that there must be some enmity between you and Fong Bingrun. It turns out that he is your father-killer enemy. I heard Yong Xiao say, before I returned to Hong Kong, I swore to my father's spiritual position that I would avenge Fong Bingrun and take back the East Star belonging to our Ni family. Zhou Hao patted him lightly on the shoulder. I believe that Dongxing will be much better in your hands than in Fong Bingrun's hands. Uncle Pei also told me yesterday that he said that the domestic side will support you. As long as you replace Fong Bingrun, Dongxing will also get the same preferential terms as Xinyan. And Yong Xiao glanced at Zhou Hao. The mainland side is willing to agree to me, so I believe you have done a lot. He knows, because of Fong Bingrun's actions, the domestic side has listed the United Kingdom as the return of Hong Kong, one of the underworld to be cracked down after. Even if he can change the position of the United British News Agency after he gets rid of Fong Bingrun in the future, the domestic side is afraid that he will not be so easy to accept him. Now this kind of result must be Zhou Hao's efforts in it. Actually, I didn't do anything. I just said a few good things for you. By the way, after you truly grasp the power of the East Star, I will introduce someone to you. Zhou Hao smiled. In fact, this time he used the relationship with Fan Liza. Fan Liza's father, Fan Yiming, is the mayor of Guangzhou and the provincial party committee of Guangdong province. The political camp he belongs to is also very powerful. Therefore, Zhou Hao used this relationship to help Yong Xiao get through the relationship with the Provincial Public Security Department, and the Provincial Public Security Department also agreed. As long as Yong Xiao can take the leading position of the United Nations News Agency and change the position of the United Nations News Agency, let them cooperate. The domestic policy will give Yong Xiao and the United British News Agency the same preferential terms as Xian Nan. Now that Fan Yiming knows that Zhao Rixin has accepted Zhou Hao as a righteous son, he is naturally willing to give Zhou Hao a favor. After the return of Hong Kong in the future, the business of Liaoning News Agency will also be transferred to the north. Fan Liza's business is very extensive and will naturally benefit from it. And Yong Xiao also knew Zhou Hao's important role in this matter, and said to him sternly, Mr. Zhou, don't worry, as long as I control the power of the Eastern Star, I will definitely raise the billions of funds for you. He is now enlightened. Although Zhou Hao once said that the billions were only counted as loans and would be repaid to her after a period of time, but now Yong Xiao owes Zhou Hao such a favor, and I am afraid of future development. It is also inseparable from Zhou Hao's help. Even if Zhou Hao wants to pay back the billion Hong Kong dollars, Yong School will never ask for it. By the way, as far as I know, there is indeed a police undercover in your East Star. Zhou Hao said suddenly. I know this. Yong Xiao said calmly. Many people in the club have the eyeliner of the police around them, even me. He glanced back, his eyes drifting to the 3 men in the distance. Just listen to him saying to Zhou Hao. The one under me named Ajai is an undercover agent. Huh? Zhou Hao smiled. Didn't you say that these are your confidants? Why are you undercover again? Yong Xiao said indifferently. Ajai and I have been very competent for 3 years. If I was attacked by someone, he would always stand in front of me. He also personally killed many people for me, but I know that he is the undercover agent of the police. But what if I kill him? The police will not send someone over again. It is better to keep him, so that the police can feel at ease and let them think that I am in their control, then the situation is safer. He looked at Zhou Hao. Especially now that the mainland has given me a promise, Ajai will not be able to kill, otherwise it will make the mainland feel that I can't control it, and then I will be in danger. Zhou Hao gave a thumbs up to Yong Xiao. Sure enough, he is very careful. If you are there, Fong Bingrun really has no future. With your help, Mr. Zhou, I guarantee that Fong Bingrun will definitely not survive for 3 months, said Yong Xiao. Zhou Hao just smiled slightly. At this moment, Seeing his fishing rod bend down sharply, he decisively grabbed the fishing rod back and pulled it, only to see a big carp weighing 5 or 6 caddies biting the hook. Swinging desperately, Zhou Hao smiled and said, "Look, the big fish has already been hooked. Isn't it our fish?" The boss, Quantum Fund and Tiger Fund are all taking the lead in attacking the Thai bot. The Central Bank of Thailand has slowly withdrawn. In the office of the Galaxy Investment Company, an American man in his 30s quickly clicked on the keyboard, staring. Always watching the data flashing on the computer screen in front, he reported to Zhou Hao at the same time. Zhou Hao was standing in front of the company's huge display board, eye-catching the rapidly changing stock data on it, and Su Lin next to him quickly helped him record it. Just listen to Zhou Hao said. "Okay, follow Soros and the others. Give me another push for the Thai bot. The Central Bank of Thailand will not last too long." "I know the boss." Several operators replied, the keyboard tapping sound constantly coming, so that the air in the office also flowed with a busy smell. Su Lin said to Zhou Hao, "Boss, Thailand's foreign exchange reserves have already consumed more than half, and we have to step up. Don't worry, there are Soros and Robertson playing forward for me. I am happy to relax." Zhou Hao smiled confidently. Now that June has entered, Thailand's fight with financial predators such as George Soros and Julian Robertson has become increasingly fierce. And Zhou Hao also used his own funds to follow the Quantum Fund and the Tiger Fund, which greatly benefited the fishermen. Although the huge hot money behind the large amount of hedge funds also impacted Malaysia, Singapore, and other Southeast Asian countries during this period, Zhou Hao did not allocate funds to attack because he planned to concentrate on attacking the Thai baht in order to get the most profit. At the same time, the return of Hong Kong has entered the countdown. In half a month, Hong Kong will end the colonial era and officially return to the embrace of the motherland. The Zheng Yingquan and Zheng Yingpei brothers are also busy with the return. As for Tung Chee-hwa, who will serve as the first chief executive of the SAR government, Zhou Hao has also been in touch with Zheng Yingquan before. In private, Tung Chee-hwa is like an ordinary elder who is very enthusiastic and affectionate towards Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao originally wanted to give pointers on his future administrative work, but then he thought that if he did so, the implications would be very wide, and it may also be difficult to estimate. That's all about the variables. After a whole day of financial operations, Zhou Hao, who had spent a lot of energy, returned to his office, stretched his waist on the executive chair, and sighed to himself. "Oh, it turns out that this boss is not easy to do." Su Lin, who came in behind him, poured him a glass of cold Sprite soda. She now knows that Zhou Hao is not too keen on drinks such as coffee milk tea, but rather likes Sprite, carbonated water. Just listen to her smiling at Zhou Hao. "You as the boss is already relaxed, and you don't look at the operators and analysts outside. Someday after get off work, it is not for dizziness, waist, and back pain. Work more, get more rewards." Zhou Hao smiled and took over Sprite, and drank half of his cup, feeling refreshed. Su Lin stood behind Zhou Hao and gently rubbed his hands on both temples of Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao also leaned on the back of the chair, closed his eyes, and quietly enjoyed Su Lin's service while smiling. Su Lin, your craft is getting better and better. It's not that your boss is too exploitative. It's not enough to be your secretary. You have to be your maid." Su Lin complained with a smile, but he was very willing to serve Zhou Hao like this. Zhou Hao said, "Well, I worked hard all day today. I went to relax in the evening. Su Lin, my fifth brother asked me to play in the evening. Are you going?" Su Lin just wanted to agree but shook his head. "I still won't go, and I have to help you with tomorrow's operation process when I go back. Otherwise you will be in a mess tomorrow." "Forget it," Zhou Hao said with a smile. "But you are a really competent secretary. With you, I feel a lot easier." Sending Su Lin back to mid-levels, he took another shower, and Zhou Hao drove out to find Xiang Huaqiang. But when the car got out of the door, Zhou Hao received a call from Liang Xiaobing. "Zhou Hao, are you free tonight? I just finished an advertisement and want to go out and relax. Brother Fifth has an appointment with me, but if you don't mind, just go with me," Zhou Hao said. Liang Xiaobing smiled on the phone and said, "Okay, I'm here in TV City right now. Come and pick me up." So Zhou Hao drove the car to the TV City of TVB and saw several cars from different magazines gathered at the gate of the TV City, as well as more than a dozen reporters holding cameras standing there. Seeing Zhou Hao's Porsche, the reporters couldn't help but cast their gazes. They were very familiar with the cars of various artists or employees of TVB and recognized that this Porsche did not belong to the people in TV City. And it is natural to guess whether a rich kid has come to make a female artist again. Their professional habit has led them to point the camera lens at Zhou Hao's car one after another, so that they will take exclusive photos when they actually see the female artist in the car. Looking at the reporters outside, Zhou Hao quickly got up the window and drove the car into the parking lot of TV City. I saw that Liang Xiaobing was already waiting for Zhou Hao at the elevator exit of the parking lot. Seeing Zhou Hao's car, she looked at both sides before quickly walking over and getting into Zhou Hao's car. I see a lot of reporters outside your door. Isn't it just waiting for you? Zhou Hao smiled. Who said no? Liang Xiaobing said helplessly. Actually, it is not me. Several first-line artists in the company are their targets. Once they find any news worth reporting, they will bite like a dog that has seen bones. Don't let it go. If I knew, I'd let you pick me up elsewhere. If I let them see, I don't know what to write. Zhou Hao smiled. Don't worry, after closing the car window, you can't see it outside. Sure enough, when Zhou Hao carried Liang Xiaobing out of the door, although the reporters all aimed their cameras here one by one, they had to give up because they couldn't see the situation in the car, but some stubborn reporters still gave Zhou Hao's license plate number. It was photographed. Leaning away from the reporters, Liang Xiaobing in the car was relieved. Seeing her look like this, Zhou Hao couldn't help but smile. However, in Hong Kong, these reporters, known as paparazzi, are no small threats to artists and public figures. If they are not careful, their private lives will be fully exposed, and even news that sensationalizes the whole city will be exposed. Where does Brother Fifth want to invite you to play? Liang Xiaobing asked Zhou Hao at this time. Originally, due to Fang Bingruan's reasons, Liang Xiaobing was very repulsive to the underworld people. Especially the underworld and the artists also have a lot of exploited relations. Especially the relationship between many underworld people and actresses is not so glorious. However, due to Zhou Hao's reasons, Xiang Huaqiang also took great care of Liang Xiaobing, and Yongxing Film Company also plans to invite her to play some roles in the next few plays. Therefore, Liang Xiaobing, who is usually most afraid of socializing, would not mind having some normal communication with people from all walks of life if Zhou Hao is by his side. Brother Fifth has opened a new gambling boat, so he wants to invite me to play. Zhou Hao smiled. Gambling? Liang Xiaobing hesitated, because based on the education of her family and the celebrities she knew who were in debt because of gambling, she subconsciously rejected gambling. Just listen to Zhou Hao smile and say, it's just a small gambling, and it won't drag you into the water. Just accompany me. You can go to see it. In fact, Zhou Hao now likes casinos. Yes, because with Superman's intuition, the casino is undoubtedly a ready-made cash machine for him. It is a very risky gambling for others, but for him it is just pure winning. So in Shanxing, when Xiangdong dared not let him go to the underground casino of Dynamic City anymore, and also gave him the nickname of Gambling God of Shanxing, Liang Xiaobing was afraid that Zhou Hao thought he was stingy with money, so he hurriedly said, No, if you like it, I'm fine. Hee. In fact, we don't need to pay for ourselves. Since the fifth brother invited us to go, we have to give us some money. Zhou Hao smiled. When they arrived at Xiang Huaqiang's villa, Xiang Huaqiang and Li Lan were already waiting for Zhou Hao. Seeing that it was still early, Xiang Huaqiang asked Zhou Hao and Liang Xiaobing to have a meal at home, and then chatted again. Since Li Lan and Liang Xiaobing are both people in the entertainment industry, and Li Lan was about to ask Liang Xiaobing to play the role in the next few movies of Yongxing Film Company, they talked over there. On the other hand, Xiang Huaqiang talked with Zhou Hao about Hong Kong movies. In fact, Zhou Hao also liked Hong Kong movies, especially works during the glorious period of Hong Kong movies. Many of them have become classics. Xiang Huaqiang's Yongxing Film Company has also produced many successful commercial films. From the perspective of an audience, Zhou Hao gave Xiang Huaqiang many good suggestions. As for the classic movies that will appear in the future, Zhou Hao didn't mention it at all. He thinks it is better to let reality develop normally. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Xiang Huaqiang and his wife took Zhou Hao and Liang Xiaobing to their newly opened gambling boat. They arrived at the port of Tsim Sha Sui and boarded a white yacht before sailing directly out of the open sea. After leaving the open sea, Zhou Hao also saw a white cruise ship on the calm sea. From the outside, it is no different from other cruise ships, but inside it has a large casino with well-equipped facilities, as well as various recreational facilities such as saunas and KTVs. Several English words are written on the body of this cruise ship in white paint, which means triumphal arch on the sea. Zhou Hao and Xiaobing Liang followed Xiang Huaqiang and his wife to the cruise ship and saw the captain of the triumphal arch on the sea personally. They were greeted there. I saw that the captain was about 45 years old, wearing a very formal captain uniform and a striking white hat on his head. Hearing Xiang Huaqiang said that the captain's surname was Gu, which he deliberately dug from a large shipping company. After seeing Xiang Huaqiang and Li Lan, Captain Gu smiled respectfully. Mr. Xiang, Mrs. Xiang. Then he nodded to Zhou Hao and Liang Xiaobing. Mr. Zhou, Ms. Liang. Obviously, he had already agreed in advance. Xiang Huaqiang knew that Zhou Hao would come. Are the guests here? Xiang Huaqiang asked. Yes, Mr. Xiang, we can sail at any time. Captain Gu laughed. Then set sail. Xiang Huaqiang showed a dignified smile. Under the leadership of Captain Gu, Zhou Hao, Xiang Huaqiang, and others stepped onto this triumphal arch on the sea. As soon as they stepped inside, Zhou Hao was shocked by the luxury of the cruise ship, feeling that this place is really like a sea palace, resplendent and brilliant. And the waiters who wore them were all beautiful girls wearing short cheongsams, showing a pair of snow-white thighs, walking among the guests with a bright smile. And the guests who came here included gangsters and successful wealthy businessmen. Many of them also brought young and gorgeous female companions. Although there is a mixture of fish and dragons here, they are all rich and rich in their waists. Most of these guests knew Xiang Huaqiang, and they all nodded to him when they saw the arrival of Xiang Huaqiang and his wife. When Xiang Huaqiang and Captain Gu came to the high platform in the middle of the hall, all the guests below quieted down, obviously knowing that Xiang Huaqiang had something to say. Then Xiang Huaqiang smiled and said to everyone, Dear guests, today is the maiden voyage of Xiang's Ocean Arc de Triomphe. I am very grateful to everyone for taking the time to come during their busy schedule. People are here to say thank you. The following people immediately applauded, and Xiang Huaqiang raised his hand and pressed it down. After everyone calmed down, he said, To thank you all, we will give each one a 10,000 Hong Kong dollar bargaining chip for free. Hope everyone have a good time and make money. Hearing that Xiang Huaqiang was so generous, everyone's applause became even more enthusiastic. And Zhou Hao also secretly praised Xiang Huaqiang's boldness. There are thousands of people on this boat, each with 10,000 Hong Kong dollars, which is a huge amount of money of over 10 million. After coming down from the high platform, Xiang Huaqiang put his arms around Zhou Hao's shoulders and smiled. Come on, Xiao Hao, I will take you around. So he acted as a temporary tour guide and took Zhou Hao and Liang Xiaobing to visit this See the Arc de Triomphe. Since it is not allowed to gather crowds for gambling in Hong Kong, gambling boats operating in Hong Kong often go to the high seas to escape Hong Kong's laws. Xiang Huaqiang did spend a lot of thought on this gambling ship. The casino on board is well-equipped and beautiful, and it is much more luxurious than the underground casino in Wenxiangdo. In addition to casinos, restaurants, swimming pools, saunas, KTVs, and other recreational equipment are available on board. Liang Xiaobing took Zhou Hao's arm and walked around this drunken luxury gambling boat with him. Amidst the feasting and feasting, there was also a dreamlike unreality in his heart. Fifth brother, this boat should have cost a lot of money. Zhou Hao smiled after a tour on the boat. Yes, I didn't hesitate to spend 5 or 6 billion yuan this time. Xiang Huaqiang smiled. But I believe that the money will be earned back soon. As they were talking, Zhou Hao and his wife followed Xiang Huaqiang and his wife into a spacious and luxurious hall on the ship. The style of this hall is completely different from other gambling halls. The decoration is antique and elegant, and the temperament is much higher than other gambling halls, and the environment here is not as noisy as other gambling halls. As soon as he stepped in here, Zhou Hao knew that this gambling hall must be a so-called VIP venue. Hey, Brother 5, why did you come here? We've all played dozens of games. A man in his 30s sat at the gaming table. He just happened to see Xiang Huaqiang coming in when he turned his head and smiled. I saw that this man looked good, with a pair of gold glasses on his face and a suit and leather shoes on his body. He knew that he was from the rich family, and there was a very beautiful woman beside him. Zhou Hao felt that her face was a bit familiar, and Liang Xiaobing beside him whispered slightly, "Is it her? Do you know her?" Zhou Hao asked with a smile. "Or is she also a TVB actress?" Since he felt familiar, Zhou Hao concluded that this woman was also an artist. Liang Xiaobing nodded. "She is the first-line actress Qin Shadong that our company has praised this year." Hearing this name, Zhou Hao remembered. This Qin Shadong was the head of the TVB in the 1990s. Later, she moved to Asia Television and made a few TV series. Then she didn't show up much. Qin Shadong obviously saw Liang Xiaobing too, and she couldn't help showing a bit of surprise, because she knew that Liang Xiaobing was an outlier in the company, and she rarely interacted with rich people or attended banquets. "I didn't expect to see her on the first voyage of Xiang Huaqiang's triumphal arch on the sea today." Then, her gaze shifted to Zhou Hao, who was held by Liang Xiaobing's arm, and she was amazed at Zhou Hao's extraordinary demeanor, but she felt a little puzzled, because in her own impression, she was not in Hong Kong. "I have seen Zhou Hao in the rich circle." But she thought again. "I heard from people in the company that Liang Xiaobing was entangled by Fang Bingrun, and he sent his godson Xiao Lianhu to the TV city to force her to take her away, but was driven away by a man. Later, Fang Bingrun somehow don't harass Liang Xiaobing anymore. People in the company say that Liang Xiaobing's incident was settled because of that man. Could it be him? Although it is something to be proud of to attract the attention of beautiful women, Zhou Hao has no interest in this Qin Shadong." At this time, I heard Xiang Huaqiang introduce the people in this VIP room to Zhou Hao. As Zhou Hao expected, the people here are either rich or noble, especially the man accompanied by Qin Shadong. According to Xiang Huaqiang, he is the son of the Hong Kong giant Su family, named Su Jinxing, and a famous in Hong Kong. The women around him are mostly singer stars. "Fifth brother, who is this guy? I haven't seen it before." Su Jinxing's gaze also fell on Zhou Hao. He is my friend, Zhou Hao, who came to Hong Kong from China to do business some time ago," Xiang Huaqiang said. I saw Su Jinxing curling his lips and smiling. "Oh, it turned out to be a big ring boy. No wonder he was rustic all his life." Xiang Huaqiang's face immediately sank. "Su Gongzi, he is my friend, so please respect him." Seeing this man who has been arrogant for decades, Su Jinxing smiled and said, "Fifth brother, just kidding. Do you need to be so serious? Since it is your friend of fifth brother, that's my friend of Su Jinxing." He shouted to Zhou Hao. "Zhou Hao, right? There is a spot here. Come and play with both hands." But this is not the gaming table where the little fish and shrimps play below. The minimum bet is 100,000 Hong Kong dollars. Zhou Hao said to Xiang Huaqiang. "But brother 5, I didn't bring that much cash. I guess you were taking advantage of me a long time ago." Xiang Huaqiang smiled and cursed at Zhou Hao, and then said to Captain Gu behind him, "Give me 2 million chips from the accountant." Zhou Hao didn't refuse, and said with a smile, "Don't worry, brother 5, I will pay you back soon." After that, he sat in the empty seat at the front of the gaming table, and Liang Xiaobing also took the initiative to sit on him. Next to this gaming table is playing Baccarat, and because Su Jinxing's bet is the most among all, he is now the banker. After distributing the playing cards to the players on his left and right, Su Jinxing said, "Okay, let's place a bet." Liang Xiaobing asked Zhou Hao, "Zhou Hao, what do we buy?" Zhou Hao thought for a while, then said, "Buy a player to win, just 500,000 yuan." Su Jinxing over there heard Zhou Hao's words and sneered. "You don't know what is good or bad. Do you know that my banker has won 5 sets in a row? Do you dare to buy a player to win? Be careful if you lose and you have no money, you will pay 5. Brother." A middle-aged man in his 50s next to him smiled and said, "Su Gongzi, don't be so proud. You have won 5 sets, and you are also turning into a post-transfer." "Huh. Shatong is so prosperous for me today. Just wait to lose money." He hugged Qin Shatong next to him and kissed her very loudly, although Qin Shatong still smiled. The look in his eyes is not so natural. Seeing Su Jinxing uncovering his 2 cards, the number of which was 8, he hummed and said, "If you see it, you have to give up." "Wait." The middle-aged man smiled and turned over his card just now. I'm 9 o'clock. I'm sorry, Mr. Su. It's finally my turn to win this game. And Liang Xiaobing beside Zhou Hao also asked, Zhou Hao, shall we win or lose? Zhou Hao smiled softly. It looks like you are my lucky girl. We won. Really? Liang Xiaobing's smile was also very bright, not because of how much Zhou Hao won, but because Zhou Hao said she was his lucky girl. But Su Jinsheng, who lost money there, looked at Zhou Hao with a bit more hatred, as if he lost because of Zhou Hao. Come again, hurry up and bet. Su Jinsheng urged the others impatiently. After he sent the cards, he squinted at Zhou Hao. Who are you going to buy to win this time? Zhou Hao thought for a moment, then smiled and bet 1 million chips on the player, or bet the player to win. The middle-aged man who won just now smiled at Zhou Hao. Little brother, are you so confident in me? Ha 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 ha. But everything is fine. Thank you for taking good care of me. Su Jin's voice over there snorted softly and angrily turned over his card, but it was 7. On the other side, the player turned over and it was 6 o'clock, and everyone turned their eyes to the middle-aged man. I saw the middle-aged man chuckled and said to Su Jinsheng, Su Gongzi, I'm so sorry. This game will cost you money again. Turning the card over, it was 8 o'clock, just a little louder than Su Jinsheng. Zhou Hao, we won again. Liang Xiaobing smiled at Zhou Hao excitedly. Zhou Hao smiled at her. Everyone says you are my lucky girl. Seeing Zhou Hao's handsome smiling face, Liang Xiaobing's cheeks were a little red, and he lowered his head slightly and said in a low voice, It's your own luck. It shouldn't have anything to do with me. On the surface, he said that, but his heart was sweet. And Su Jinsheng over there, the look on his face was very ugly, and even Qin Shatong next to him did not dare to comfort her. Although he has lost millions of dollars, Su Jinsheng has never been willing to be second, and he will still be the dealer in the next set. After placing the cards, he didn't bother to ask Zhou Hao, and Zhou Hao still bet the money on the player. Finally, Su Jinsheng lost to another player, and Zhou Hao won over 1 million. Ha ha ha. Xiaobing, it seems that you are really my lucky girl, and it seems that I will take you with you when I go to the casino in the future. Zhou Hao smiled to Liang Xiaobing beside him. Seeing Zhou Hao winning 3 games in a row, even Liang Xiaobing wondered if he really brought Zhou Hao luck, and he was very happy. Zhou Hao's words irritated Su Jin's voice. He pointed at Zhou Hao and said angrily, I will bet against you in this game. But Mr. Su, don't blame me for not reminding you. The chips on your table seem to be running out. Zhou Hao looked at the table in front of Su Jinsheng, where there were indeed very few chips left. Hearing Su Jin's face lifted up and sneered, our Su family will still have no money. He took out a checkbook and wrote a check and handed it to the waiter behind him. Hurry up and bring the 10 million Hong Kong dollars. As soon as the waiter received the check, Qin Shatong whispered to Su Jinsheng, Jinsheng, didn't you say that your daddy doesn't like your gambling? Now you still use so much money, I'm afraid. Before she finished speaking, Su Jinsheng waved her right hand, gave her a resounding slap backhand, and said fiercely, When is it your turn to take care of my affairs? Go back to Lao Tzu and be given to Lao Tzu here. Unlucky. After being slapped so much, not only the people around him, but even Qin Shatong herself was stunned. She held her rapidly red and swollen face blankly, and tears immediately accumulated in her eye sockets. Seeing the people around, especially Liang Xiaobing's startled gaze, Qin Shatong felt very humiliated, and finally couldn't help covering her face, and walked out of the VIP room as if she got up and fled. Su Gongzi, it's his own woman in any case. This is too much, Zhou Hao said with a frown. In fact, he doesn't have much sympathy for Qin Shatong. He never sympathizes with actresses who sell themselves for fame and fortune. He just feels that Su Jinsheng's doing this is too much. But when Su Jinsheng glared at Zhou Hao, you all said she is my woman, then I will scold her if I want to scold her, and beat her if I want to beat her. I have a relationship with you. The check waiter was still there, and he shouted, Hurry up and get me the chips. Seeing Su Jinsheng, a self-centered and extremely selfish person, Zhou Hao had to shook his head. I thought to myself, it seems that I have to teach you another way. So he said, You want to bet against me, right? Okay, I'll be with you. Let's not do other complicated things, just come and play dice. Hearing Zhou Hao's words, Su Jinsheng said without even thinking, Okay, dice are dice. Therefore, the people in the casino immediately invited Zhou Hao and Su Jinxing to another table dedicated to gambling dice. And the people who played baccarat with them just now all came together to watch the fun. For Su Jinxing's arrogant children of the rich family, they couldn't see it, but none of the people here could compare to the Su family's strength, so they only allowed Su Jinxing to benefit. Let's buy the big and small. You have 10 million chips, and I have 5 million chips here. Just see who loses all the chips first. Those who lose have to shout 3 times to everyone in the audience. Man, Zhou Hao said to Su Jinxing. Good. Su Jinxing sneered, not paying attention to fairness or unfairness. After the croupier rolled the dice, Zhou Hao bet 100,000 chips on the little. When Su Jinxing saw it, he immediately put the 200,000 chips on the big, apparently to play against Zhou Hao. Buy it away. The croupier said lightly, took the dice cup up, and saw that the 3 dice in it were 1 and 2, which means Zhou Hao had won. Su Jin, who had lost the money, gave the croupier a fierce look, as if thinking that the croupier was with Zhou Hao. Then Zhou Hao smiled to Su Jinxing. This time I make you want to come. Su Jinxing did not answer, but put the 100,000 chips in the big place. And Zhou Hao thought about it. He also put out 100,000 chips, but put it in the little place. Buy. Before the croupier finished speaking, Su Jin said, Stop talking nonsense. Go ahead. The croupier was also very dissatisfied with Su Jinxing's brutal attitude, but the other party was a guest with an unusual background. The croupier would never offend him, so he picked up the dice cup as he said. The points of the 3 dice were 2, 3, and 4, respectively. If they were small, Zhou Hao won. Again, damn, I don't believe in this evil. I want to buy big. Su Jin said angrily, pushing the 1 million chips in front of him to big. And Zhou Hao also took out 1 million and bet it with Xiao. The result is still the same. Zhou Hao won. Even Liang Xiaobing and the people around were surprised. Liang Xiaobing is also very uncomfortable with Su Jinxing, although she and Chen Shadong are not friends, but they also have a fellowship. Just now Su Jinxing humiliated Chen Shadong so much that Liang Xiaobing also became disgusted with him. Now seeing Zhou Hao winning Su Jinxing again and again, Liang Xiaobing is also very excited. Especially when Zhou Hao was in the process of winning Su Jinxing, his calm and cheerful attitude was as charming as a chivalrous warrior. Su Jinxing lost several games in a row, and his chips were only more than 3 million, while Zhou Hao's chips had reached more than 11 million, which made Su Jinxing feel that Zhou Hao had won his money. The same goes. Mr. Su, forget it. Sometimes it's wicked to be unlucky by yourself. Zhou Hao laughed to Su Jin. As for the phrase, I'm not a man, forget it. We are not kids anymore. Do these childish things. Zhou Hao's words suddenly sounded like Su Jinxing's generous accommodating, but in fact they were using radical methods. And as expected, Su Jinxing roared ferociously. Bah! I need you to be pitiful too. Then, he put all the more than 3 million chips on the table on the little place. This time, I bet on a small child. Then I'll bet big. Zhou Hao smiled, and put the same number of chips on top of big. With such a large bet, Liang Xiaobing beside Zhou Hao couldn't help feeling nervous, and prayed silently for Zhou Hao. 5, 6, 6, 17, big. The croupier picked up the dice cup and said with a calm face, but he was already smiling. Su Jinxing lost the money. He was happy from the bottom of his heart. Who made Su Jinxing so unbelievable? Impossible. How is it possible? Su Jinxing pointed to the croupier and cursed. How could it be possible for him to win more than 10 sets? You pay 1,000. Yes, you and him are in the same group. You must be 1,000. The dealer immediately lowered his face and said, Su Gongzi, we are all operating in accordance with a regular casino, and there will never be 1,000 cases. If you don't believe it, we have a camera here, and the process just now is all taken. You can go and watch the video. The video is yours. Of course you can do whatever you want. Su Jinxing reluctantly said, Let Xiang Huaqiang come out for me. This is a scam. You old men. Who would dare to be an old man in my Xiangshou's casino? As soon as Su Jinxing's voice fell, Xiang Huaqiang's voice came from outside, and he was also seen walking in with some of his men. Seeing Xiang Huaqiang coming in, Su Jinxing calmed down a bit, but still angrily said, Fifth brother, Your friend is too unkind. He is 1,000. Otherwise, how could it be possible to win every round? Zhou Hao didn't react excessively to Su Jinxing's slander. He just smiled disdainfully. However, Liang Xiaobing couldn't see it and defended Zhou Hao. Where is Zhou Hao out of thousands? Everyone here can testify. It's you who didn't admit it. Xiang Huaqiang also stared at Su Jin and said, Su Jinxing, Xiao Hao is my friend and I can trust him. Moreover, to insult him is to insult someone from Manhwa. Even your father Su Jiaming gave me 3 points. I advise you to stop making trouble with me. The Su family is a top wealthy family with many years of history in Hong Kong, and Su Jinsheng, as the eldest son of the Su family's generation, has attracted much attention wherever he goes. Now that Xiang Huaqiang has made it difficult for him to step down in front of so many people, Su Jinsheng is annoyed and can't help but say, the surname Xiang, even Peng Dingkong will give us the Su family's face. You are the one who is a side door, dare to do so. For me, Xiang Huaqiang didn't speak either, but the 2 men next to him drew their pistols, and the 2 pitch-black muzzles were aimed at Su Jinxing's forehead. And Xiang Huaqiang said slowly, this is the high seas. Even if I kill you, the Hong Kong police have no right to arrest me. According to international law, only the country where this cruise ship is registered has the right to arrest me. He looked at Su Jinxing lightly. At a glance, this ship is registered in Panama, and I still have some friendship with the president of Panama. The implication was that even if Xiang Huaqiang really killed Su Jinxing, no one could help him. And Su Jinxing was also immediately frightened in front of the 2 pistols, but he still said stiffly, Xiang Huaqiang, if you dare to touch me, our Su family will not let you go. My dad also went to Beijing to meet those leaders before. People, you are not afraid that the central government will deal with you. Xiang Huaqiang waved his hand, and the 2 men withdrew their guns, and he also coldly said to Su Jinxing, if it weren't for Su Jiaming's sake, I would have let someone throw you into the sea to feed the sharks. Come, find 2. I personally sent Mr. Su back. Ours is a small temple that cannot accommodate a big Buddha. It makes people laugh. Immediately 2 men walked over, holding Su Jinxing on the left and right, and led him away from the VIP room. At this time, Zhou Hao smiled and said, Master Su, next time I have the opportunity to gamble, I'm always welcome. Su Jinxing turned his head and looked at Zhou Hao with very bitter eyes. De Quanzi, if you are interested, go back to the mainland. If you let me see you in Hong Kong, you will never have to go back. Zhou Hao just laughed at Su Jinxing's threat, and Xiang Huaqiang waved his hand. Don't send Master Su back. His 2 men left with Su Jinxing in their hands, and sent him back to Hong Kong by speedboat. After Su Jinxing left, Xiang Huaqiang smiled at the others in the VIP room. I'm sorry everyone. I just made everyone laugh. Everyone keep playing. And Zhou Hao had no interest in playing anymore, so he returned the 2 million chips Xiang Huaqiang had just given him. Xiang Huaqiang smiled and said, awesome, Xiao Hao, he won tens of millions in just 1 hour, which is better than gouging. The gouging in his mouth is the movie The God of Gamblers that he invested in. The protagonist played by Zhou Runin. Although it seems that Zhou Hao won the money for the boat gambling, Su Jinxing also lost more than 10 million to the boat gambling. So in fact, it was Su Jinxing's money that Zhou Hao won. Afterwards, Zhou Hao and Liang Xiaobing followed Xiang Huaqiang to his office on the cruise ship. This office is large in size and luxuriously decorated. On the wall behind Xiang Huaqiang's desk is a set of shark tooth specimens, which looks impressive. Xiang Huaqiang took out a bottle of red wine from the wine cabinet and poured 2 glasses to Zhou Hao and Liang Xiaobing. Zhou Hao knew that the red wine in Xiang Huaqiang's collection must be extraordinary. After a bite, although he is not a connoisseur of red wine, he felt that the red wine was rich and delicious. At this time, I heard Liang Xiaobing next to him say to him, Zhou Hao, you have a grievance with Su Jinxing. He is afraid that he won't stop like this. Do you know him too? Zhou Hao asked. Liang Xiaobing nodded. No one in Hong Kong doesn't know him. He often appears on the cover of entertainment magazines, and he is often rumored with different female stars. Xiang Huaqiang also said, the Su family is one of the top giants in Hong Kong. Just like what he said just now. Even Patton and the previous Hong Kong governors dare not deny them the Su family's face. See Zhou Hao with a curious look, he explained, Su Jinxing's grandfather is the Hong Kong generation ship, King Su Gaizhou. Although their family does not have much shipping business now, they have a very important position in infrastructure, real estate, finance, and other industries. After the death of ship King Su Gaizhou, Su Jiaming and his two brothers managed the three major assets of shipping, real estate, and mining respectively. Later, both of Su Jiaming's brothers passed away, and all the businesses of the Su family were concentrated in the hands of Su Jiaming. Today, the Su family's Zhongjian enterprise, together with the Kwai Chung container terminal, has a market value of close to 100 billion Hong Kong dollars. Xiang Huaqiang said to Zhou Hao, "We gangsters are nothing to be afraid of, and Su Jiaming doesn't dare to offend too much. Me, but you, Xiao Hao, or I will introduce you to Su Jiaming. If he knows that you are the son of Standing Committee Zhao, believe him." But Zhou Hao shook his head. "No, I don't want to rely too much on my godfather's name. If everything goes under the flag of my godfather, it will weaken my godfather's name." He showed a touch of confidence. "Smile. Su Jinxing wants to come to me for revenge. Just come here. I have never been afraid." Seeing Zhou Hao's calm expression, Xiang Huaqiang and Liang Xiaobing were heartbroken. At about 12 o'clock in the evening, Zhou Hao and Liang Xiaobing left the triumphal arch on the sea and returned to Hong Kong. Zhou Hao sent Liang Xiaobing downstairs to her house and heard Liang Xiaobing smile at Zhou Hao. "Thank you, Zhou Hao. I had a great time today. Hee, you are my lucky girl. Today you helped me win so much money. I have to prepare a gift for you." Zhou Hao smiled. Liang Xiaobing shook his head and said, "No, I didn't do anything." Zhou Hao was non-committal and smiled at her. "Go back and rest early. Staying up late is the worst enemy of women." "Yeah," Liang Xiaobing replied softly. When she opened the door and was about to get out of the car, she suddenly turned around and approached Zhou Hao, kissed him on the face, and then immediately got out of the car and ran home. Zhou Hao also faintly heard her say good night. Somewhat stunned, he touched the place where Liang Xiaobing had kissed his face, and felt that the sweet and soft texture still lingered there. Reminiscing about Liang Xiaobing's charming face, Zhou Hao gave a wry smile and drove away by himself. When I returned to the villa in mid-levels, it was already more than 1 o'clock in the morning, but Zhou Hao saw the light in the hall still on. When I walked in, I saw Su Lin in home clothes lying halfway on the sofa, his eyes slightly closed and his nose trembling slightly. "Why are you sleeping in the hall?" Zhou Hao walked over and shook her gently. "Su Lin, wake up, Su Lin." Su Lin slept very lightly. She woke up as soon as Zhou Hao banged her, rubbed her eyes, and said, "Zhou Hao, are you back?" Zhou Hao helped her sit up and blamed Wei Wei. "Why are you sleeping in the hall? What if you catch a cold?" Hearing the caring words in Zhou Hao's reproach, Su Lin pursed her pink lips slightly and said in a slightly coquettish tone, "I want to wait for you to come back." She glanced at the wall clock on the wall. "Who, knowing that you are not coming back so late, I just sat and fell asleep." Knowing that Su Lin was waiting for him to come back so late, Zhou Hao was very moved. Then Su Lin said, "By the way, I made some yam and wolfberry stewed blackbone chicken. I specially called to ask Sister Sun to make it. It's cold now. I will give it to you after it is hot." Zhou Hao knew that it was Su Lin's intention and couldn't bear to refuse, so he nodded and agreed. Su Lin immediately went to the kitchen to heat up the soup, then took it out and handed it to Zhou Hao, expecting to say, "Try it. I have been simmering for several hours." Zhou Hao took the fragrant hot soup and took a sip. He felt that the fragrant flavor of Chinese wolfberry and blackbone chicken filled his tongue and made his belly warm. "How is it? Is the taste okay?" Su Lin asked nervously. "It tastes very good." Zhou Hao drank all the soup with relish, and Su Lin next to him also had a warm smile on his face, which was even more fulfilling than when he received the scholarship. After Zhou Hao finished drinking the soup, Su Lin said to him, "Hurry up and take a bath before going to bed. I don't know where you went crazy, but it smells like tobacco and alcohol." Even though Zhou Hao is not good at smoking or drinking, but there is a mixture of dragons and snakes in the casino, which makes Zhou Hao smelly. "Then you go to bed, too." Zhou Hao touched Su Lin's head and smiled, then went back to his room on the second floor. The next day, Zhou Hao and Su Lin returned to the company. In fact, Zhou Hao had already worked out a specific operation plan for the company's people before, and he didn't need to guide them one by one. However, with Zhou Hao in the company, It always gives employees a sense of security and self-confidence, and it is easy to operate funds. But Zhou Hao only stayed in the company for one morning. In the afternoon, he left the company's affairs to Su Lin, but he slipped out alone. Zhou Hao wandered alone in the downtown area of Central, which is the central business district of Hong Kong. The people who work here are the busiest in Hong Kong, and the streets are always full of rushing citizens. And Zhou Hao walked leisurely among these people who were racing against time, watching from the perspective of onlookers at the people who worked and lived all day long. There was a subtle feeling that everyone was sleeping and I was alone. After turning out of the bustling downtown area, Zhou Hao walked to a relatively quiet street and saw a flower shop on the other side of the street. The doorway of that flower shop is elegantly designed, and even the door of the shop is covered with various flowers, and the name of the flower shop is also very poetic Manhwa. As soon as he saw this chic flower shop, Zhou Hao had the idea to go in and see what happened. When he came to the door of this butterfly flower, Zhou Hao saw a very unique silver bell in front of the shop full of flowers, with a string attached to it. Zhou Hao gently pulled, and the bell made a clear and pleasant sound. The store door also retreated to both sides. Inside, there were two young girls wearing beige long aprons. They smiled at Zhou Hao and said, "Welcome." The two girls looked only 17 or 18 years old, very youthful. As the saying goes, there are no ugly girls in 17 and 18. Although these two girls are not amazing, they are also lively and cheerful. Especially the bright smiles on their faces are essential to the formative and professional smiles of other service staff. The difference makes people feel from the heart. In addition, the flower shop was filled with a variety of beautiful flowers, bursts of fresh and refreshing floral scents, which made Zhou Hao feel refreshed. "Sir, please come in. Do you want to buy flowers?" One of the girls welcomed Zhou Hao into the shop. "Look, see." Zhou Hao smiled slightly, wandering around this small but very elegant flower shop. And those two girls, one was next to Zhou Hao, ready to serve Zhou Hao at any time, and the other was sitting behind the counter with paper flowers. After walking around in the flower shop, the girl next to Zhou Hao asked, "Sir, who do you want to give to? Is it a parent, a patient, or a female friend?" Seeing the girl's flower-like smile, Zhou Hao smiled and said, "If you are a female friend, what flowers should you give?" "Then it depends on how you feel about that girl, sir." The girl laughed. "Oh, tell me then. If it's just a normal friend, then send a lily. If it's a lover, then of course a rose." Zhou Hao thought for a while and said, "In fact, it's not a lover, but there are more than ordinary friends, so what should I give?" Seeing a sly look flashed in the girl's eyes, she smiled and said, "Sir, are you very fond of that lady, but haven't you broken the paper? How should I put it?" Zhou Hao scratched his head in embarrassment. "Actually, I don't know if I have that meaning for her, but I always have good feelings." The girl turned her head and thought for a while, then said to Zhou Hao, "Sir, I suggest you send a lily, and then put an unopened red rose in it." Seeing Zhou Hao's puzzled look, she explained, "Because lilies represent friendship, it implies that your current relationship is still friends. And red roses represent love. An unopened rose means that the love between you has not yet begun. If you are destined, it won't take too long. Then the rose will bloom. In other words, there will be that possibility between you. How about it?" After hearing the girl's words, Zhou Hao felt quite ingenious. Then the girl said, "If the lady's mind is delicate enough, she will definitely understand your mind." "Very good. Miss, you know so much." Zhou Hao praised sincerely. The girl smiled shyly. "In fact, these are taught by our boss's wife." Speaking of her boss's wife, Zhou Hao saw that the girl's face was full of admiration and even admiration. "Our boss's wife is so pretty. Now, she is gentle and capable." At this point, her expression suddenly dimmed. It's a pity that the boss did not marry her well. The world is really unfair. The boss is obviously such a good person, yet so unfortunate. "Ashin, don't talk nonsense." The other girl sitting behind the counter over there gave a soft voice. The girl also realized that she had made a mistake, and she smiled at Zhou Hao. "Sorry, sir, I have too much digression. By the way, do you want to send lilies and red roses? We can deliver them to your door." Just as Zhou Hao was about to agree, the phone in his arms rang at this moment. "I'm sorry." Zhou Hao apologized to the girl, then took out the mobile suit. only to see the number of Ni Yong School displayed on it. "Hey, it's me. What's wrong?" Ni Yongxiao's voice came over the phone. "My men saw Fong Bingrun and a woman go to the Grand Hyatt Hotel." Zhou Hao couldn't help laughing. What's weird about Fong Bingrun going to the hotel with a woman? But according to my people, that woman is not like Fong Bingrun's lover. Fong Bingrun is very respectful to her, and she has never seen this woman in Hong Kong before. Hearing what Ni Yongxiao said, Zhou Hao frowned slightly. "Are you suspecting that the woman was the one who offered to Fong Bingrun last time?" "Yes, so I want you to come and have a look with me," Ni Yongxiao said. Zhou Hao nodded. "Okay, I'll come over immediately." After putting down the phone, he said to the girl in front of him, "I'm sorry, I have something urgent to deal with temporarily, or visit you next time." "It doesn't matter, sir, go slowly." The girl still smiled, not at all dissatisfied with Zhou Hao not spending money. After leaving this butterfly flower, Zhou Hao immediately took a taxi to Wan Chai, where the Grand Hyatt Hotel is located. The Grand Hyatt Hotel is one of the most famous five-star hotels in Hong Kong. The hotel has excellent facilities and is well known in Hong Kong. The person Ni Yong School sent to follow Fong Bingrun was in a cafe next to the Grand Hyatt Hotel, while Ni Yong School was hidden nearby. Zhou Hao did not plan to meet with Ni Yong School, so as not to be discovered, they both contacted by mobile suit. "My subordinate is called Mobile Suit, and he is on the window seat in the cafe. He has a beard on his chin," Ni Yongxiao said on the phone. As soon as he walked into the cafe, Zhou Hao saw the person called Mobile. From that seat, he could see the entrance of the opposite Grand Hyatt Hotel. He wanted to come from here to see Fong Bingrun and the woman entering the hotel. But as soon as Zhou Hao wanted to walk over, he suddenly realized that there was another gaze watching the phone. Since being transformed by ambergris and practicing nourishing Qi Lu, Zhou Hao's sixth senses are much more acute than ordinary people. He didn't make a sound, sitting on the seat next to him, while looking for the gaze that was paying attention to the phone. In the next moment, Zhou Hao found a man in casual clothes behind the mobile suit and a few tables away from him. Although his eyes did not look directly at the mobile suit from beginning to end, Zhou Hao knew that the person's attention had always been on the phone. Moreover, Zhou Hao intuitively felt that the person was not a native of Hong Kong, or even a Chinese. Zhou Hao immediately contacted Ni Yong's school. "You immediately let your people go back. I'm afraid that he is following Fong Bingrun, and he will be spotted by others. Also, let him leave Hong Kong immediately, and you should not meet with him to prevent you from to be exposed." Hearing Zhou Hao said that his subordinates were being watched, Ni Yongxiao was also startled and said nervously, "Who is it? Is it Fong Bingrun's?" "I don't know. I'll go and see. Let your people leave here first." Zhou Hao said, "Okay." In less than a minute, I was sitting there watching the mobile suit at the entrance of the Grand Hyatt Hotel opposite and received a call from Ni Yongxiao. Zhou Hao saw him say a few words and immediately got up and left the cafe. As for the person who watched him, he did not leave immediately when he saw him leaving. Instead, he followed him after more than half a minute after the phone walked out of the cafe, and Zhou Hao also quietly followed him. After the man walked out of the cafe, the mobile suit was long gone. But he was not in a hurry. After looking around, he turned and walked to the right. His steps are not very fast. He looks like ordinary people, but Zhou Hao knows that the guy has a very uncommon light skill, but his seemingly ordinary steps can quickly shuttle through the crowd. Before long, Zhou Hao saw that there was a mobile suit more than 50 meters in front of the guy. "This guy's tracking skills are amazing," Zhou Hao exclaimed secretly. He just started more than half a minute later than the mobile suit, but he was able to catch up with the mobile suit so quickly, which even Zhou Hao couldn't do. But the mobile suit simply couldn't detect that someone was following him and slowly walked into some secluded deep alleys. And the person behind was not in a hurry and always hung 50 or 60 meters behind the phone. But Zhou Hao didn't have that much patience. In these crisscrossed deep alleys with no human shadows, when the person wanted to follow the mobile suit around the corner, Zhou Hao performed his light work and came silently behind him. Without saying any greetings, he stretched out his right hand to grab the back of his neck, but didn't think that even though the person hadn't found Zhou Hao in time, his instinctive reaction was surprisingly keen, and he slammed to avoid him. However, although his instinctual reaction is much more acute than that of ordinary people, The difference between his strength and Zhou Hao's strength is too large. He can't avoid Zhou Hao's crane show in the 5-animal play and was immediately caught by Zhou Hao, lived on the back of the neck. But even so, he didn't wait for death. With his left hand, he fished his waist, and there was a black, shiny diamond-shaped weapon in his hand, which slammed Zhou Hao's rib. When he saw this diamond-shaped weapon, Zhou Hao was stunned for a moment. After seeing a little Naruto in his previous life, he recognized that this weapon was the shuyuri used by ninjas. Even though he was surprised, Zhou Hao's reaction was not slow at all. As soon as he raised his left hand, he grabbed the man's left wrist and twisted his hand bones with little effort. Even if the hand bone was twisted and broken, this person just didn't even hum, which gave Zhou Hao a little bit more experience of his rigidity. After snatching this man's shuyuri, Zhou Hao discovered that this sharp weapon was made of stainless steel, and the blades on both sides were very sharp. However, what surprised Zhou Hao most was the identity of this person. Judging from his use of shuriken, Zhou Hao suspected that this person was most likely a ninja, and just now he felt that this guy was not like a Chinese. Zhou Hao pinched his neck and forced him to the wall, and said coldly, "Who sent you here?" But he just realized that if this person is Japanese, he should not be able to listen to Chinese. Correct. However, even if he was subdued by Zhou Hao, he looked directly at Zhou Hao without showing any weakness, and squeezed out 3 words from his mouth in a very contemptuous tone. Support. That person. FCK your mother's Japanese devil. Zhou Hao was furious when he heard the words, reached out and grabbed the elbow of his right arm and squeezed hard. Zhou Hao's right elbow was completely crushed by the shuddering sound of click. But to Zhou Hao's expectation, even with this pain, he still didn't grunt, staring directly at his lower lip, biting his lips. At this time, Zhou Hao suddenly noticed that this person's lips were a little strange. Even if they were bitten, they did not bleed. Moreover, even if this person doesn't scream, he should be able to feel the pain, but his face remains the same, without any redness. In an instant, Zhou Hao thought of a possibility, so he loosened his hand on his neck and pulled off his collar. He realized that the skin color on the top of his neck was not exactly the same as the one on his chest. I think ordinary people are partially tanned. Zhou Hao immediately guessed that this person might be wearing a mask, so he reached out and fumbled for a while, and he found the clue. Zhou Hao found the edge of the mask, and then pulled it hard, pulling off the man's mask. However, after removing the mask, Zhou Hao, who was accustomed to seeing blood, couldn't help but shiver with his appearance. Because there is not a single hair on his face and head, he has no beard, eyebrows, and all hair. Moreover, his eyelids, nose, and lips have been cut off, and there are 2 small holes on the exposed gums and teeth. His nostrils are gone, and his face is extremely pale. His entire face looks almost like a skeleton, very scary. The appearance of this person, no, this person has no appearance at all. Zhou Hao guessed in his heart that the purpose of this man's brutal surgical operation was most likely to be convenient. And Zhou Hao was willing to conclude that this man was a Japanese ninja, because he had heard that Japanese ninjas had to undergo extremely cruel training and transformation from a very young age, and they were completely raised as dead men. Just thinking of the word dead man, Zhou Hao was shocked, and the terrifying ninja in front of him also looked at Zhou Hao. Since he has no lips, it is difficult for Zhou Hao to see what his expression is now. In his eyes, Zhou Hao clearly saw a contemptuous smile. At the same time, a trace of black blood overflowed from his mouth, and his eyes that couldn't be closed quickly turned gray. Zhou Hao hurriedly touched his neck and found that he had no pulse anymore. After thinking of the word dead warrior just now, Zhou Hao suddenly thought that since these ninjas were raised as dead warriors, once they fell into the hands of people, in order to prevent extorting a confession, they would most likely commit suicide. And this didn't make Zhou Hao guess wrong. This person had cyanide and other poisons hidden in his teeth. Once he bit the poison sac hidden in his teeth, he would completely lose his life in just a few seconds. Damn it, Zhou Hao originally wanted to find out who sent this ninja, but because of a momentary negligence, he let the ninja commit suicide. He searched the ninja again, and in addition to some hidden weapons used by ninjas such as the cross dart, he also found a small communicator. As soon as he saw this communicator, Zhou Hao knew that this ninja must have been in contact with his master at any time. Mobile phone, used to track Fong Bing Run, and now it is being followed by this ninja. So Zhou Hao suddenly thought that the person behind this ninja must be related to Fong Bingrun, and it was probably the woman the mobile suit saw. If she really is the master of this ninja, she is probably also Japanese. For some reason, when he thought of a Japanese woman, Mrs. Tokugawa's seductive face appeared in Zhou Hao's mind. Moreover, Fong Bingrun's previous unpredictable strategy for assassinating Xiang Huaqiang now resembles Mrs. Tokugawa's method. Throwing down the ninja's body, Zhou Hao walked to the street and randomly found a telephone booth and called the police anonymously. Then he turned back and hurried to the Grand Hyatt Hotel. He wanted to make sure that the woman with Fong Bingrun was Mrs. Tokugawa. If it was Mrs. Tokugawa, it would certainly not be a good thing. Now that I think about it, Zhou Hao initially concluded that Fong Bingrun's assassination of Xiang Huaqiang would eventually lead to great chaos in the underworld in Hong Kong. At that time, Zhou Hao couldn't understand why Fong Bingrun did this, because the United British News Agency would eventually be involved in the vortex of disaster. And now that Mrs. Tokugawa's intervention is easy to explain. Mrs. Tokugawa's purpose is obviously to make the underworld in Hong Kong mess up in order to achieve some of her goals, and Fong Bingrun's existence is a chess piece in her hand. Like Dong Qishan before. For more than a month, Sinian has long since found out that the gunman who assassinated Xiang Huaqiang was the Red Stick, Gao Wentao of the United British News Agency. However, as Zhou Hao had expected, because the evidence was too obvious, Xiang Huaqiang and the road the people of all believe that this was not done by Fong Bingrun, but that others deliberately blamed him. So Xiang Huaqiang did not take action against the United British News Agency. Although Zhou Hao told Xing Yingpei that the real culprit was Fong Bingrun, Xing Yingpei did not disclose the incident due to lack of evidence, and he did not want the two largest gangs in Hong Kong, Xian and Liaoning News Agency, to fight. However, because the true murderer has not been found, the people in Sinian have become more and more uproarious. The reason why Xiang Huaqiang spent such a large price to open a new gambling boat may not have the intention of diverting the attention of the community. But even so, Xiang Huaqiang will not be silent for too long. In order to consolidate his position in the face of Xian, he will take action sooner or later. At that time, no one can stop the Hong Kong underworld war. Soon, Zhou Hao came to the Grand Hyatt Hotel. As soon as she walked into the lobby, a woman in a professional suit greeted her, smiling and asking, "Sir, what can I do for you? Do you want a dining or lodging?" In order to get rid of this woman as soon as possible, Zhou Hao smiled and said, "I'll go up for afternoon tea, and I'll go up by myself. Don't bother you." After saying that, he hurried up the stairs, leaving the woman with a depressed look. On the second floor, Zhou Hao went straight to the elevator, telling him instinctively that Fong Bingrun must have booked the Grand Hyatt Hotel's Round View suite. But when he arrived not far in front of the elevator, Zhou Hao heard a quarrel from the left, and the female voice sounded very familiar. Involuntarily, he turned his head and followed the reputation, and saw a tall, brown-haired foreign man entangled with a woman. It seemed that the woman wanted to leave, but was held back by the foreign man. When Zhou Hao saw that woman, it was the former proprietress of the private kitchen, Hai Qishuan. The foreign man seemed to be more than 30 years old, and his appearance was still handsome. He held Hai Qishuan's hand tightly, praising Hai Qishuan's beauty constantly, and he wanted to invite her to a meal for whatever he said. And Hai Qishuan said that she had something else, and she didn't want to eat with her. The conversation between the two was all in English, and fortunately, Zhou Hao's English proficiency was so good that he understood their conversation. He glanced at the elevator and hesitated whether he was going to find Fong Bingrun or help Hai Qishuan. If you delay any longer, Fong Bingyun and the woman who doesn't know if it is Mrs. Tokugawa may discover the death of the ninja before and leave here quickly. But if he went to find Fong Bingrun, Zhou Hao couldn't bear that Hai Qishuan was entangled by the foreign man. He looked at the elevator, and then at Hai Qishuan who was entangled by the foreign man. Zhou Hao finally sighed, turned, and walked towards Hai Qishuan. He walked to Hai Qishuan's side in a few steps, grabbed the foreign man's hand, and asked coldly in English, "What do you want to do? Haven't you heard people say that you don't want to eat with you?" The foreign man was suddenly grabbed by his right hand, and immediately turned his head to look. He is indeed very tall, a head taller than Zhou Hao, who is about 1.8 meters tall. Looking at Zhou Hao, who was a head shorter than himself, he contemptuously said, "Who are you?" When Hai Qixuan saw Zhou Hao but showed a look of surprise, she couldn't help but exclaimed, "Mr. Zhou." He threw away his hand while the foreign man was distracted and quickly came to Zhou Hao. By his side, he said to Zhou Hao, "This guy insists on dragging me to eat with him. I don't agree to him, or let me go." Zhou Hao nodded to her and saw that Hai Qixuan was wearing a black evening dress at this time, showing her plump and attractive figure to the fullest, especially the snow-white slender legs under the skirt. Those supermodels are still worse. Coupled with her charming and beautiful face, it is no wonder that this foreign man would not let him go. "Quickly let go of me." At this time, the foreign man heard the foreign man shout to Zhou Hao, "I am a resident of Great Britain, you yellow-skinned monkey, let me go." Zhou Hao knows that many Westerners like to call Chinese yellow monkeys. Hearing this foreign man's words, he sneered and said, "In our Chinese place, you dare to be so arrogant? Who said this is the place of your Chinese people? Before July 1st, this is our colony of Great Britain. You Hong Kong people are also our slaves." Although Zhou Hao is not a native of Hong Kong, as a Chinese, he will never tolerate the words of this foreign man. He just heard him curse in Chinese, "Go to your uncle." Then he waved his hand and blasted the foreign man's face. Zhou Hao hit the bridge of the British man's nose with a punch, and the sound of cracked bones spread far away, and the bridge of the British man's nose collapsed and his face was dripping with blood. With a scream, he grabbed his nose and stepped back and fell to the ground. His right hand tremblingly pointed at Zhou Hao, but he couldn't say anything in pain. And Zhou Hao stood there imposingly, looking at him coldly. "This punch is for us Chinese to beat you." Hai Qixuan was beside him. A pair of beautiful eyes looked deeply at the heroic Zhou Hao, and a burst of brilliance flashed in his eyes. The movement here shocked everyone around him. A man in his 30s walked quickly over here, followed by 4 hotel security guards. As soon as he walked over, 2 of the 4 security guards immediately stopped in front of Zhou Hao to prevent him from beating again, while the man in his 30s, who was obviously the hotel manager, helped up the British man and asked in English, too, "What happened? Do you need to call the police?" When encountering disputes between these guests, the hotel generally first sees whether the two can be reconciled in private. The police handle. But generally speaking, hotels do not want to alarm the police. After all, this will have a bad effect on their reputation. And the British man immediately pointed at Zhou Hao and said, "Hurry up and call the police. I want to sue this guy for serious harm to my body." Seeing that the British man was seriously injured, the manager also knew that he should call the police. At the same time, he glanced at Zhou Hao complainingly, as if to blame him for being so impulsive, but Zhou Hao did not show any regrets. So the manager had to take out the phone and call the police. Hai Qixuan next to Zhou Hao said to Zhou Hao, "Don't worry, Mr. Zhou, I will help you testify." "Thank you, Sister Sun." Zhou Hao nodded and smiled. "It should be me thanking you." Hai Qixuan showed a charming smile. Seeing Zhou Hao and Hai Qixuan talking and laughing there, the British man became even more annoyed and yelled again and again, "Why haven't the police arrived yet? Why haven't the doctors arrived yet? Is the quality of your Hong Kong so poor?" When he said this, the hotel manager and several security guards couldn't help feeling annoyed, especially when there were several hotel guests around who saw him pestering Haikixen just now, and they disgusted the Englishman even more. Zhou Hao glanced at the elevator. He intuitively felt that Fong Bingrun had left the hotel and shook his head. In less than 10 minutes, the police and ambulance personnel arrived one after another. When they saw the terrible face of the British man, the police and the ambulance personnel were shocked, thinking that this man had been beaten too badly, the ambulance personnel, and immediately let him lie on the stretcher bed and push him toward the ambulance. But he was lying on the stretcher bed, but still pointing at Zhou Hao, and said to the police, "It's him. He beat me just now. You should arrest him and go back. I must sue him." Push into the ambulance. The 2 police officers came to Zhou Hao and said solemnly, "This gentleman, please come back with us to assist in the investigation." Zhou Hao didn't mean to resist either. Seeing that they didn't ask to handcuff himself, he was willing to cooperate. And Hai Qixuan next to him took out the phone. "Hey, is it Lawyer Zhong?" "Yes, it is me. My friend and I have some trouble. Please come to the police station. There are some things that need your help." The policeman saw Heike Sun's extraordinary appearance and non-ordinary clothing. Now that she immediately called the lawyer, they couldn't help but have a headache, because many rich people are very difficult to deal with, and there is often a whole lawyer serve them. Then, Zhou Hao and Hai Qixuan came to the police station. But before the policeman in charge of giving the confession spoke up, Hai Qixuan first said, "Does that foreigner want to sue Mr. Zhou? I can testify to Mr. Zhou. It is the foreigner who wants to assault me, and Mr. Zhou came to stop him. As for him, Mr. Zhou doesn't count as beating him. It should be a legitimate defense." After a pause, she said again, "Also, I want to sue that guy for insulting me." Not only the policeman, but even Zhou Hao was a little stunned. The policeman didn't know what the real situation was, but Zhou Hao didn't know what happened until the incident happened. Although the British entangled Hai Qixuan, he didn't reach the category of indecent. As for Hai Qixuan now, it is obvious that the wicked must sue first. Even so, Zhou Hao would never be so stupid to take the initiative to confess, but tried his best to cooperate with Hai Qixuan's words. "Yes, I thought of having afternoon tea in the hotel, and on the way I saw the Englishman who wanted to treat Miss Hai, so I only stopped." The police also found the several hotel guests who were present at the time. They all saw the British pestering Heike Sun. Although they didn't hear the conversation between the Englishman and Heike Sun, in the end the English said that Hong Kong people are slaves to the British, so I heard them clearly. As a result, even the police became disgusted with the British life. Later, Hai Qixuan's lawyer followed the police to the hospital to see the British, saying that if the British did not withdraw the accusation against Zhou Hao, she would formally accuse him of indecent assault. According to the witness's confession, his chances of being convicted are high. "Sue me for indecent?" At that time, she was obviously the one who glared at me first. She is actually going to sue me for indecent. The British who had just finished dressing heard Hai Qixuan's attorney's words and was very unwilling to curse. "Mr. Jeffett, based on the confession of my client and the testimony of those witnesses, your chances of being convicted will be very high. Especially if you are rude, I will not favor you." Hai Qixuan's the representative lawyer said lightly. In the end, despite his unwillingness, under the absolute disadvantage, the British named Jeffuda finally gave up the accusation against Zhou Hao. As for the police station, the person who came to bail Zhou Hao made the police stunned, because the person who came to bail Zhou Hao was Zheng Yingpei's wife, Zheng Mingjiang. Zheng Yingpei is the number 2 man in the Hong Kong police circle, and the police all recognize his wife. Now let alone that the British gave up the accusation against Zhou Hao. Even if Zhou Hao is really about to be charged, Zheng Mingjiang personally came to bail him. The police would never stop Zhou Hao from leaving. The reason why Zheng Yingpei sent his wife over was actually well thought out. If he came here by himself, he would inevitably invite others to say that he was being selfish, and if Zheng Mingjiang was asked to come, no one would dare to say anything, and at the same time, it would hint to others that he had a close relationship with Zhou Hao. Zheng Mingjiang regarded Zhou Hao as her nephew, and told him in the police station, "You young people are impulsive. If you can't sit down and talk about something, why do you start it?" Although the words are blame, but the police in the police station can hear her affection for Zhou Hao, who made him want to be unruly to Sister Carew, and even said that, "I was already very restrained with just one punch." Zhou Hao hummed, and Hai Qixuan next to Zheng Mingjiang also said, "Mrs. Zheng, it's really nothing to do with Mr. Zhou. It's the British who is too much." Zheng Mingjiang knocked Zhou Hao on the head, "Seeing that you are a hero saving the United States this time, Annie will spare you. If the next time, I will leave you with Uncle Pei and let them detain you for 48 hours. Up. Coming out of the police station, Zheng Mingjiang said to Zhou Hao, "Then I will go back to play mahjong." "Okay, I wish Auntie you will get rich." Zhou Hao smiled, making Zheng Mingjiang laugh again and again. Looking at the beautiful Hai Qixuan next to her, Zhou Hao smiled at her. "Sister Carew, where are you going? I'll take you there, in case you get caught up by those who have bad intentions again." "I have nowhere to go, Mr. Zhou." Hai Qixuan smiled at Zhou Hao. "Thank you very much for today's affairs. I have nothing to return, so please have a meal of my own private kitchen. I don't know if you will reward Mr. Zhou. Don't you enjoy the noodles?" Facing Hai Qixuan, who was as charming as a rose flower, Zhou Hao was really hard to refuse. He scratched his head and smiled. "It's not a good choice. Also, Sister Sun, You don't need to call me Mr. Zhou, just like Aunt Jiang. Just call me Xiaohao. All right, Xiaohao. Hai Qixuan smiled sweetly and gave Zhou Hao a meaningful glance. Zhou Hao felt that Hai Qixuan's eyes seemed to have hooks and lightly buckled him. Zhou Hao was completely attracted. So Zhou Hao accompanied Hai Qixuan to the nearby market to buy vegetables. Hai Qixuan held Zhou Hao's arm all the way, making the single fish and meat sellers in the market very jealous of Zhou Hao. What surprises Zhou Hao is that the talented and handsome Hai Qixuan is also extremely talented in bargaining. The male stall owners are naturally not a problem. Even the middle-aged women selling vegetables like Hai Qixuan, not only the price. It's cheap, and I gave her a lot of extra ingredients. After leaving the market, Zhou Hao smiled and said, I didn't expect that, sister son. You are still a good bargaining hand, and you can call you when you come out to buy things. It's half sold and half free. Okay, as long as you call me, I will definitely come over. Hai Qixuan held Zhou Hao's hand and smiled. However, Zhou Hao felt that Hai Qixuan's puffy chest was squeezing his arm, and feeling the ecstasy texture, Zhou Hao felt that the blood in his body was boiling. Back at Hai Qixuan's house, Hai Qixuan thoughtfully brought Zhou Hao a pair of slippers, poured him a cup of hot tea, and then went to the kitchen to prepare meals. Zhou Hao sat on the sofa in the hall wearing slippers and looked at the layout of the room, only to find that there was no picture of Hai Qixuan's husband in the whole room. I couldn't help but think of those pornographic novels in which the hero went to a charming widow's house. The two were alone and widow. In the end, they burned with fire and lust. Zhou Hao couldn't help but look back at the kitchen and saw Hai Qixuan skillfully cutting vegetables inside. But her slim figure from the back was very attractive. Really, what am I thinking? People kindly invited me to dinner. How can I think about these things? Zhou Hao shook his head, trying to get rid of the messy thoughts in his mind. Hey! There was a rhythmic sound of cutting vegetables from the kitchen, and scents of aroma wafted out. Zhou Hao, who was sitting on the sofa watching the 6:30 news report, suddenly felt a warm feeling of home in his heart. Xiaohao, you can eat now. Hai Qixuan's voice came, and Zhou Hao immediately stood up and went to the kitchen to help her bring out the dishes. Hai Qixuan's dishes include steamed pork ribs with black bean sauce, fish head pot with pickled cabbage, scrambled eggs with beans, steamed silver carp with sour plum, and a pot of pork bone soup. Seeing these delicious dishes, Zhou Hao, who was already hungry, couldn't help reaching out to pick up a piece of spare ribs and try it. But before his hand touched the ribs, Hai Qixuan, who just came out of the kitchen, patted his hand lightly and said, Don't eat it. And why don't you wash your hands? This is not a good habit. Go and wash your hands. Zhou Hao had to take back his paw, obediently go to the kitchen and wash his hands before coming out. Hai Qixuan had already prepared Zhou Haoxing's rice and soup and smiled at him. That's good. Two people sitting at the dining table, holding these delicious home-cooked dishes, a warm atmosphere filled with each other. Especially when Hai Qixuan gently adds food to Zhou Hao. She naturally reveals the grace of a good wife and mother, warming Zhou Hao's heart like a trickle. Suddenly, Hai Qixuan looked at Zhou Haojiao and laughed. Zhou Hao was at a loss when she saw her stretch out her hand and gently pinched a grain of white rice next to her mouth and put it in her mouth naturally. You are like my husband. Every time you eat like a child, always eat it all. Seeing Hai Qixuan, who was so beautiful and indispensable, Zhou Hao suddenly became very jealous of her dead husband. Jealous that he can marry such a good woman. Jealous that he can enjoy the tenderness of this woman. By the way, how did you meet your husband? Zhou Hao asked suddenly. Hai Qixuan was taken aback for a while, with a trace of sadness in her eyes. He is 6 or 7 years older than me. When I was still studying in the UK, he was already the owner of 3 supermarkets. Once he came to our school to give a speech on him. He has entrepreneurial experience, and the school sent me to help him organize the speech. That's how we met. Her thoughts fell into the lingering memories. After I graduated, we got married, and I came back to Hong Kong. Here, be a full-time wife for him. Wiping the corners of her eyes, she smiled faintly. Well, we won't mention him anymore. It's just a little sad. After dinner, Zhou Hao felt that there was no point in staying here, so he left. I'm leaving so soon? I also made sweet soup. Hai Qixuan seemed to be very reluctant to Zhou Hao. No more. I still have something to deal with when I go back. Zhou Hao said. In fact, he has nothing to deal with. But just now he can clearly see that Hai Qixuan is still very nostalgic for her deceased husband. Somehow there is a very sour and astringent feeling in his heart, and he wants to escape here, please. Hai Qixuan took Zhou Hao to the door, and Zhou Hao said to her, "Sister Sun, goodbye." Just about to turn around and leave, Hai Qixuan suddenly leaned forward and kissed Zhou Hao's mouth quickly. Zhou Hao stared at Hai Qixuan in a daze. "Sister Sun, you." Aye. Hai Qixuan's charming eyes suddenly showed a bit of shyness. Her eyes flickered, and she didn't dare to touch Zhou Hao's eyes, as if she didn't even know why she did that. Seeing Hai Qixuan's bewildered appearance, Zhou Hao ignited a fire in his heart. He couldn't help but step forward and grabbed her slender waist. He lowered his head and kissed her plump and attractive red lips. In harmony. After all, I haven't been close to female since I came to Hong Kong. The passion that had become unusually strong due to the ambergris transformation is now becoming more and more difficult to suppress. Thinking of how he had just offended Hai Qixuan, Zhou Hao sighed. Am I really dissatisfied with desire? After returning home in a daze, he saw that the lights in the hall had been turned on, and Zhou Hao knew that Su Lin had returned. But looking around, Su Lin is not on the first floor. When he returned, Zhou Hao suddenly remembered that he had forgotten to tell Su Lin not to come back for dinner. So he went to the second floor and wanted to find her in Su Lin's room. When I came to the door of Su Lin's room, she saw that her door was not closed, and a little gap was revealed. As soon as he wanted to push the door in, Zhou Hao suddenly saw Su Lin in the room from the crack in the door, and he was also stunned. Su Lin was standing by the bed at this time. There were still a lot of water droplets on his body, and his hair was wet. Apparently, he had just taken a shower. What's terrible is that she now only has a pair of white lace pattern on her body and nothing else. I have to say that Su Lin's inherent capital is very superior. When he usually wears professional skirts, he can often attract male employees in the company into thinking things up. Today, there is only a pair of in harmony. Especially when she had just come out of the bath, the faint body fragrance was flowing quietly in the air, to Zhou Hao like a bee smelling the fragrance of flowers. That had been provoked by Hai Qixuan once again ignited enthusiastically. Zhou Hao swallowed fiercely and couldn't help but push the door in. He walked a few steps behind Su Lin and hugged her. Su Lin, who was not mentally prepared, was really taken aback. The first reaction was that a gangster came in the house. He subconsciously wanted to call for help, but when he turned his head, he saw Zhou Hao's face clearly. The cry for help was swallowed back into the stomach. In harmony. No, Zhou Hao, no. She struggled violently. In harmony. Woo. This was Su Lin's first kiss. She, who had never had this experience, was frightened by Zhou Hao for a while. She clenched her teeth instinctively. It was because Zhou Hao's hand touched her waist. After making her unable to bear the itching, she let it go and fell completely under Zhou Hao's aggressive attack. Su Lin had imagined himself kissing Zhou Hao countless times, and many such scenes appeared in his dreams. However, the feeling of reality was still very different from what I had imagined. It was much more wonderful and charming, so that Su Lin fell in love with it only the first time he tasted it. However, even though Zhou Hao's skillful and charming kisses confused Su Lin, she still felt that Zhou Hao's hand had hooked the bottom of her underwear, and she was about to take off her underwear. At this juncture, Li Ruolin appeared in Su Lin's mind. After arriving in Hong Kong, you helped me watch him well. Li Ruolin's words were also in my ears. Su Lin felt like a plate of cold water was showered. She pushed Zhou Hao vigorously and said in her mouth, "If you can't, you can't. Zhou Hao? Zhou Hao. You still have Ruolin. We can't betray Ruolin." As soon as he heard Li Ruolin's name, Zhou Hao was struck by lightning, and his whole body was shocked. I have a lot of women. This is true, but Su Lin is a good sister of Li Ruolin. If she even possesses her, it is difficult for Li Ruolin to forgive her no matter how generous she is. Looking at Su Lin's sobbing choo-choo face, Zhou Hao slammed his head vigorously. What the is wrong with me? Oh damn. Seeing Zhou Hao beating his head vigorously, he immediately grabbed his hand and cried, "Zhou Hao, don't do this. It's none of your business. It's me. It's me who is not good. It's all me. It's all my fault." Su Lin grabbed both hands. Although Zhou Hao stopped beating himself, there was a sense of anxiety in his heart, because he found that his passion was getting harder and harder to control, especially since being provoked by Hai Qishuan just now. It was even harder to contain it. So, Harmony, who just saw Su Lin, lost his mind like this. In Harmony, I'm sorry, Su Lin, Zhou Hao said apologetically, then quickly got up and left the room as if running away, because he was afraid that if he stayed for a while, it would be difficult to keep calm. If you hurt Su Lin by then, don't say it. It was Li Ruolin. Even he himself would not forgive himself. Returning to his room in a hurry, Zhou Hao rushed into the bathroom, opened the faucet to let the cold water wash his body, cool his emotions, and at the same time transported the Yang Qi Lu to calm his mind. But Zhou Hao's surprise was that the nourishing Qi record that used to help him calm down has lost its effectiveness. The Qi meridian and 8 channels of Zhen Qi in his body circulate for several large and small zodians, and Zhou Hao's heart is exuberant. His love still hasn't retreated. His mind is full of Hai Qishuan's voice and smile, and Su Lin's extremely charming carcass, and then Zhao Yuqin, Li Ruolin, Yin Qingqing, Wang Shijuan, Yang Jiabao, Situ Jianying, and other female figures, has emerged one after another. The Qing Sang Jing has said that if the anger is not calm and the heart is not calm, it is very easy to get confused. Am I a sign of getting confused? Zhou Hao muttered to himself. So he sat cross-legged in the bathroom, closed his eyes tightly, dispelling distractions to suppress the blood rushing in his body. It's just that it's not easy to get rid of these distracting thoughts. Especially Hai Qishuan's face is even more difficult to wave off. In anger, Zhou Hao simply diverts his attention and rethinks what he wants in the upcoming devaluation of the Thai baht. The operational plan implemented. Filling his mind with various stocks and foreign exchange data, Zhou Hao was able to calm down slowly, and the undercurrent of blood in his body was gradually tamed, making Zhou Hao let out a long sigh. The reason why Zhou Hao was on the verge of getting into trouble was actually because of ambergris. Dr. Gongsun once said to Li Ruolin that ambergris is the most rigid and yang thing. Zhou Hao absorbed all its essence. The potential of the body will be fully discovered, which is more than ordinary people who have cultivated for 100 years. Be tough. In addition, ambergris is the most medicinal aphrodisiac in the world. It is different from ordinary aphrodisiacs, which gives immediate effect. Except for the beast-like nature of the ambergris after Zhou Hao just took it, the aphrodisiac properties of the ambergris will not be revealed. However, not showing up does not mean that it will disappear. The aphrodisiac properties of ambergris will gradually transform Zhou Hao's physique and penetrate into Zhou Hao's nature over time. That's why Zhou Hao is so passionate and rarely feels guilty, and ambergris has a great influence on him. Moreover, the ambergris, and even the yang thing. This caused Zhou Hao's own yang energy to be extremely strong. The so-called solitary yin is not long, and only yang does not produce. Zhou Hao needs to achieve yin and yang reconciliation through rapport with a woman. That's why Dr. Gongsun told Li Ruolin that Zhou Hao was destined to be a peach blossom in this life, and he wanted her to be psychologically prepared. Because of the aphrodisiac properties of ambergris, the impact on Zhou Hao was very slight, and with Li Ruolin by his side, Zhou Hao's body could still balance yin and yang. But now, ambergris has been completely integrated with Zhou Hao, and the effect of its medicinal properties on him is becoming more and more obvious. That's why Zhou Hao's passion is hard to dissipate, and it is not easy to calm down. In the next few days, Zhou Hao and Su Lin continued to communicate as they did in the past, and no one mentioned what happened that night, as if nothing had happened. However, Zhou Hao has been tossing and turning every night in the past few days and can hardly fall asleep. He has been tortured by the passion, and even the method of distracting attention has become less and less effective. He was afraid that if this continued, he would really lose control and rush to Su Lin's room to do that animal thing to her. Several times I wanted to move out of the hotel alone for a few days, but I was afraid that Su Lin would misunderstand that she hated her. On this day, Zhou Hao borrowed a yacht from Xiang Huaqiang. Because he had promised Liang Xiaobing that he would thank her well, and seeing that Su Lin worked tirelessly for the company these days, and at the same time he wanted to go to sea to relax, he invited the two women to go out to sea with him. Liang Xiaobing and Su Lin had the same thoughts towards Zhou Hao, so they naturally agreed. Liang Xiaobing also postponed the schedule of an advertisement for this. Zhou Hao had originally invited Hai Qishuan, But when he thought of her abrupt behavior towards her that day, she didn't know if she forgave herself. And when he thought of her charming face, Zhou Hao's blood qi would rush uncontrollably. He was afraid that if he really saw Hai Qixuan, he would lose control, so he gave up in the end. Before, Zhou Hao learned how to drive a yacht from Xiang Huaqiang. Because Xiang Huaqiang's yacht was extremely luxurious and highly automated, it was extremely easy to operate. Zhou Hao learned it in a while. So under the clear blue sky, Zhou Hao took Su Lin and Liang Xiaobing, the three of them, and went out facing the sea breeze. Holding this white luxury yacht, Zhou Hao and Su Lin and Liang Xiaobing visited Victoria Harbor. Later, they saw the large and small outlying islands near Hong Kong. Finally, they sailed out of the open sea and stayed on the vast sea. The next bright white wave. Finally, Zhou Hao parked the yacht on the quiet sea and came to the deck to enjoy the warm and bright sunshine. When I came down, I found that Su Lin and Liang Xiaobing were not on the deck. Just when I wanted to call them, I saw the two women walking out of the cabin holding champagne and food, and they even changed their clothes. I saw Su Lin's upper body wearing a white vest shirt, showing a plump and attractive curve. Underneath was a pair of ultra-short denim hot pants, showing a pair of snow-white slender thighs, very dazzling in the sun. Walking sea. The little vest that was slightly lifted up still reveals her deep and lovely belly button. And Liang Xiaobing wears a yellow sling bikini. In fact, Liang Xiaobing's style in the entertainment industry is relatively conservative. He rarely shows people in public and has never taken any or swimsuit portraits. Zhou Hao never expected that she would put on such a bikini today. Liang Xiaobing, who is dressed in ancient costumes in the TV series, has a classical beauty, but in fact she has a very good figure. You know, if you don't have enough capital, it is very ugly to wear a sling bikini. But now Liang Xiaobing complements each other in the bikini. According to Zhou Hao's visual inspection, Liang Xiaobing's upper circumference should be between B and C. Su Lin is a bit plumper than Liang Xiaobing. Especially Zhou Hao has seen Su Lin's carcass before, knowing that her upper circumference is at least C. The two women came from the cabin, really graceful and graceful, as lively as the beauties walking out of the picture scroll, which made Zhou Hao also bewildered. Especially today's Zhou Hao is easy to be provoked in love, and now he sees the two women who show off in images, the lower body immediately reacts. Zhou Hao quickly clamped his legs to cover up his embarrassment. Fortunately, what he was wearing now was a pair of baggy beach pants, which was not so obvious that the two women could not see. Su Lin and Liang Xiaobing came to the deck with champagne and snacks and sat on either side of Zhou Hao. Su Lin looked at the boundless blue sky and smiled. The weather today is very good. Liang Xiaobing poured a glass of champagne for Zhou Hao. Yes, it makes people look at it, and I feel better. Even if the weather is bad, as long as there are two beauties by your side, it won't work in a bad mood. Zhou Hao smiled. Hearing Zhou Hao's words, the faces of the two women became a little red, while Su Lin over there said, "Xiaobing, don't be fooled by him so easily. This guy is the most slick and silly." Draft. In this regard, Liang Xiaobing just smiled and didn't say anything. But in her heart she thought to herself that although Su Lin said so, she herself was obviously happy with Zhou Hao's words. "The weather is so good, why don't we swim in the water?" Zhou Hao said with a sip of champagne. Liang Xiaobing hesitated. "This is the open sea, is it dangerous?" "Because the water here is very deep, there is a danger of drowning if you don't pay attention, and Liang Xiaobing's sling bikini is not very suitable for swimming." And Su Lin said, "Yes, will there be sharks here?" "What are you afraid of? If there are sharks, I will kill them immediately." Zhou Hao joked. "Huh? There is a yacht coming towards us there." Liang Xiaobing suddenly pointed to the distant sea and said. When Zhou Hao and Su Lin heard this, they turned their heads and looked at them, and they saw that a yacht that was also white was approaching them. Looking around, Zhou Hao frowned. Although the distance between the two boats was far away, Zhou Hao had very good eyesight. At a glance, he could see that the person on the yacht was the triumphal arch on the sea he had been in before Xiang Huaqiang. Su Jinxing met several girls in swimsuits and several bodyguards. Suddenly, Zhou Hao saw Su Jinxing shouting and playing with an instrument on his yacht deck. Upon closer inspection, Zhou Hao's expression changed greatly, because the instrument that looked like a water cannon was clearly a large-caliber spear gun, and the muzzle was facing his yacht. It turned out that Su Jinsheng also took a few models to go out to sea on his yacht to relax today. Because a few days ago, his father Su Jianming knew that he had lost more than 10 million in Xiang Huaqiang's gambling boat. So he scolded him severely and restricted his financial support. Su Jianming, the head of the Su family, is a very powerful person. No one in the family dared to disobey his will, and Su Jinsheng feared his father the most since he was a child. After being scolded by Su Jianming, Su Jinsheng, who had originally planned to use his family's energy to find Zhou how to settle accounts, did not dare to act rashly. He was very peaceful at home for a few days. Today, while Su Jianming went to Beijing with the top wealthy people in Hong Kong to meet the leaders of the country, he secretly ran out to have fun. When his yacht sailed out of the high seas, he found another yacht on the sea. Xiang Huaqiang's yacht had his own logo, so Su Jinsheng recognized it at a glance. Originally wanted to turn around and avoid Xiang Huaqiang, but Su Jinsheng took a binoculars to find out that Xiang Huaqiang was not on the yacht at all. Instead, there were only two women, Zhou Hao and Su Lin and Liang Xiaobing. Zhou Hao caused him to lose more than 10 million in the triumphal arch on the sea. Not only did he make a fool of himself in the public, he was given a meal by Su Jianming when he returned home, which made Su Jinsheng hate Zhou Hao. Now seeing Zhou Hao and the others with a yacht parked alone on the sea, Su Jinsheng became vicious, and a vicious thought arose in his heart. There were no other ships on the sea for tens of miles. Su Jinsheng asked his bodyguard to use the large-caliber spear gun on the deck to attack Zhou Hao and his yacht. Originally, his bodyguards didn't want to agree, but Su Jinsheng promised that no one would reward them with 100,000 Hong Kong dollars after going ashore. Those bodyguards weren't kind, and it was high seas. He only hesitated and agreed. Because Su Jinsheng likes to show off and always pays attention to being different, he installed a large-caliber spear gun on his yacht. The specifications of this spear gun are much larger than that of ordinary spear guns. The spear gun is as long as a javelin and is very powerful. It is made in accordance with the specifications of shark and whaling. Let's talk about Zhou Hao here. He saw Su Jinsheng aiming the spear guns at him, and immediately shouted to Su Lin and Liang Xiaobing, "Go back to the cabin." But as soon as the voice fell, I heard a bang sound, and the javelin-like spear gun had been shot here. Su Lin and Liang Xiaobing may be even more dangerous if they run randomly. So Zhou Hao shouted, "Get down." At the same time, he looked around quickly and saw that there were no hard objects around, so he picked up the deck. The bottle of champagne caught the trajectory of the spear gun that was fast-fired here, and then suddenly threw the bottle on his hand. Zhou Hao's hand was very strong and accurate. The bottle was in the middle of the spear gun in the sky, but because the bottle was fragile, even though it hit the spear gun, it couldn't be knocked off, but it was missed. I saw that the spear gun turned and hit the ship over there, and it shot through the shell and broke into the cabin. Zhou Hao couldn't help but feel fortunate. Thanks to not letting the two women go to the cabin just now, otherwise they might have got it now. Damn it, it was just a deliberate murder. Zhou Hao scolded fiercely. If he hadn't thrown out the wine bottle and missed the spear gun would most likely hit himself and the two girls alive. Zhou Hao's body is like a copper-skinned iron bone. Naturally, he is not afraid, but the two women are delicate and expensive. Even if they are bruised, it is an extremely unsightly thing. In a rage, Zhou Hao quickly walked to the side of the boat and grabbed the steel cable attached to the spear gun with one hand, and just pulled it with his bare hands. The steel cable of the spear gun was connected to the transmitter on Su Jinsheng's yacht. Under Zhou Hao's tremendous strength, Su Jinsheng and their yacht were immediately pulled over in the distance. Zhou Hao's power surprised Su Jinsheng and several of his bodyguards. Su Jinsheng quickly ordered his men to start the yacht's engine to make the yacht go backwards. Because it was on the water, even though Su Jinsheng's yacht was going backwards, Zhou Hao's yacht kept getting close to Su Jinsheng and the others with Zhou Hao's pulling. As the distance got closer and closer, Su Jinsheng also saw Zhou Hao's angry face. Seeing that he could get the two yachts close with his bare hands, Su Jinsheng hurriedly shouted to the bodyguard on the deck, "Hurry up and shoot him. Come on. What should I do?" Hearing Su Jinsheng's voice, and the bodyguards were a little scared by Zhou Hao, they all pulled out their pistols in unison. As soon as Zhou Hao saw them pull out their pistols, he immediately said to Liang Xiaobing and the two women who wanted to get close to him, "You stay on the deck. Don't come over." At the same time, he vigorously shook the steel cable in his hand, which brought Su Jin's voice. His yacht also swayed from side to side, making the bodyguards on the deck unstable and unable to shoot. Unstable, Su Jinxing quickly grabbed the railing beside him, and the woman he brought next to him was also swayingly trying to catch him to stabilize herself, but Su Jin cursed, "FCKU, don't get tired." Lao Tzu, he pushed the woman with his right hand. Under the sway of the yacht, coupled with Su Jinxing's thrust, she saw the woman screamed, and she fell out of the yacht and fell to the sea. Su Jinxing ignored the woman when she fell into the sea and walked into the cabin and took a flare gun. He walked or climbed to the deck and shot Zhou Hao's approaching yacht. The bullet from the flare gun slid through the air and landed on the console of Zhou Hao's yacht, and then suddenly exploded, exploding the console into a mess. Zhou Hao also waited for the explosion to realize that it was a signal flare. He quickly looked on the deck and saw Su Lin and Liang Xiaobing squatting there holding their heads. Fortunately, there were no signs of injuries. However, Zhou Hao was even more angry at this time. The distance between the two yachts was less than 20 meters. Zhou Hao didn't bother to pull the steel cables, so he jumped up, dashed through the air with his vigorous body, and then steadily. It landed on Su Jinxing's yacht deck. Su Jinxing and his bodyguards were stunned for Zhou Hao, who was like, "Hey," from the sky. And Zhou Hao didn't say anything. He reached out and grabbed Su Jinxing's collar and lifted him up, then slapped Su Jinxing's face with more than 10 slaps on both sides of his face, not only swelling Su Jinxing's face. Even his teeth were knocked out. Su Jinxing was slapped more than 10 times by Zhou Hao, and both ears roared. His bodyguards saw their master being beaten. Just about to act, they saw Zhou Hao grabbing Su Jinxing's neck and shouting to them, "Never move, otherwise I will throw him into the sea." The bodyguards stopped their movements immediately and did not dare to act rashly. "Zhou Hao? Zhou Hao." At this moment, Zhou Hao heard the two women Su Lin and Liang Xiaobing calling to himself anxiously, and went to the fame, and found that the console of Xiang Huaqiang's yacht was on fire. Here, it was obviously caused by the flares that exploded just now. "Damn, it depends on what you are doing." Zhou Hao scolded Su Jin, raised his fist and punched him in the stomach, hitting him like a shrimp, even talking does not come out. And Zhou Hao also said to the bodyguards in front, "Quickly, drive this yacht over." Su Jinxing was still in Zhou Hao's hands, and the bodyguards dared not be disobedient, so they hurriedly controlled the yacht close to Xiang Huaqiang's yacht. When the two boats were less than 1 meter apart, Zhou Hao asked the bodyguards to stop the boat and said to Liang Xiaobing and Su Lin on the opposite side, "Come here soon." He extended his right hand to them. The two women immediately got on the yacht with Zhou Hao's help, and Zhou Hao said to the bodyguard, "You, give me all over there. Those bodyguards are hesitating when you look at my eyes." But Su Jinxing is still in Zhou Hao's hands. If something happens, the Su family will definitely not let them go. Although it will not kill them, they will never want to establish a foothold in Hong Kong in the future. So they hesitated for a while and jumped onto the yacht over there. As for the models brought by Su Jinxing, they also jumped over. Zhou Hao said to them, "If you don't want the yacht to sink, put out the fire as soon as possible." One of the bodyguards yelled to Zhou Hao, "We have all done what you told me, so please let our boss go." "Well, it's useless to keep him anyway." Zhou Hao looked at Su Jinxing, who was beaten to the head by himself, and threw him into the sea. Su Jinxing was originally bad at swimming, and he was severely beaten by Zhou Hao. So as soon as he fell into the sea, he immediately shouted for help, and the two bodyguards over there immediately jumped to save him. Zhou Hao looked at Su Jinxing in the sea, kicked the spear gun launcher on the deck and threw it into the sea with a cold snort, and then drove Su Jinxing's yacht slowly away. "Zhou Hao, let's leave them there. They will be fine, right?" Liang Xiaobing said with some worry. "Don't worry, they can't die. Although the navigation and operating system on the yacht may be damaged, the bottom of the boat is not worn, and there is a lot of food on it. They can always last for a day or two, and some people will go there. Save them." Zhou Hao was still angry. "It's just that the yacht was lent to me by Brother Fifth. How can I explain it to Brother Fifth? Just now I should have killed Su Jinxing." Su Lin came to him and smiled. "Forget it. You beat him up and let him drink so much water in the sea. People have to stay at sea for a day or two, which is miserable enough. I really hope that the communication equipment on that yacht is also broken. I won't call the police when I go back, so that Su Jinsheng can stay at sea for 2 more days. Zhou Hao cursed fiercely. After Xiang Huaqiang learned of the incident, he first concerned whether Zhou Hao and the others were injured, and then he got older. He scolded Su Jinsheng because Xiang Huaqiang loved that yacht very much. It was made specifically from the UK, and of course it will be annoying if it is ruined by Su Jinsheng. When he said to Zhou Hao on the phone, "But you have seized his yacht now, I'm afraid I will bite you back when I go back." After all, the Su family has a very good relationship with the government. Who is afraid of who? Zhou Hao curled his lips. I want to sue him for deliberate killing. After thinking about it, he said to Xiang Huaqiang, "This way, in order not to let him catch. Shan, 5th brother, you send a boat to pick us up." According to Zhou Hao's idea, it is to fight. After returning to Hong Kong, he immediately called the police, telling Su Jinsheng that they wounded people and seized the ship, and Zhou Hao would sink Jinsheng's yacht and pretend to be Su Jinsheng. They were thrown into the sea and later rescued by fishing boats that passed by. Because Sinian, some smuggling businesses also have several fishing boats, which are very easy to operate. As for Su Jinsheng after they returned to Hong Kong, because his yacht was sunk by Zhou Hao, there is no way to say that Zhou Hao has taken his yacht without a match, and the testimony of the bodyguard and the woman would not be convincing because of the interest relationship. So Zhou Hao told Xiang Huaqiang where he was and asked him to send a boat over. Pick up her and Su Lin's 2 daughters. 5th brother and their boats are afraid that it will take 3 or 4 hours to come over. During this time we just enjoy Su Jinsheng's yacht handle. Zhou Hao to Su Lin and Liang Xiaobing smiled. The facilities of Su Jinsheng's yacht are indeed very complete, except for the master's room and bathroom. In addition to equipment, there is even a special lounge, which stores various famous liqueur. But Zhou Hao and Liang Xiaobing were not so keen on drinks, so they chose to taste the sweeter champagne. Su Lin opened the wine cabinet at the end of the lounge and saw a bottle of incense inside. Penang, the sparkling wine with exquisite packaging, looks very attractive. Su Lin took the champagne. When he came out, Zhou Hao said, "That big wine cabinet only contains this bottle of champagne. It's a rare treasure. Anyway, it's Su Jinsheng's thing, not drinking nothing. Let's take him to taste it." After hearing Zhou Hao's words, Liang Xiaobing and Su Lin also smiled and agreed. Open the bottle, just. There is a strong but not greasy aroma of wine overflowing from it. Zhou Hao gave himself and the 2 girls. I poured a cup, then lifted it and touched it lightly. Cheers, the 3 said with a smile. Zhou Hao drank the champagne while looking up. Su Lin and Liang Xiaobing also took a sip, feeling that the taste of champagne is really not good. Wrong, could not help but drink half a cup. However, Zhou Hao immediately discovered something wrong with this wine, because the wine was just right. Zhou Hao's dantian burned as if turned into a fire. And this feeling Zhou Hao, it also seems familiar. When he was in Yangzhou before, that Xue Qiao wanted to fight Li Rulin and Su Lin. Aphrodisiac, and Zhou Hao saw through his attempt and drank the aphrodisiac on behalf of the 2 daughters. That's how it felt at the time. It's just that Zhou Hao's physique is already poisonous. As soon as those aphrodisiacs entered the body, they were immediately destroyed by the Zhen Qi in Zhou Hao's body. In fact, this bottle of champagne was indeed drugged by Su Jinsheng, so it was specially put in a separate wine cabinet. He intends to bring women up to his yacht. Drink it, even though those women are willing to sacrifice to Su Jinsheng for various benefits. But Su Jinsheng thinks that it will be more interesting to have aphrodisiacs, so he deliberately prepared this champagne with aphrodisiac. It's just that the models Su Jinsheng brought today have not been drunk, but Su Lin and Liang Xiaobing. The 2 women suffered accidentally. The effect of this aphrodisiac is very fast. In less than half a minute, the 2 women felt hot. The cheeks are flushed. Zhou Hao, is there air conditioning in this yacht? I'm so hot. Liang Xiaobing frowned. Tao, me too, it's so hot. Su Lin shook his collar and fanned inside. Only in this way, the alluring spring light on her chest fell into Zhou Hao's eyes. The 2 hadn't noticed that they had taken the aphrodisiac, and their beautiful eyes slowly changed. It was blurred, as if it was covered with a watery mist. Liang Xiaobing returns. Can't help but reach into his bikini swimsuit and stroke the pair of snow on his chest. The white and greasy jade rabbit, and Su Lin unbuttoned her denim hot pants, revealing the white inside cum. Zhou Hao. I'm so hot. Su Lin's heart surged when he saw Zhou Hao in front of him. An impulse. I really want to be in his arms to make him love himself. Zhou Hao. Liang Xiaobing looked at Zhou Hao with tenderness, and the impulse in my heart was put into action, and he couldn't help but cling to Zhou Hao's arms tightly. He embraced his waist, raised his head, and gently kissed his cheek and the corner of his mouth. Seeing that Liang Xiaobing had already launched an attack on Zhou Hao, Su Lin couldn't help but leave. Go to Zhou Hao and hold his arm. Kiss Zhou Hao on the neck while kissing. Muttered to himself, Zhou Hao, I like you so much. They admired Zhou Hao secretly in their hearts, but they didn't show it for various reasons. Come out. Now, those aphrodisiacs have broken all their shackles and scruples, allowing them to show the truest wishes and emotions. And Zhou Hao, under the temptation of the two women, seemed to ignite a fire in his heart. Can't. The aphrodisiacs I just drank had an effect on him. Ambergris was the strongest. The harmful aphrodisiac. Those aphrodisiacs can't affect Zhou Hao at all. Let Zhou Hao be the most affected. The sound is the temptation of Liang Xiaobing and Su Lin. I saw two women holding Zhou Hao on the left and the other. Liang Xiaobing kissed Zhou Hao's face with love. Pang. His legs were still holding Zhou Hao's left leg and rubbing tightly. And Su Lin stroked Zhou Hao's naked upper body was still sticking out his tongue to lick Zhou Hao's earlobe. Zhou Hao knew that they had taken the aphrodisiac by mistake, so he didn't want to hurt them. However, under the temptation of these two attractive bodies, Zhou Hao feels. The blood was boiling, and it was hard to calm down in my heart. I can't help it. Zhou Hao lowered when Liang Xiaobing's lips touched Zhou Hao's mouth. With a roar, he turned to meet Liang Xiaobing's cherry lips, sucking greedily and passionately. As I tasted, I touched the two women's with my hands, and enjoyed the softness and smoothness. Greasy. After Zhou Hao's response, the reaction of the two women became even more intense, and their actions seemed full of joy. Su Lin even led Zhou Hao's hand to the yufeng on his chest. Let Zhou Hao play the fun. The master room was next to the lounge, and under the burning body, Zhou Hao held the two women and turned in. In the master room, fell on the soft big bed with them. I saw Zhou Hao pressing on Su Lin kissed fiercely, chasing each other's tongue, while Liang Xiaobing lie on Zhou Hao's back, constantly squeeze him with your own, and kiss him tenderly. The nape of his neck. After Zhou Hao and Su Lin separated their mouths, there was still a sparkling silk thread between them. Su Lin stared at Zhou Hao dimly. Zhou Hao, I want you to treat me well. Love me. These are the deepest words in her heart, what she most wants to say to Zhou Hao. I didn't dare to show it to Zhou Hao, but now I can't help but say under the stimulation of aphrodisiac. Came out. I will. Zhou Haoru replied and lowered his head. Zhou Hao, I want you to love me, and I want to love me too. Liang Xiaobing's voice came from behind. Later, Zhou Hao sat up holding Su Lin, and at the same time turned his head to talk to Liang Xiaobing behind. Kissed together. Feeling the hardness and hotness in it, Su Lin couldn't help but whispered. With a sound, the hands were involuntarily massaged up and down. Such an excitement made it difficult for Zhou Hao to control himself at the moment, letting go of Liang Xiaobing and pushing Su Lin. When I was on the bed and quickly took off her denim shorts and panties, I also saw, in her delicate and tender place, her own dragon is also very fast. Over there. Su Lin, I am coming in. Zhou Hao's breathing was very heavy. Yeah. Su Lin nodded sheepishly, his face like a burning cloud. Zhou Hao suddenly sank his waist and entered a very tight and moist place, but also broke through a thin layer of obstacles. When Zhou Hao broke out on Su Lin for the second time, he felt uncomfortable all over his body, as if lying on the clouds, and ecstatic. The charm is more invigorating than ever before, and also felt full of power in the whole body, and the true qi in the body also revolved rapidly, and it could revolve for several weeks in a blink of an eye. At the same time, the feeling of discomfort and anxiety that had previously been dissatisfied with desires disappeared. In fact, This was also because he made peace with Su Lin and Liang Xiaobing, absorbed the virgin yin of the two women, and regained his body's balance of yin and yang. However, Zhou Hao himself was happy, but Su Lin and Liang Xiaobing suffered a lot. Just looking at the two bright red blood stains on the mattress was shocking enough. At this time, the two women were also sober. Liang Xiaobing was a little better, but Su Lin felt that he had betrayed Li Ruolin, especially when he took the initiative to do the same thing with Zhou Hao just now. The sense of shame and guilt is even more serious. It was difficult to shed crystal tears on her own. Since Su Lin and Liang Xiaobing had become his own women, Zhou Hao naturally didn't want to see them sad. He stretched out his hands to embrace the two women in his arms and said to Su Lin at the same time, "Su Lin, it's not you. It's all because of Su Jinsheng, who actually put medicine in the wine." Hearing Zhou Hao's words, Su Lin cried even more sadly because she thought Zhou Hao wanted to push the cause of this incident to the aphrodisiac and to get rid of herself. But then I heard Zhou Hao say, "Su Lin, don't be sad. I will be responsible for you. And I like you too. No matter what you mean, I will not let you go from now on." Su Lin glanced at Zhou Hao faintly, then whimpered. "Then, what should Rulin do? Sister Lan, I will explain to her. Don't worry, I won't let you be wronged." After saying that, Zhou Hao kissed Su Lin on the forehead. "Well, I listen to you. Now that she has become this man's woman, Su Lin is more obedient to him." And Zhou Hao also turned to Liang Xiaobing and said, "Xiaobing, I." Liang Xiaobing stretched out her jade finger to Zhou Hao's lips. Needless to say, I just volunteered, and I don't regret it. She shrank and brought herself closer to Zhou Hao's embrace. While holding the worm, he rested his head on Zhou Hao's shoulders and said weakly, "I just hope you don't be like those rich kids. Just treat me as a plaything." "How come?" Zhou Hao hugged Liang Xiaobing's jade body. "I'm afraid you will treat me as a little white face." Liang Xiaobing, who was originally sentimental, suddenly couldn't help but laughed out of Zhou Hao's words. He groaned, "I told you so seriously, but you treated it as a joke." "Xiaobing, this bad guy is so slick. We're afraid we will be able to bear it in the future," said Su Lin on the other side. Originally, the two women knew each other was interested in Zhou Hao and privately regarded each other as competitors. But now the two women have dedicated their icy and clean bodies to Zhou Hao, but they have also invisibly developed a tacit understanding and intimacy, and there is no such mutual jealousy. At this time, Zhou Hao looked at the wall clock on the wall over there, and it turned out that it was already past 3 in the afternoon. He and Su Lin, Liang Xiaobing, and the others had been humiliated for more than 3 hours. According to the time, the ship sent by Xiang Huaqiang was also it should be here. Sure enough, the sound of the speaker came from outside. "Is Mr. Zhou Hao in the boat? We were sent by Mr. Xiang to pick you up." Liang Xiaobing and Su Lin immediately grabbed Zhou Hao's arm. "Zhou Hao, go out and block them. Don't let them come in and see us like this." Zhou Hao immediately got up and put on their beach pants, and Su Lin and Liang Xiaobing wanted to get up too, but a little bit of movement caused a burning pain in their lower body, causing them to tremble and frown deeply. But thinking of Zhou Hao's ups and downs in Wushan just now, red clouds appeared on his face unconsciously. The two women had to support each other and limped into the bathroom to wash. In addition, they are unwilling to let people other than Zhou Hao see their swimsuit image, but the original clothes are left on Xiang Huaqiang's yacht. Fortunately, Su Jinsheng also has many women's clothes on this yacht, which is also convenient. Liang Xiaobing and Su Lin. After Zhou Hao got out of the cabin, he saw a fishing boat not far away. The hull of the fishing boat is made of wood, a traditional Hong Kong fisherman's fishing boat, with scrap tires hanging on both sides of the bow and hull. On the deck of the fishing boat, there are a few sturdy men, all of whom have very dark complexions. It seems that even if they are not real fishermen, they are people who often run at sea. Seeing Zhou Hao, the man in his 40s in the lead shouted, "Is it Mr. Zhou?" "Yes, I am," Zhou Hao replied. "Mr. Zhou, we were sent by Mr. Xiang to pick you up. Where are the two other ladies?" "Wait first, they will come out after a while," Zhou Hao said, and returned to the cabin, and saw the two women hobbled out of the bathroom and changed their clothes. Seeing the two women who had turned abruptly, Zhou Hao also understood that they were seriously injured this time, and they couldn't help but apologize. But the two women did not complain about him, but were afraid that others would guess what they saw when they saw him. Now that Xiang Huaqiang's ship has arrived, Zhou Hao and others have no need to stay here. However, Su Jinxing also has a lot of good things on this yacht, especially the famous wine in the lounge, which is very valuable in itself. Anyway, Zhou Hao decided to sink the yacht, and there was no need to let these things sink into the sea together. So Zhou Hao asked the men on the fishing boat to help carry all the valuable things on the yacht, including the famous wines, to the fishing boat. Then, Zhou Hao put the explosives brought by the men on the yacht before transferring them to the fishing boat with Su Lin and Liang Xiaobing. Zhou Hao nodded to the man just now when the fishing boat sailed more than 1,000 meters away from the yacht. Seeing that the man also nodded, he pressed a remote control in his hand. Boom! After the violent explosion, the yacht in the distance burst into flames, and the entire yacht was also exploded in half and quickly sank to the bottom of the sea. Zhou Hao asked the man next to him in surprise, "What kind of explosives are you guys? So powerful." C4, the man replied. Zhou Hao was shocked secretly, thinking that Xian Yan's energy was really big enough that he could even get C4 explosives. It was already evening when I took this fishing boat back to Hong Kong, and Xiang Huaqiang also came to the dock to pick up Zhou Hao and the others. "Xiao Hao, are you okay?" Zhou Hao shook his head. "It's okay. I brought you a lot of wines back. By the way, have they come back?" "No, there is no news from them yet," Xiang Huaqiang said. "Then let's call the police first. Let's say that Su Lin and I were attacked by Su Jinxing on the high seas, and they threw us into the sea. Humph, this time we can't just let Su Jinxing go," Zhou Hao said. Xiang Huaqiang also agreed. "Yes, they still have to compensate for the money of my yacht." Then, Zhou Hao called the police and made another phone call to Zheng Yingpei, telling him what happened. Zheng Yingpei was also very angry when he heard that, and he didn't intend to stop Zhou Hao's move to forcefully accuse Su Jinxing. Although Zhou Hao's behavior was improper, Hong Kong police always pay attention to evidence in handling cases. As long as the evidence is conclusive, Su Jinxing can be convicted. Due to the previous incident between Hai Qixuan and the British, many people in the police station knew that Zhou Hao and Zheng Yingpei had a close relationship, so after receiving his report, they immediately opened a case for investigation and also launched a search against Su Jinxing. Because Zhou Hao provided the location where he was attacked by Su Jinxing, the police quickly found Su Jinxing and others on the open sea. The fire on Xiang Huaqiang's yacht was extinguished by Su Jinxing's bodyguards, but the yacht's navigation, control, and communication systems were seriously damaged. If the police hadn't come to find it, they would have to stay at sea for a few more days. However, before Su Jinxing could be happy that he was saved, the police officers handcuffed him. "What are you doing? What are you doing?" Su Jinxing shouted immediately. "Now someone is accusing you of deliberately damaging other people's property and deliberately murdering. Please go back with us for investigation," the policeman said coldly. What he hates most is Su Jinxing, a brother-in-law who makes troubles because of his wealth. Jinxing was not allowed to argue, nor his bodyguards to resist. The police took them on the police boat, and Xiang Huaqiang's heavily damaged yacht industry was dragged back. After returning to Hong Kong, Su Jinxing learned that Zhou Hao and the others had not only returned long ago, but also called the police first. In the police station, Su Jinxing said of course that he did not attack Zhou Hao's yacht, and that Zhou Hao robbed his yacht. However, the police sent forensic officers to investigate and found that the spear gun was still on the boat of Xiang Huaqiang's yacht. Among the wealthy children in Hong Kong, many people knew that Su Jinxing's yacht was equipped with a large-caliber spear gun. Together with Su Jinxing, they were all discovered by the police on Xiang Huaqiang's yacht. On the other hand, the fishermen also said that they found Zhou Hao and Su Lin drifting on the sea while fishing. Although Su Jinxing's bodyguards and the models all said that Zhou Hao took Su Jinxing's yacht because Zhou Hao sank the yacht, and Su Jinxing and others had no other evidence, Su Jinxing's conviction may be far greater than Zhou. The possibility of Hao being convicted. And this incident finally shocked Su Jianming, who was far away in Beijing. Now he is meeting with several other Hong Kong wealthy and national leaders, striving for preferential conditions for entering the mainland market. But he is disturbed by Su Jinxing's affairs. Su Jianming wanted it to be because of Su Jinxing's affairs that affected the central government's impression of him, but that would be a big loss. Therefore, he scolded his son on the phone and asked him to apologize to Xiang Huaqiang and compensate others for the loss. At the same time, he also greeted the police, hoping that the matter could be settled out of court. There is another very important reason why Su Jiaming did this. He met Zhao Rixin as a member of the Politburo Standing Committee. Although this leader who has experienced several battles and carried countless merits has no special affection for Su Jiaming and his businessmen, but Su Jiaming deliberately learned about Zhao Rixin's situation. He also learned that in addition to a son who served as a commander in the Guangzhou military region and a daughter of both talents and appearance, he also recently accepted a godson named Zhou Hao. It was reported that Zhou Hao was in Hong Kong now, so Su Jiaming was deeply afraid that his son would be the one who would provoke Zhou Hao. So he immediately asked Su Jinxing to apologize. He might be the godson of Zhao's standing committee? Su Jinxing asked Su Jiaming on the phone. Not sure yet. Su Jiaming said, however, multiple friends are better than multiple enemies. You should apologize to others as soon as possible. Otherwise, it will be up to me how I will deal with you when I come back to Hong Kong. In fact, Su Jinxing was already sure in his heart that Zhou Hao was his Zhou Hao, because before Xiang Huaqiang so attracted Zhou Hao, he had been surprised a long time ago, and now he heard the police say that Zhou Hao talked to someone a few days ago. There was a conflict between the British, and Zheng Yingpei's wife personally came to bail. However, even if he knew that Zhou Hao was Zhao Rixin's godson, Su Jinxing still couldn't put aside his face to apologize to Zhou Hao, and in the end, he only promised to compensate Xiang Huaqiang for the yacht loss. And Zhou Hao did not expect Su Jinxing to apologize to himself, but since Su Jinxing promised to compensate Xiang Huaqiang for the damages, and Zheng Yingpei also told Zhou Hao that he had received a call from Su Jiaming, hoping not to make the matter a big deal. So Zhou Hao took it in the end it was to sell Zheng Yingpei's favor and drop the accusation against Su Jinxing. After a series of things ended, it was already 2 or 3 in the morning. Zhou Hao sent Liang Xiaobing back and supported her to drive her to the door of the house, where you can stay with me for a few days, and I will take good care of you. Zhou Hao said to Liang Xiaobing, who had difficulty walking. No, what should I do if the reporter finds out? Liang Xiaobing said. But if I miss you, you have to come and see me. Okay, but you remember to ask the company for a few days off, and don't exercise these days. Zhou Hao smiled helplessly. I know, why is it more wordy than me? Liang Xiaobing smiled. Okay, you go back soon. Su Lin is still waiting for you in the car. After that, he kissed Zhou Hao. Just return to the house. Coming back to the car, Su Lin in the passenger seat smiled at Zhou Hao. It's been so long since I got down, so I can't bear to leave. Zhou Hao squeezed her nose. Why jealous? I won't eat your jealousy. Su Lin wrinkled his nose at Zhou Hao and suddenly sighed again. Zhou Hao, would you forgive us if you let Rulin know about us? She was also deeply worried, because for her, the actual relationship with Zhou Hao was a betrayal of Li Rulin. In fact, Zhou Hao was also very worried about this. After all, Su Lin seemed to be a good sister of Li Rulin. The actual relationship between the two now is equivalent to cheating and betraying Li Rulin. However, even if Zhou Hao himself was worried, as a man, he still comforted Su Lin and said, Don't worry, even if Sister Lan will be angry, she will forgive us after all. On the contrary, it's you. Now I have you besides you. Sister Lan and Xiaobing, are you really willing to stay with me? Su Lin smiled seemingly. Now that I am all yours, is there still a choice? Besides, haven't you said that you won't let me go? Even if I choose to leave, you will let I leave. Of course not. Zhou Hao smiled and leaned over to kiss her on the forehead. The two returned to their villa in mid-levels. Now that Zhou Hao and Su Lin already have such a relationship, Zhou Hao naturally would not let Su Lin sleep on the second floor by himself, but let Su Lin move into his room. The two took a shower in Zhou Hao's room. Although Su Lin was a little bit shy when they met Zhou Hao naked, but anyway, Zhou Hao had seen and touched his whole body, so he just let it go. Zhou Hao admired Su Lin's beautiful carcass with interest and stretched out his hands to cruise on it. Su Lin's figure is well proportioned, with a height of 1.7 meters, especially her legs, which are more slender and charming than those famous models. A long time ago, Zhou Hao often secretly paid attention to her wearing a skirt and stockings. Su Lin's were also plump and white and tender, as if she could pinch out water. Under Zhou Hao's frivolity, Su Lin leaned softly in his arms before long and said, "Don't touch it anymore. It's tickling." Zhou Hao said, "Does it still hurt?" Su Lin said slightly, "Don't worry, it will be all right in 2 days." Zhou Hao pitied Su Lin to lean in his arms. "How about I apply some ointment for you?" Seeing Su Lin shook his head. "No. This pain reminds me that I am now your woman. I don't want to lose this feeling so soon." Hearing Su Lin's affectionate words, Zhou Hao was very moved and couldn't help but kiss her. After coming out of the bathroom, the two lay naked on the bed and hugged each other tightly. Su Lin smiled to Zhou Hao. "I used to dream of waking up in your arms in the morning, but now it is finally realized." "Up, fool." Zhou Hao nodded her cheong nose. Zhou Hao and Su Lin went on a blind date, and the dragon on his lower body couldn't help but raised his head. Su Lin quickly shook his head and said pitifully to Zhou Hao, Don't come again. Will I give it to you in a few days? I really can't take it anymore. I don't know how to control the effects of aphrodisiacs, but now I realize that I have suffered a lot. Now she can hardly bear Zhou Hao's violent storms anymore. Don't worry. How am I willing to toss you again? It's just a natural reaction," Zhou Hao said with a smile, and at the same time he blamed himself for not being able to keep up. He gently hugged Su Lin and said, "Su Lin, can I tell you a secret?" "Huh? What's the secret?" Su Lin was also looking forward to it, because Zhou Hao's ability to share the secret with himself meant that he had not regarded himself as an outsider. Just listen to Zhou Hao smilingly and say, "Guess how old I am this year?" Su Lin turned his head and thought for a while, then said, "It should be 23 or 4. Hee hee, I actually just turned 16. Zhou Hao smiled. "I don't believe it." Su Lin also smiled. In fact, she never doubted Zhou Hao's age. Because Zhou Hao's appearance was originally the same as that of adult men in his 20s, and he created such a huge wealth from his own hands, he was already much better than those successful men in their 30s and 40s. Therefore, Su Lin has always preconceived that Zhou Hao is an adult in his 20s. Zhou Hao said, "I'm serious. As long as you inquire carefully in Xiangqing, you can still know me. I am still a student of Yuning Middle School in Xiangqing, and I will just get into the first year of high school this year." Seeing Zhou Hao's expression really didn't look like a joke, Su Lin was stunned and said incredulously, Are you really only 16 years old?" "Yes, you are still an old cow eating tender grass," Zhou Hao said with a smile. Su Lin was anxious when he heard Zhou Hao's words and beat his chest and said, "You are the old cow eating tender grass. But think about it. He is 22 years old this year, older than Zhou Hao. After 6 years, there is really a suspicion of old cows eating tender grass. Wait, Rulin seems to be a teacher from Yuning Middle School. Then you. Sister Lan is basically the English teacher in our class." Zhou Hao smiled and said, "We are the modern version of Yanghua and Xiaolongnu. But even Sister Lan's parents don't know about this. Don't tell others." Su Lin nodded blankly, but never recovered from the shock, because it was incredible. Especially Zhou Hao's capable and decisive performance when he was in Yangzhou is far behind those of real adult men. Moreover, Zhou Hao's body was not at all like an ordinary teenager. Thinking of what happened on Su Jinxing's yacht during the day, Su Lin was still blushing. "You are such a big man." Su Lin glanced at Zhou Hao. Okay, don't think of it as a child. If I don't say it, don't you know that I am only 16 years old?" Zhou Hao hugged Su Lin and kissed her heavily. "You really can't help it." Su Lin felt that Zhou Hao really showed a little childishness at this time. But when Zhou Hao enjoyed his gentleness, N.I. Yongxiao here suddenly received a call from Fongbing Run. N.I. Yong corrected a large-scale nightclub in his own territory. At this moment, he was in a separate suite, lying prone on the bed in the middle, naked on his body, revealing his not strong but scarred, and telling his dangerous underworld in another way. Career. A young woman in jeans and a beige short-sleeved t-shirt stood by the bed and gave N.I. Yongxiao a back massage skillfully. This woman has a good figure and a good appearance, and there is a stubborn look in her eyebrows. "Shufan, how long have you been here?" N.I. Yongxiao put his face on his arm. "Almost 3 years." The woman named Shufan said. N.I. Yongxiao didn't open his eyes and asked faintly, "Do you still want to go back to my hometown on the mainland?" Shufan shook his head. "The countryside is too poor. If it weren't for me to escape, my dad would have sold me." Shufan is a native of Jiangxi. She smuggled from China to Hong Kong 3 years ago, but was sold by a snakehead in the prostitution group in Hong Kong. She refused to engage in prostitution and was almost gang raped by someone from the prostitution group. N.I. Yongxiao happened to take over the lot at that time and met Shufan by chance. She also had some appreciation for this woman's stubbornness, so she came forward and let her go to her own hands. A massage lady in a nightclub. At that time, N.I. Yong's school status in the United British News Agency was already very high. With him taking care of it, no one dared to let this massage lady do another service. Shufan massaged N.I. Yongxiao carefully, and when he touched the scars on his body, the corners of his eyes would always show a bit of distress and tenderness. For this man, she admired and was a little scared. Once she saw him cut off the right palm of a man who had misappropriated the funds of the society without blinking. She has not forgotten the kind of viciousness. Without saying anything from N.I. Yongxiao, Shufan took the initiative to lean down. N.I. Yongxiao sighed slightly and gently rubbed Shufan's hair with his right hand and slowly said, "After I sit down, I will marry you." Shufan's body trembled and tears appeared in her eyes, but she turned her face slightly to prevent N.I. Yongxiao from seeing it. Since N.I. Yongxiao rescued her from the prostitution group 3 years ago, she gave him her innocence. By now, she knew that N.I. Yong's school was not the only woman herself. It's just that she doesn't know what kind of feelings N.I. Yong's school has towards herself, because N.I. Yong's school is not a man who is used to letting his feelings be exposed. But now he actually said that he wants to marry himself, which makes Shufan very excited, even happier than when he helped him get permanent residency in Hong Kong. Although Shufan turned her face sideways, N.I. Yongxiao finally saw the tears flashing from the corner of her eyes. He likes this woman, although she is not as beautiful as his other women, and she does not know how to act like other women to herself, and she will not let herself by this or that like other women. From beginning to end, she just cares silently. By yourself. When she was sick, she was always the first to deliver medicine. When she was hungry, she always remembered the jiangxi snacks she made. N.I. Yongxiao knew that with so many women around him, only the one in front of him could accompany him through his life. And while N.I. Yongxiao was enjoying Shufan's gentleness, the mobile suit in his clothes rang. Shufan thoughtfully went over and gave him the phone, then bowed her head again to wait for him. Fong Bingruan's voice came over the phone. "Lianhu, come here now, and I have something important to see you." Now, N.I. Yongxiao looked at the wall clock on the wall, and it showed that it was already 3:30 in the morning. But he listened and put Run on the phone and said, "Yes, it's right now. It's very important. You come right now." After saying that, he hung up the phone. After putting down the phone, N.I. Yongxiao frowned, wondering why Fong Bingruan was so anxious to find himself. Shufan raised her head and asked him, "Are you going out?" "Yeah." N.I. Yongxiao nodded, and Shufan went over to take his clothes and waited for him to put them on. "School," N.I. Yong said to her. "You go back first. You don't have to wait for me to come back." Although I told her that, N.I. Yong's school also knew that Shufan would wait for herself to go back every time. If it was all night, she would cook porridge for herself, make breakfast. After leaving the nightclub, N.I. Yong's school drove his car to Fong Bingruan's home. There will always be more than a dozen bodyguards guarding Fong Bingruan's villa, but today it has been reduced to only 3. And Fong Bingruan was also watching the UEFA Champions League football game in the spacious living room, muttering, "King Manchester United are going to lose again, but our peripheral disc is getting bigger. God." N.I. Yongxiao greeted Fong Bingruan with a smile and greeted him with a smile. Fong Bingruan waved his hand, and the bodyguard withdrew, and only N.I. Yongxiao and him were left in the living room. Fong Bingruan walked over and sat on another sofa next to Fong Bingruan. "God, what is the important thing to come to me so late? Just tell me on the phone and I'll do it for you." Hearing what N.I. Yongxiao said, Fong Bingruan did not answer directly. Instead, he pointed to the 2 teams on TV. "You said, how many years have passed? When will Manchester United not let us down? Do you know how many people in Hong Kong want does it lose money? It's really a garbage team. But because of this, we can make so much money." Fong Bingruan's fat face was a sinister smile. To be honest, even Manchester United, the star football teams of Real Madrid, are also controlled by someone behind them. Let them win and let them lose or lose. Every year the Champions League championship should be awarded to them. And Yongxiao did not understand why Fong Bingrun suddenly said these words, and heard Fong Bingrun say, Lianhu, do you know how much money the gambling group that manipulates European teams can make every year? Tens of billions, or US dollars. What about us? Our Hong Kong, a few big associations can only make a few billion Hong Kong dollars on the periphery. TSK, Hong Kong is good, but after all, it is just a small place. He suddenly sighed. Long Yu Qianshui, you lose Xiang Huaqiang, and Longji and those guys are still fighting for the little profit like chicken food, really sitting on the well and watching the sky. At this moment, Ni Yongxiao actually saw a youthful madness in Fong Bingrun, who was over 50. Lianhu, why are you betraying me? But seeing Fong Bingrun's words without warning, his squinted eyes stared at Ni Yongxiao closely. What? Ni Yongxiao was taken aback for a moment, and immediately said, Godfather, what did you say? When did I betray you? Not yet. Fong Bingrun didn't have a smile on his face, but exuded a violent aura. Your subordinate Tony has already told me. Should you say it? For the sake of you and me for so many years, as long as you confess, I can give you a way out. God, what are you talking about? And that Tony, what the? Did he say nonsense? Ni Yong denied. At the same time, his mind turned sharply, and he secretly guessed. Did he find out about me and Zhou Hao? Or was he noticed when I sent someone to follow him last time? Impossible, the mobile suit has gone to Thailand, and no one should be able to find him. Seeing Fong Bingrun took out a pistol from under the sofa cushion he was sitting on, he shot Ni Yongxiao in the left shoulder without saying anything. Bang! The bullet was so powerful that it shot through Ni Yongxiao's shoulder blades in an instant, and scarlet blood spurted out of the two wounds at the front and back of Ni Yongxiao. Ni Yongxiao let out a muffled hum, and immediately pressed the wound with his right hand, but Fong Bingrun's gun was still on his forehead. And he said with a grim expression, Just shot your shoulder. You have to. Me hard mouth. I will blow your head with this shot. The cold sweat shed from Ni Yong's school head, not only because of the pain in his shoulder, but also because he really felt life-threatening. He kept thinking, does Fong Bingrun really know? FCKU, tell me, why are you betraying me? Fong Bingrun grabbed Ni Yong by the collar, and the pistol on his forehead broke the insurance. If he really knew, then he wouldn't give me a chance to confess. He would have killed me long ago. But if, Ni Yongxiao quickly weighed in his heart. Finally, he gritted his teeth and met Bingrun's gaze without fear, and slowly said, God, I didn't betray you. If you don't believe me, then shoot. Started and closed his eyes, with a generous and justified look. Okay, Lianhu, I didn't misunderstand you. Fong Bingrun suddenly laughed, and at the same time moved the pistol away. Ni Yongxiao deliberately opened his eyes in shock, but he let out a long sigh in his heart. Seeing Ni Yong's school's blank face, Fong Bingrun smiled. Because the little beast of Ni Yong's school before, I couldn't believe anyone anymore, so I wanted to try you. But you didn't disappoint me. You really are. I believe it. The Ni Yongxiao, in his mouth, was Mo Jinxing, who died because of Ni Yongxiao and Zhou Hao's plan. Ni Yongxiao thought to himself that fortunately, he had resisted not admitting it just now. Otherwise, he would really fall into the hands of this old fox. However, he deliberately showed an angry look on his face. God, if you don't believe me, you can kill me so you can get me out of the club. You are like this, Fong Bingrun quickly said. Lianhu, you have to be considerate of your godfather's painstaking efforts. They, of Ni Yong school really hurt me miserably. I have lingering fears. But don't worry, as long as you continue to follow your godfather in the future, your godfather dare to say, we will surely rush out of Hong Kong and create a broader world. Lianhu, you are still so young. Godfather promises you unlimited future. After hearing Fong Bingrun's words, Ni Yongxiao's anger slowly eased, but his face quickly turned pale due to heavy bleeding from the wound, and he felt a little dizzy. Seeing Ni Yong's swaying footsteps, Fong Bingrun immediately shouted, Doctor, didn't I let him prepare early? Why haven't he come yet? Under the treatment and bandage of a doctor who specializes in serving the United British News Agency, Ni Yongxiao's injury quickly stabilized, and Fong Bingrun also said to him, Lianhu, you first go back to recover from your injury. and your godfather will let you do one thing in a few days. As long as that thing is done, we don't have to bend down in this small place like Hong Kong. After leaving Fong Bingruan's residence, Ni Yongxiao returned to Shufin's residence, a separate residential unit. Sure enough, Shufin was still waiting for him to come back. Seeing his pale face, Shufin immediately helped him into the house nervously, and when she saw the bandage on his body, Shufin became even more anxious. Ni Yongxiao was not uninjured before, but every time she saw him come back from injury, Shufin was always frightened. Lianhu, what's the matter? Who hurt you? Shufin asked concerned. School and Yong waved his hand. Don't worry. I'm fine. Don't tell me about my injury, you know. Shufin hurriedly agreed and helped Ni Yongxiao back to the room to lie down, while Ni Yongxiao lay on the bed and wondered about what Fong Bingrun asked him to do, and what he said he doesn't need to bend here in Hong Kong anymore. What is it? After thinking about it for a long time, he didn't have any clues, and because he was very tired because of the bleeding before, he fell asleep in a daze. The sunlight came in from the floor-to-ceiling windows, and the room seemed to be covered with gold. Zhou Hao slowly opened his eyes and saw the clear blue sky outside. Looking down, he saw that Su Lin was still shrinking in his arms like a cat. Although he was still in a dream, the corners of his mouth were slightly raised, revealing two cute dimples, obviously doing what a dream. A pitying kiss on her smooth forehead, but the phone on the bedside table next to her suddenly rang. The harsh ringing completely destroyed the silence of the morning and at the same time awakened Su Lin, who was still sleeping. Su Lin pursed her pink lips and even twisted her lips to express her dissatisfaction. Zhou Hao quickly picked up the phone and leaned to his ear, saying in an unkind tone, "Who?" At the same time, he stroked Su Lin's powder back to make her keep sleeping. Huh? Really? Are you okay? Zhou Hao frowned, and then said, It's fine if you are okay, SHD. That old pig is too cruel. But after this time, you should be able to gain his trust completely. It's really weird. Then okay, see what he asks you to do in a few days, and you can give me news. Okay. That's it. You're fine, heal your injuries. After finishing the call, Su Lin in his arms asked Zhou Hao, Who is it so early? No, it's just a friend. Zhou Hao smiled. Seeing Su Lin's lazy and sultry appearance in the morning and her seductive body under the quilt, Zhou Hao immediately reacted. Su Lin, who was aware of it, immediately gave him a blank look. Others are right. Men are really lower body animals. On this day, Zhou Hao went to TVB's TV City to see Liang Xiaobing. After a few days of rest and Zhou Hao's meticulous care, Liang Xiaobing's injury has healed. Previously, Zheng Lizhen said that Liang Xiaobing would not be allowed to make TV series for 2 months so that she could rest, and Liang Xiaobing also took advantage of this time to receive some commercials. Although most of the proceeds go to TVB, making more commercials can increase your popularity, and it's not as hard as making a TV series, so Liang Xiaobing is very happy. Since many advertisements were received by TVB, those advertising companies simply borrowed the TV City scenery to shoot. Zhou Hao drove the Porsche to the TV City. The guard at the gate already recognized him and nodded to him from a distance. After putting the car in, Zhou Hao went straight to the 4th factory, where Liang Xiaobing was located, and saw Liang Xiaobing wearing a floral dress with red stripes on a white background. Together with Liang Xiaobing's own image, he was very healthy and looked very lively and lovely. And she was holding a bottle of Watson's distilled water in her hand, making various smiles toward the camera. Seeing Zhou Hao's arrival, Liang Xiaobing, who was standing in front of the set board, smiled brighter, and a sweet spring wafted between her eyebrows. When the photographer over there saw Liang Xiaobing's smile, he immediately shouted with excitement, Yes, that's it. This is this smile. Xiaobing, keep this smile. Great, it's this smile. He kept fiddling with the camera in front of him and took full shots of Liang Xiaobing's graceful figure. And Zhou Hao quietly looked at Liang Xiaobing beside him, with a smile on his face, and he didn't alarm anyone. It took a full hour to shoot the advertisement, and finally the advertisement was finished. On the way, Liang Xiaobing also changed several different clothes to show different images. After coming off the camera, Liang Xiaobing immediately walked to Zhou Hao's side, and the staff around her who were watching her also discovered Zhou Hao here as she walked around. Are you tired? Zhou Hao asked with a smile when Liang Xiaobing came to him, and at the same time took out a tissue and printed the fragrance on Liang Xiaobing's forehead. Enjoying Zhou Hao's thoughtfulness, Liang Xiaobing's cheeks are reddish, and her heart is very sweet, but when she notices the surprised gazes of the people around, she seems a little shy. After all, in the eyes of other people, she is still single and even scandal. No boyfriend. Zhou Hao didn't care much about the gazes of the people around him. Liang Xiaobing was his own woman. Do you need to worry about the feelings of others if you care about her? What's more, let Liang Xiaobing spread a scandal and increase her popularity. Doesn't TVB often deliberately create scandals for its artists, just to hype the artists? Just don't let those reporters dig into yourself. Zhou Hao doesn't want to let the famous paparazzi at home and abroad follow him. Zhou Hao, are you here? Wang Weiwen trot over from there and said to Zhou Hao with a bit of resentment, you haven't looked for someone for a few days, so you still treat him as a friend. Zhou Hao smiled and said, isn't it all because you are busy? Every time I go to Xiaobing's house and want to visit you, but you are not at home. These days when he went to Liang Xiaobing's house to take care of her, he was also I want to go downstairs to see Wang Weiwen. Although Wang Weiwen's sexuality makes Zhou Hao a little scared, other than that, Wang Weiwen is also a very worthy friend. Just listen to Wang Weiwen holding his hand and saying, it's not for Xiaobing. These days, to help her receive advertisements, I have almost traveled all over Kowloon, Hong Kong. In fact, Liang Xiaobing only told Wang Weiwen about Liang Xiaobing and Zhou Hao because Wang Weiwen is her most intimate friend. And after Wang Weiwen learned about Liang Xiaobing and Zhou Hao, he was very sad for a long time because he also liked Zhou Hao's, but it was a pity that Zhou Hao and him were not comrades in the same way, and there was no such possibility. However, seeing Liang Xiaobing so happy, he was also very happy as a friend and silently blessed the two in his heart. By the way, Xiaobing, why haven't you signed a contract with the company? Didn't you talk to Sister Zhen? Wang Weiwen said. Liang Xiaobing was stunned. What? How could it happen? I officially renewed my contract with Sister Zhen the day before yesterday. The contract period is 3 years. Wang Weiwen said puzzledly. This is strange, they didn't take the contract to me. Because he is Liang Xiaobing's agent, which is equivalent to a bridge between TVB and Liang Xiaobing. And Liang Xiaobing has a contract with TVB. Should be backed up on his side. He said, it's okay, I will ask Sister Zhen later. How Liang Xiaobing cared about this. With Zhou Hao by her side, her mood would be better than ever. She said to Zhou Hao, it's almost noon. I'm hungry. Where are we going to eat? Didn't you say that you wanted to go to a Thai restaurant to try it? Let's do this for Thai food today. Zhou Hao smiled. Wei-1, do you want to go together? Wang Weiwen smiled. I won't be your bulb. I still have an appointment. But at this moment, a young and handsome man walked over here with a smile on his face and smiled at Liang Xiaobing. Xiaobing, I know there is a new Thai restaurant. Let's try it together. When Zhou Hao saw him, his heart was abrupt. Because he recognized this man at a glance, he was the Chun Jiehui who married Liang Xiaobing in his previous life. Without Zhou Hao's intervention in this life, Liang Xiaobing would probably still marry Chun Jiehui. However, now Liang Xiaobing has given Zhou Hao even the virgin body, and naturally there is no possibility of any development with Chun Jiehui. Sure enough, in response to Chun Jiehui's accusation, Liang Xiaobing frowned and said politely, sorry, I have already made an appointment with my friend. While Liang Xiaobing was speaking, Chun Jiehui's gaze fell on Zhou Hao, with a faint hostility in his eyes, but the smile on his face remained the same. This is Xiaobing's friend, hello. Okay, my name is Chun Jiehui. You just call me Jiehui. I am Xiaobing's colleague and friend. Zhou Hao politely took Chun Jiehui's hand extended to him, and smiled and said, hello, my name is Zhou Hao. He also knows a little about this Chun Jiehui. He was also an artist under TVB in his early years. He went to Singapore to develop in the first 2 years and made a few TV shows that no one knew. He returned to Hong Kong this year to sign a short contract with TVB. In fact, in his previous life, Chun Jiehui's popularity in the entertainment industry was far less than Liang Xiaobing's. But he was able to embrace the beautiful, which shows that he also has some skills. Xiaobing, you just have an appointment with Mr. Zhou, right? Then I will go with you. Anyway, I didn't make an appointment with anyone at noon. Chun Jiehui first laughed with Liang Xiaobing, and then turned to Zhou Hao. Mr. Zhou, would you mind? Of course Zhou Hao minded that it was originally the two-person world of himself and Liang Xiaobing. And even Wang Weiwen was acquainted with them, and this Qin Jiahui was cheeky to follow. Moreover, in Zhou Hao's previous life, he was Liang Xiaobing's husband, which made Zhou Hao feel very repulsive towards him, as well as an inexplicable sense of crisis. However, if you refuse Qin Jiahui in this way, Zhou Hao and Liang Xiaobing are rude. So Zhou Hao could only smile and said, I don't mind. Of course I don't mind. That's great. My business is done. Let's go now. I think Xiaobing is also hungry. Qin Jiahui smiled and said, My car is downstairs. Xiaobing, you have to take mine. Car? No, Zhou Hao has a car. I'll take his car. Liang Xiaobing's tone was faint, with a slight dissatisfaction with Qin Jiahui, because she also disgusted that Qin Jiahui disturbed her in Zhou Hao's two-person world. Wang Weiwen left first when he had another appointment, and Zhou Hao, Liang Xiaobing, and Qin Jiahui came to the parking lot of the TV city. Qin Jiahui's car is a Honda four-wheel drive, but when he saw Zhou Hao's black Porsche, the corners of his mouth visibly twitched. Although this Porsche, presented by the former owner of Zhou Haona's villa, is not the top model, it also has a value of several million Hong Kong dollars, which is difficult for second-tier actors like Qin Jiahui to own. In front of Zhou Hao's Porsche, Qin Jiahui felt that her Honda four-wheel drive was like a village girl in front of the ladies. Especially with Liang Xiaobing present, this kind of frustration is even stronger. Just follow our car, remember not to lose it. Before getting in Zhou Hao's car, Liang Xiaobing also deliberately said to Qin Jiahui. When she got in the car, she said to Zhou Hao again, or we can just throw him away, lest he entangle us. Zhou Hao smiled and said, This is not so good. Also, it is not us that he wants to entangle, but you. He looked at Liang Xiaobing with a smile. I think this Qin Jiahui must be watching got you. Liang Xiaobing said helplessly. He made his debut earlier than me, and his experience in wireless is longer than me. He is considered to be my predecessor. A few days ago, he kept inviting me to dinner, and once wanted to invite me to go with him, hosting a radio show, but I didn't agree. Finally, she added, I didn't like him in the first place. Besides, I'm already with you now, so it's impossible to be with him. Zhou Hao smiled helplessly. I think he is now afraid that he hates me to the bone. After all, in the previous life, people were Liang Xiaobing's original partner. From a certain point of view, he is called a slap in the face. The third person of love. This Thai restaurant is located on the second floor of a shopping mall in Causeway Bay. It only opened in the last month. The owner is a Thai who immigrated to Hong Kong. Zhou Hao remembers that Thai cuisine has emerged in Hong Kong over the past few years. The strong, sour, and spicy taste made Hong Kong people feel very fresh, and a diet trend soon formed. When Zhou Hao, Liang Xiaobing, and Qin Jiahui came to this Thai restaurant, they saw that there were already many customers inside, which showed that this restaurant is very popular. As soon as they walked into the store, the Thai waitress behind the counter said, Welcome, to them in Thai, and then smiled in Chinese. 3 people, please come in. There are still seats. Under the leadership of the waiter, Zhou Hao and the 3 came to the innermost table of the restaurant. Many other guests recognized Liang Xiaobing. However, singers and movie stars can be seen in many places in Hong Kong. So Hong Kong people see the artist, the reaction was not so intense. At most it just paid more attention to it, and this made Liang Xiaobing less annoyed. After all, it would be too troublesome if people usually notice when eating out. On the other hand, although Liang Xiaobing is the star of TVB, he is still a long way away from the real superstars, and the attention he receives is relatively less intense. After sitting down, Qin Jiahui smiled to Liang Xiaobing. I heard that the Tom Yum Goong here is very good, or let's try it. Liang Xiaobing did not directly answer Qin Jiahui, but looked at Zhou Hao and said that Zhou Hao could make up his mind. Qin Jiahui was secretly annoyed when seeing Liang Xiaobing handing over such trivial matters to Zhou Hao, but nothing was revealed on her face. She was still smiling. Zhou Hao picked up the menu and looked at it, and smiled at the waiter next to him. I have been famous for Thailand's Tom Yum Goong for a long time, so let's have one. By the way, there is also this fried clams with chili paste, red curry chicken, Thai grilled prawns, curry pumpkin cup, as well as the salt grilled fish and mango sticky rice. Give us a portion. Zhou Hao's impression of Thailand actually started with the very famous boxing fighter, starring Tony Jia. It was also from this movie that Zhou Hao saw the fierce strength of Muay Thai. You told me to eat so many dishes, or you want me to eat fat? Liang Xiaobing yelled at Zhou Hao. Chen Jiehui couldn't help feeling very jealous when he saw that Liang Xiaobing's expression and tone of talking with Zhou Hao were much more intimate than when he was talking to himself. He smiled and said to Zhou Hao, "Where's Mr. Zhou Tao? Seeing that your sports car is so expensive, the family must be rich." He specifically emphasized that Zhou Hao has money in his family instead of himself. He just wanted to tell Liang Xiaobing. Zhou Hao just relied on how much money he had in his family, and he was ignorant. Zhou Hao originally had a sense of crisis for Liang Xiaobing's original partner, but now seeing Chen Jiehui's jealous look, he can't help calming down. He has himself in this life, and he will never be able to get in touch with Liang Xiaobing. Zhou Hao smiled slightly and said, "It's nothing. I just saw an investment company." And Liang Xiaobing also heard Chen Jiehui's sarcasm against Zhou Hao and couldn't help but defend Zhou Hao. "Chen Jiehui, what do you mean by that? Zhou Hao is not the second-generation ancestor, you know. He is completely on his own. At home, those second-generation ancestors are simply incomparable to him. Now that he has deeply felt Su Lin's original feelings, there is no room for others to slander Zhou Hao." Chen Jiehui didn't expect Liang Xiaobing to protect Zhou Hao so obviously and quickly explained, "Xiaobing, me? I didn't mean that." Liang Xiaobing snorted softly and ignored Chen Jiehui. Soon after, a plate of Thai food was served. Liang Xiaobing and Zhou Hao tasted the food on their own. Liang Xiaobing even treated Chen Jiehui as a transparent person. Chen Jiehui did not succeed in teasing her several times and made him become the restaurant, the most depressed person. On the other side, Zhou Hao smiled secretly when he saw this situation, and he was even more sure that Liang Xiaobing and Chen Jiehui had no chance of development. After the meal, Chen Jiehui rushed to check out, saying that Zhou Hao and Liang Xiaobing had eaten this meal. Zhou Hao and Liang Xiaobing did not refuse either. Anyway, it was a free lunch, not eating for nothing. When the three of them came to the underground parking lot of the mall, Liang Xiaobing said to Chen Jiehui, "I have something to do with Zhou Hao. Let's leave first. You can go back by yourself." But when Liang Xiaobing was about to open Zhou Hao's car door, Chen Jiehui stopped her. "Xiaobing, I want to talk to you about something alone. Let's talk about something back to the company." Liang Xiaobing replied. She didn't want to be alone with Chen Jiehui. Chen Jiehui immediately said, "Xiaobing, this matter is very important." The expression on her face was very anxious. Zhou Hao said to Liang Xiaobing, "You should talk to him. It is better to discuss some things clearly. I will wait for you here." Seeing that Zhou Hao had said so, Liang Xiaobing nodded and went to a column with Chen Jiehui in the distance, while Zhou Hao stood beside his Porsche and looked at the two people in the distance. In fact, although Liang Xiaobing and Chen Jiehui are far away from him, with his extraordinary hearing, they can clearly hear the conversation between them. "Okay, just say what you have. I have something else," Liang Xiaobing said coldly to Chen Jiehui. Chen Jiehui glanced at Zhou Hao in the distance and then said to Liang Xiaobing, "Xiaobing, are you with that Zhou Hao?" Liang Xiaobing did not deny. "So what? Does this have anything to do with you? How can it be okay?" Chen Jiehui said, "Don't you know how I treat you? I like you, Xiaobing. I like you." Zhou Hao's guess was right. Chen Jiehui really liked herself. Liang Xiaobing looked at Chen Jiehui and said sternly, "Jiehui, you are a very good person, but we are not suitable. I already have someone I like. It's Zhou Hao, sorry. However, you will definitely find a better girl than me in the future, so no matter what, I will bless you." "He? Why do you like him?" Chen Jiehui pointed to Zhou Hao in the distance, her tone a little excited. "Xiaobing, their rich people like to play with female stars the most. He is not true to you. He is a shameless villain. He is just playing with your feelings. Xiaobing, only the people in our circle know each other best. We are in a different world from the outsiders. You and Zhou Hao will have no good results together." He suddenly grabbed Liang Xiaobing's arm. "Xiaobing, are you short of money? That's why you are with that Zhou Hao? How much money do you lack?" I have some savings. I can give it to you. You don't need it. Sell yourself like this." Hearing Chen Jiehui's hypocritical remarks, Liang Xiaobing became more and more angry and finally couldn't help it, raised his hand and slapped Chen Jiehui and said angrily, "Chen Jiehui, you are insulting my personality. I think you are shameless. Villain. Qin Jiahui was stupefied by Liang Xiaobing's slap, and Liang Xiaobing took advantage of his distraction and threw away his hand, turned around, and walked towards Zhou Hao, without turning his head towards Qin Jiahui. Zhou Hao saw Qin Jiahui grabbing Liang Xiaobing's arm just now. He wanted to help him, but he saw Liang Xiaobing slap Qin Jiahui and slap Qin Jiahui. And Liang Xiaobing had already arrived at this time, and said to Zhou Hao, "Don't worry about the shameless villain. Let's go." Then he opened the car door and sat in. Looking at Qin Jiahui, who hadn't recovered yet, Zhou Hao smiled bitterly and shook his head and got into the car. It wasn't until Zhou Hao's sports car left the parking lot amidst the fascinating engine noise that Qin Jiahui recovered. He slammed on the pillar beside him and shouted angrily, "Damn it! Damn it!" The roar echoed in the parking lot. Then Zhou Hao took Liang Xiaobing to the Hong Kong Ocean Park. Ocean Park is located in Wong Chuk Hang in the southern district of Hong Kong. It was completed and opened in 1977. It has the largest ocean aquarium and theme amusement park in Southeast Asia, as well as an open-air dolphin show. Although today is not a public holiday, there are still many people in Ocean Park. After arriving at Ocean Park, Liang Xiaobing stretched out his arms to look up at the sky and turned around a few times before returning to Zhou Hao and holding his arm with a smile. "I was 13 years old when I came here last time. Because of studying, I had to be busy making dramas after my debut, and I didn't have time to come again. Then I will have a good time with you today." Zhou Hao smiled at her. "Mom, isn't that Kasian Aing? She has come to Ocean Park too." A little girl next to her shouted to her mother, pointing at Liang Xiaobing. That Kasian Aing is a role of Liang Xiaobing in the TV series Liao Zhai. 2-inch. Zhou Hao and Liang Xiaobing both laughed when they heard the little girl's innocent words. Liang Xiaobing still squatted down and smiled at the little girl. "Yes, little sister, Aing has also come to Ocean Park. How about you? Are you coming with your parents?" "Yeah." The little girl nodded, and her parents smiled at Liang Xiaobing. "Sorry, Miss Liang. The child is ignorant." "It doesn't matter." Liang Xiaobing smiled. Suddenly, I saw the little girl pointing at Zhou Hao next to Liang Xiaobing. But that's not Ganyu. The Ganyu in her mouth was Lu Songxian, who played against Liang Xiaobing in Liao Zhai 2. "Little children, don't talk nonsense." The little girl's mother immediately picked her up and whispered, but the little girl still said to Zhou Hao with a serious face, "Ganyu, you must be nice to Aing. Stop, let her down." Tong Yin Wuji. Zhou Hao and Liang Xiaobing had to smile at each other when they heard the little girl's words. Liang Xiaobing also said to Zhou Hao, "Have you heard? People will let you treat me better." Accompanying Liang Xiaobing to swim throughout the ocean park, watching the strange fishes in the aquarium, and watching the wonderful dolphin show in the open-air theater made Zhou Hao and Liang Xiaobing very happy. Especially Liang Xiaobing. At this time she was as innocent and lively as the little girl just now, showing the purest and most beautiful smile in front of Zhou Hao. After nightfall, the ocean park was even more beautiful, and Zhou Hao took Liang Xiaobing to sit on the Ferris wheel. In the slowly rising Ferris wheel, the two saw the beautiful and charming harbor outside and the brilliant and dreamy lights of the ocean park. They seemed to be shrouded in a dreamlike beauty. Under such a romantic beauty, Zhou Hao and Liang Xiaobing embraced each other quietly. Zhou Hao also pinched Liang Xiaobing's chin with his hand and let her kiss him. Liang Xiaobing was also completely immersed in Zhou Hao's tenderness, knowing how time flies. When the Ferris wheel turned around and returned to the ground, the two people separated. "Where's Su Lin? Why don't you bring her together?" Liang Xiaobing asked Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao said, "She is in the company and is helping me watch the operations of those people under her, and she has to sort out some relevant information." "You?" Liang Xiaobing nodded Zhou Hao's head. "I'm afraid I will exploit Su Lin's talents before he is willing to give up. Su Lin is doing his best for you, so you have to ask her for something and not let me. Don't let you go." Zhou Hao grabbed her waist and rubbed her into his arms, pressed his nose against the tip of her nose and smiled. "It seems you care about Su Lin very much." "Of course," Liang Xiaobing said. "In other words, we also went through the tribulation together." She said that she and Su Lin had handed over the virgin body to Zhou Hao. Thinking of the double flight with the two women on the yacht that day, Zhou Hao also couldn't help but think about it again when it would be great. It's just that Su Lin and Liang Xiaobing both recovered from their injuries, and out of shyness and reservedness, neither of them would necessarily agree to Zhou Hao. After all, at that time, Su Lin and Liang Xiaobing completely let go of their standards because they took the aphrodisiac by mistake. After leaving Ocean Park, Zhou Hao did not send Liang Xiaobing home, but took her to Feiyi Mountain. Zhou Hao came to Feiyi Mountain last time to rescue Liang Xiaobing, who was captured by Ni Yongxiao. When Liang Xiaobing came here again, he couldn't help but think of the time he was taken into captivity. When facing the critical moment of life and death, he called Zhou Hao in his heart, and Zhou Hao arrived in time to save himself like fate, which made him completely moved by Zhou Hao. Every woman has a hero complex and hopes that the man she likes can protect herself like a hero. For Liang Xiaobing, Zhou Hao is such a hero. Whenever he is in danger, he will appear by his side in time to protect himself. When you come to the top of Feiyi Mountain, you can see the charming night view of Hong Kong under the mountain. Zhou Hao and Liang Xiaobing leaned against the front of the car, enjoying the cool and pleasant mountain breeze. Liang Xiaobing put his head on Zhou Hao's shoulder and said happily, "It would be great if time could stop at this moment forever. You only need this minute. We are together." Zhou Hao said. Liang Xiaobing said tenderly, "1 minute is not enough. I want to be with you for the rest of my life." At this time, she is still wearing the dress with white background and red stripes in the morning. Under the blowing of the mountain breeze, the skirt below is flying elegantly, revealing her snow-white slender legs, and there is still a faint touch in harmony. After a long time, Liang Xiaobing's absent-minded eyes recovered a little and said weakly, "If you toss like this every day, then I won't have to do other things." After Liang Xiaobing recovered some strength and packed his messy dresses, Zhou Hao drove back down the mountain. On the way, Liang Xiaobing asked him, "Zhou Hao, can your Porsche be convertible?" "Yes." Zhou Hao pressed a button on the car, and the hardtop hood on his head slowly moved back, and the fresh night breeze also rushed in, making both of them refreshed. "This is like a sports car." Liang Xiaobing smiled, looking at the brightly lit high-rise buildings on both sides. However, when Zhou Hao carried Liang Xiaobing back downstairs to her house, he saw more than 20 reporters there, waiting for them to return. As soon as they saw Zhou Hao and Liang Xiaobing in the distance, the reporters all swarmed, just like the evil dogs who saw the bones, and the long guns and short cannons in their hands flashed at the two Zhou Hao. "What's the matter? Why are there so many reporters?" Zhou Hao shouted. Liang Xiaobing was also eclipsed by Huarong and immediately leaned down to avoid the reporter's lens. And Zhou Hao quickly covered the hood, turned the sports car around, and drove on the same road. After leaving those reporters far away, Liang Xiaobing, who leaned over Zhou Hao's lap, dared to lift up. She had just had a good time with Zhou Hao on. If the reporter took pictures of her now, especially the purple hickey on her neck, then she wouldn't have to come out to see people. Just listen to her. "What's the matter? How come those reporters are waiting for us downstairs so late?" She didn't understand. "Don't worry, we have gotten rid of them," Zhou Hao said, but as soon as his voice fell, he saw from the rear mirror a van and a Toyota sedan tightly biting behind his sports car, and the people in the car are just a few of those reporters just now. "Really? Is the Hong Kong paparazzi really so tenacious?" Zhou Hao exclaimed. Zhou Hao drove his black Porsche quickly on the viaduct, and the two reporters' cars at the back followed closely behind. It stands to reason that Zhou Hao's Porsche is a sports car, which is much faster than the vans and ordinary cars behind. However, because there are many other cars on the road and there are many detours, Zhou Hao's Porsche is difficult to play. Show your own performance. So Zhou Hao went to the road with fewer cars and fewer people, trying to get rid of the reporters as soon as possible. Later, when there was less traffic on the road, and Zhou Hao was about to step on the accelerator to accelerate, he suddenly heard a sharp sound of violent friction between tires and the road from behind, and couldn't help looking in the mirror. "Really? You can even drift?" Zhou Hao cursed. "I saw the van and the Toyota sedan at the back drifting rapidly against the inner railing of the road, making a squeaky sound, and kept the distance from Zhou Hao's Porsche without being thrown away. It's really amazing. Your Hong Kong paparazzi are really talented." Zhou Hao now really admires those persevering paparazzi. But even though he said so, Zhou Hao would never want to be caught by them. Seeing that there were not many cars on the road ahead, and there were no more corners. Zhou Hao immediately stepped on the accelerator, and the Porsche immediately made a rumbling engine sound and galloped forward like a waking beast. Because it was already a straight road with no bends, there was no room for the drifting skills of the reporters behind. Zhou Hao was completely thrown off after only a while. Even the Porsche taillights were invisible. Liang Xiaobing didn't dare to go back to his own house and directly followed Zhou Hao to his mansion in mid-levels. Su Lin was already at home at this time and was watching a movie in the hall after taking a shower. Seeing Zhou Hao and Liang Xiaobing hurriedly walked into the house and kept looking around. With lingering fears, Su Lin asked strangely, "What's the matter with you? Why are you being chased by a dog?" "I was really chased by a dog," Zhou Hao sighed. "Today is a real experience of the paparazzi in Hong Kong. It's better to be famous than to meet, and to be famous than to meet paparazzi." Even if Su Lin has been to Hong Kong before, but because she has not been in contact with these things, she is not keen on news about entertainment and gossip, and this thing has not yet emerged in China. So this paparazzi is called her. This is the first time I heard it. Liang Xiaobing was also very surprised. "What the is going on? Why are the reporters at my door?" She opened her mobile suit to ask Wang Weiwen, but when she turned it on, she saw that she had 6 or 7 missed answers. Most of the phone calls were from Wang Weiwen, and some were from Zheng Lizhen. In order to spend time with Zhou Hao in the two-person world without being disturbed, Liang Xiaobing deliberately turned off the phone. Now it seems that something he didn't know must have happened, and both Wang Weiwen and Zheng Lizhen wanted to notify them. She immediately dialed Wang Weiwen's number, and as soon as Wang Weiwen received her call, she said anxiously, "Xiaobing, why are you only turning on the phone now? Do you know what happened? Now all gossip magazines in Hong Kong think about it. I want to catch you." Liang Xiaobing's expression changed. "Weiwen, what happened? I saw a lot of reporters downstairs at home just now. Now I'm still hiding in Zhou Hao's house, and I dare not go back. You and Zhou Hao's affairs are all through the sky." Wang Weiwen said, "I don't know who broke the news to those gossip magazines that you hooked up with a mysterious rich man, and they dug up the fact that you were persecuted by Fong Bingrun. They also said that Fong Bingrun dare not move you now because the mysterious rich man intervened. Xiaobing, that mysterious rich man is Zhou Hao at all. Fortunately, they haven't taken a picture of Zhou Hao." Hearing Wang Weiwen's words, Liang Xiaobing was also anxious. She didn't want the media and the public to know what happened to Zhou Hao. On the one hand, as an artist, he is reluctant to disclose his love life. On the other hand, Liang Xiaobing knows that Zhou Hao has a girlfriend. If his relationship with him is exposed, it is likely to damage Zhou Hao and his girlfriend. "Feelings," she said to Wang Weiwen. "Who told those gossip magazines?" "I don't know either. Sister Zhen told the people in the company not to talk about Zhou Hao. But now, alas, I don't know if that is playing us." Wang Weiwen said. "Then what should I do now?" Liang Xiaobing said. Wang Weiwen said, "Sister Zhen told you not to go back to TV City for the time being, and try to minimize going out. Anyway, you are now with Zhou Hao. Let's live with him for now. I will help you find out who it is. It's so bad, poke out such a basket." After putting down the phone, Zhou Hao asked Liang Xiaobing, "How is it?" "I saw," Liang Xiaobing said discouragedly. "Now I can't go out casually. I can only live with you." She showed a pitiful expression, like an abandoned kitten. "You won't drive me. Let's go." "Why?" Zhou Hao quickly laughed, but he was thinking, Liang Xiaobing lives here, and with Su Lin, he will have the opportunity to taste the wonderful taste of double flying again. Su Lin, who was on the side, saw his thoughts, took Liang Xiaobing to the second floor, and said to Zhou Hao, "I will sleep in the same room with Xiaobing tonight. You can sleep alone, don't fight." "Bad idea." Looking at the backs of the two women, Zhou Hao sighed in disappointment, thinking about whether to sneak into the two women's room later and let them kill 2 birds with 1 stone. This evening, Zhou Hao did not really sneak into the two women's room to do bad things after all. And Su Lin and Liang Xiaobing also lay in bed and chatted with their girlfriends for a whole night, but most of the topics revolved around Zhou Hao. The next morning, Zhou Hao and Liang Xiaobing saw the newspaper. As expected, the theme of the entire entertainment version was written around Liang Xiaobing, and the cover was also Liang Xiaobing, as well as the photos of her and Zhou Hao on Porsche yesterday. However, because Zhou Hao's reaction was fairly timely last night, he immediately covered the hood and turned around when he saw the reporters, so the photos of those reporters were also very blurry. Liang Xiaobing leaned down at that time and was not photographed. And Zhou Hao's appearance was also very vague. Even people who knew Zhou Hao would not recognize that person as Zhou Hao. The clearest picture is Zhou Hao's Porsche. Even the license plate is taken. The content of the newspaper is that Liang Xiaobing is in love with a mysterious rich man named Zhang. The rich man named Zhang also asked Zheng Yingpei for help for Liang Xiaobing. He came forward to settle Fang Bingrun, who had been entangled with Liang Xiaobing before, and Fang Bingrun still dare not fight again. Liang Xiaobing's idea. Even the incident that Zhou Hao made an appearance for Liang Xiaobing on the TV city set and drove away Ni Yongxiao and others was reported in detail. I even know my last name. Zhou Hao looked at the newspaper and said, "It seems I can't use this sports car anymore." Liang Xiaobing said apologetically, "Zhou Hao, I'm sorry. I am the one who caused you. You're my woman. What's not involved?" Zhou Hao squeezed her nose. Su Lin next to him said, "Since your Porsche is temporarily unavailable, let me ask the company to send a car over. It can only be this way." Zhou Hao nodded. At this time, Wang Weiwen also called, and he said to Liang Xiaobing, "I found out. The first public report about you and Zhou Hao was the Dong Zhou magazine. I know that the boss of that magazine is. He has a background in the underworld, so I knew about Fang Bingrun. As for the company, we also found it. It was Yao Xuna who told about Zhou Hao." Yao Xuna. Liang Xiaobing also knows this person. She is a second-tier female artist on TVB. She is still half red and not purple after she debuted for almost 10 years. In the past, she often said ill of Liang Xiaobing on TVB, but Liang Xiaobing did not follow. She was just general knowledge, and she didn't expect that she would tell the gossip magazines about Zhou Hao this time. Also, Wang Weiwen continued, Sister Zhen threatened her by terminating her contract with Yao Xiona, and finally asked her to tell her. It was Chun Jihui who asked her to do this. Liang Xiaobing was also taken aback when he heard the words. He remembered that he had rejected Chun Jihui yesterday and slapped him before leaving. Now it is obvious that Chun Jihui is holding a grudge, so he deliberately exposed the matter between Liang Xiaobing and Zhou Hao to the media. That guy really doesn't know good or bad. Zhou Hao said fiercely. Now it seems that Chun Jihui is really a shameless villain. Zhou Hao thought to himself, let alone Liang Xiaobing is already his own woman. Even if he and her have not reached that level of relationship, he would never let Liang Xiaobing and Chun Jihui, this villain, be together. However, while Zhou Hao was still considering how to teach Chun Jihui, Wang Weiwen called again, Xiaobing, is Zhou Hao going to teach Chun Jihui? Liang Xiaobing said, of course I do. Let alone Zhou Hao. I want to teach him a lesson now. Oh, why are you so impulsive and sent someone over so soon? Wang Weiwen said, I just received news that Chun Jihui was injured by several people and has now been sent to the hospital. Chun Jihui said that it was Zhou Hao sent someone to beat him. What? Liang Xiaobing and Zhou Hao exclaimed at the same time, and Zhou Hao also said blankly, no, I haven't started to do it yet. Zhou Hao turned on the TV and switched to the channel Wang Weiwen said, and he saw Chun Jihui, who was being interviewed by the reporter. On TV, Chun Jihui has a blue nose and a swollen face. She is lying on a hospital bed wearing a patient gown, and the person interviewing him is also a TVB reporter. I saw Chun Jihui facing the camera with a look of injustice and said, actually, Vivian and I started dating 2 years ago, but at that time Xiaobing said that she didn't want to affect her acting career because of our relationship, so it has never been made public. At that time, our relationship was very good. When she was struggling to make a drama, I would accompany her to travel and relax. She would tell me what she was sad about and let me comfort her. Really, she is like this. In fact, I don't blame her. His expression is very sincere, and it seems to give people a feeling of infatuation. I only heard Chun Jihui say, I have a very good relationship with Xiaobing. I plan to propose to her this year. I even bought the proposal ring. However, since she met Zhou Hao, she has become colder towards me. I often don't call me. Yesterday, Zhou Hao came to see her on the set, and they made an appointment to have dinner together, and I went too. After dinner, I asked Xiaobing about Zhou Hao and asked if she was with that Zhou Hao was together, and she said yes, and said that she was going to break up with me, so she won't be looking for her anymore. When I wanted to keep her, she slapped me. After speaking, Chen Jiehui still choked up slightly. There were tears in his eyes, and he continued. Just last night, when I got home downstairs, I was attacked by a few men. They beat me and finally told me, let me stop pestering Xiaobing. When Chen Jiehui said this, the TVB reporter asked, are those people sent by Zhou Hao? I don't know, and there is no evidence. Chen Jiehui shook his head and said, but I have never offended anyone. By saying this, he was indirectly saying that the men who attacked him were sent by Zhou Hao. Finally, the TVB reporter summed up facing the camera. Our live report on Chen Jiehui ends here. Now the police have begun to intervene in investigating this incident. Did the mysterious rich man named Zhou Hao send someone to beat Chen Jiehui? I believe the police will soon come to a conclusion. Hey, how can he talk nonsense like this? It's nothing but nothing. After reading this report, Liang Xiaobing was already crying with anger, and the crystal-clear tears continued to overflow from his eyes. Now that Chen Jiehui said so, Liang Xiaobing has become the kind of shameless woman who is greedy for vanity. Zhou Hao hugged her and comforted. Don't be afraid. With me, I will let him return you innocent. There was also a blazing flame in his eyes. This time, it was obvious that Chen Jiehui was framing him and Liang Xiaobing. Su Lin next to him rubbed Zhou Hao's shoulder. Don't mess around. The media in Hong Kong are not as easy to control as in China. If you make a big mess, it won't do you any good. Zhou Hao nodded. I know how to measure it. Then he took out the phone. Fifth brother, have you seen TV? Huh. I'm going to be a star this time. Zhou Hao sneered. Tao. In the office of Eastern Weekly, Qian Dafu was sitting in his executive chair, with his feet resting on the desk, with a comfortable appearance. And a young man in suit and leather shoes, apparently a young man who has just graduated from university, is full of worries. Boss, it is rumored that Zhou Hao has a good relationship with Chief Zheng Yingpei. Even Uncle Fat is afraid to provoke us. We are afraid of doing this. Afraid of a fart. Qian Dafu curled his lips. I am doing a legitimate business now. Could the police consider me to be the underworld arrested? Anyway, we reported this matter, and the little girl from Liang Xiaobing is now everywhere. Got it. That's more famous than Maggie Chung. She should thank us, As they were talking, the two heard a loud noise outside and the exclamation of the magazine staff. As soon as Qian Dafu stood up, he saw that the office door was kicked open. More than a dozen big men swarmed in and immediately pressed the young man in suit and leather shoes on the wall. Qian Dafu was also killed by two big men. Pressed on the desk, a man came behind him, took off his pants without saying a word, and at the same time took out a pistol and pressed it tightly against Qian Dafu's asshole. Qian Dafu used to be a gangster, but now he is so scared that his legs are weak. Although he can't see it, he can clearly feel the cold from his asshole. If the person behind shoots, he will be miserable. He hurriedly shouted, big brother, several big brothers. If you have something to talk about, what did I provoke you? You, which way are you? We are from Xin. The man who held Qian Dafu's, with a gun coldly said, and the Xin he referred to as Xin. I saw him throw a magazine on the table and said to Qian Dafu, look at it for yourself. What is it that provokes us? Qian Dafu looked over and found that it was his own East Weekly, and the cover was also about Liang Xiaobing. He understood immediately and asked in a trembling voice, Liang Xiaobing is your new record person? No, but Mr. Zhou is a friend of our boss. If you offend him, you are offending our Xin. Qian Dafu knew that the Mr. Zhou in this man's mouth was Zhou Hao, and he was very surprised, because he only knew that Zhou Hao had a good relationship with Zheng Yingpei, but he didn't expect that he was still Xiang Huaqiang's friend. This is a true black and white take-all. Qian Dafu said, the big brothers, what do you think of me? I will immediately withdraw the Dongzhou magazine on the market. Not only do you want to take back your junk magazine, you have to apologize publicly, saying that you slandered Mr. Zhou and Ms. Liang. The man said coldly, also, after this incident, you gave me your magazine. Then get out of Hong Kong. If we let the people of Xinji see you in Hong Kong in the future, I will blow your. Personally, no if not. I know the boss, I know, I must do it. Qian Dafu said hurriedly. After these big guys left, Qian Dafu slowly slipped from the desk and fell to the ground. His pants and the ground were all wet. He who had been in the underworld in his early years was scared today. Urinary incontinence. At the same time, as Liang Xiaobing's agent, Wang Weiwen immediately clarified the matter for Liang Xiaobing, saying that Chun Jiahui's remarks were nothing but a fiction. Liang Xiaobing had never interacted with him at all, and even ordinary friends were not counted as ordinary friends. He had to retain the law to investigate Chun Jiahui, the right to responsibility. And Chun Jiahui, who was lying on the hospital bed and watching Wang Weiwen clarify from the camera, smiled and said to herself, "Now it's useless for you to clarify. People all over Hong Kong think Liang Xiaobing is a woman who is greedy and vain. Oh, hum, hum, hum. Her acting career is about to end. Hum. I'm so happy to see her hitting me." In fact, Chun Jiahui's assault was originally directed by him. His man is also his friend. He did this to discredit Liang Xiaobing and Zhou Hao, and he did not directly say that Zhou Hao sent someone to beat him, and he was not afraid that Zhou Hao would sue him. But just after speaking, a few men pushed open the door of the ward and walked in. The leader said coldly to Chun Jiahui, "Are you Mr. Chun Jiahui?" "Yes, I am." Looking at these men with bad expressions, Chun Jiahui became vigilant. "What's the matter?" "I saw the man take out a certificate. We are the Royal Hong Kong Police. Now there is a case I want you to go back and investigate." Hearing what the man said, Chun Jiahui relaxed a little and smiled at the same time. "I know. Is it to investigate my assault? No problem. I will definitely help you catch the real murderer." But seeing the man shook his head, "It's not about you beating, but about you slandering Ms. Liang Xiaobing. Please come back with us to assist in the investigation." "I slander Liang Xiaobing? You made a mistake." Chun Jiahui's expression changed. "We are not mistaken. Your friends who deliberately assaulted you have been arrested by us. They also confessed that you let them deliberately assault you. Now you are suspected of slandering others' reputation." Chun Jiahui was dumbfounded and muttered, "Why? Didn't I let them go to Lama Island to hide?" The policeman said again, "Also, Mr. Wang Weiwen and several other witnesses have provided us with testimony, proving that Miss Liang Xiaobing has never interacted with you." After that, two policemen dragged Chun Jiahui off the hospital bed and handcuffed him. When he came downstairs in the hospital, Chun Jiahui found that the outside was all surrounded by reporters from various TV stations, and the flashing lights kept flickering, making him almost unable to open his eyes. The policeman who arrested Chun Jiahui just now was surrounded by reporters. "This police officer, what is the reason your police arrested Chun Jiahui? Is it because Zhou Hao is a friend of Chief Xing Yingpei?" "There is absolutely no reason for this." The policeman said, "Our police are law-conscious. If there is no real evidence, we will not arrest people indiscriminately. Now we have enough evidence to sue Chun Jiahui for slandering others' reputations, so we came to the police." He was arrested. The police used to face the media without giving any details and would not disclose any information about the case. But this time they explained in detail the reasons for Chun Jiahui's arrest. Facing the reporters who looked like wolves in front of him, Chun Jiahui also hissed to the police, "Give me a hood. I want to wear a hood. I want to wear a hood." The police did not agree to Chun Jiahui's request to give him a hood, but allowed him to be exposed to the reporters' cameras, and even some cooperated with the reporters, holding Chun Jiahui to prevent him from hiding. The police officer and reporters said that the police had enough evidence to prosecute Chun Jiahui for slandering others. After being disturbed for a long time, Chun Jiahui was taken to the police car after the reporters had all taken satisfying photos. When he went to the police station, Chun Jiahui was told by the police that his friends had all given their confessions, and they agreed to cooperate with the police to testify against Chun Jiahui. And Wang Weiwen's witnesses also uniformly proved that Liang Xiaobing had not interacted with Chun Jiahui. The police officer who came back from arresting Chun Jiahui sat across from him and sneered. "Ms. Liang Xiaobing is now officially claiming 2 million Hong Kong dollars, but I don't think the judge will impose that much in the end. The maximum is only 5 or 600,000 Hong Kong dollars. If you are convicted, you must be sentenced to at least 2 years in prison." And Chun Jiahui, who was sitting across from him, was already desperate and at a loss. He thought he had done a perfect job this time, but he didn't expect to be caught by the police within a day. What bothered him most was that his friends should have gone to Lama Island to hide from the limelight. How could they be found by the police so quickly? In fact, This is also thanks to Xiang Huaqiang's Xian Gong and's help. Decades of operation have made Xian Gong and's underground network in Hong Kong very broad and close. Even if the police are investigating a case, they sometimes have to rely on Xian Gong to inquire about news. But before Chun Jiahui's friends left Hong Kong by boat, they were captured by the people of Xian. The people from Sinian beat those few people without saying a word, let them see the terrible place of the real gang, and then threatened them to testify against Chun Jiahui. Otherwise, they would destroy their family. The police also actively cooperated with the investigation of this incident, because Zheng Yingpei had instructed the person in charge of this case that he must thoroughly investigate it to the end and not let the bad guys off, nor wrong the good guys. Although they didn't say it clearly, the people under them all understood that Zheng Yingpei meant that Zhou Hao and Liang Xiaobing had to be innocent. So from the very beginning, the police had been biased towards this case. Police officer, I can't go to jail. I can't go to jail. I want to make a drama. I want to host a radio show. I can't go to jail. Chun Jiahui suddenly got excited, stood up from her chair, and shouted to the police officer. What are you doing? Sit down. The two police officers next to him immediately pushed him back on the chair. The police officer on the other side sneered. You don't want to go to jail? Why would you want to slander others if you knew it now? Humph. If you cooperate with our investigation, perhaps we can still intercede with the judge to make you sentence a bit lighter. No, I didn't do it. The company's people asked me to do this. The company asked me to say this to Liang Xiaobing. It's none of my business. It's really none of my business. Chun Jiahui thought of facing him the fate of imprisonment. Emotions get out of control. Company? What company? The police officer frowned when he heard Chun Jiahui's words. For a while, he thought that the company Chun Jiahui was talking about was the gang, because many underworld people now call their associations company. Just listen to Chun Jiahui said. It is TVB. TVB let me do this. What? TVB made him do that. Zhou Hao, who was still in the villa, was very surprised when he received the news. Liang Xiaobing next to him was also unbelievable. How come? I only renewed their contract before. Why did they do this? There is no reason. I thought it was weird at first. Zhou Hao frowned. The previous interview with Chun Jiahui was also done by a TVB reporter. I originally thought that you and Chun Jiahui are both artists under TVB. Doing is just using one's own advantages to grab news. It now seems that this matter has something to do with them from the beginning. Su Lin asked, but why do they do this? What good is it for them? Isn't Xiaobing their artist? If Xiaobing's reputation is discredited, they will not be better off. Later, Zhou Hao told the police that he must investigate this matter, and the other party also agreed to Zhou Hao. Liang Xiaobing dialed Wang Weiwen's phone, but obviously, even Wang Weiwen didn't know about it. After calling Zheng Lizhen again, he found that Zheng Lizhen was turned off. No, I have to go to them and ask what is going on, Liang Xiaobing said. Zhou Hao stopped her. You are now the prey of those reporters outside. If you go out now and don't let them tear it to pieces, you should stay here first. Liang Xiaobing also knew that he was already the target of the media to capture, and if he went out, he would definitely be chased and intercepted. So he followed Zhou Hao's words and stayed here. I also heard Zhou Hao say, Xia Xia and Fang Yihua have returned from the United States. If it is not possible, I will find them myself. So Liang Xiaobing stayed in the villa first, while Zhou Hao and Su Lin went back to the company. Because it is now the end of June, and July will start in 2 days. Not only will Hong Kong return to the motherland, the Thai baht will also collapse completely on July 2nd, leaving George Soros and Julian Robertson to wait. People came home full. Returning to the company, Song Jiahao said to Zhou Hao with excitement, Boss, the $30 billion foreign exchange reserves of the Central Bank of Thailand have all been exhausted, and I think their currency will plummet in a few days. Ha 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 ha. As long as the exchange rate of the Thai baht to the US dollar drops by more than 15%, our $1.2 billion investment will more than quadruple. Because the futures market implements a margin system, you only need to pay 5 to 10% of the contract amount as a margin to mobilize 100% of the contract amount. Therefore, Zhou Hao invested $1.2 billion, and the funds that can be controlled are only reaching as much as 10 to 20 billion US dollars is the so-called leverage effect in the financial market. In fact, George Soros, known as the financial crocodile, does not have much of his own wealth. Most of the funds in his hands are managed for his investors, and he was in this financial crisis. Here, he invested only $500 million US, but he eventually made a profit of $2 billion US from this storm. Although George Soros's own and investors' funds have reached tens of billions, and under the margin system, he can provoke hundreds of billions of dollars in huge funds, but George Soros's actual wealth is not as much as Zhou Hao's. Zhou Hao also knew that the exchange rate of the Thai baht to the US dollar would eventually fall by more than 17%. At that time, the $1.2 billion US he invested in it would turn into $6 billion US. George Soros finally made a profit. 3 times. Back in his office, Zhou Hao sat on the executive chair, resting his chin in his mind. And Su Lin next to him asked, "What are you thinking?" The plans in Thailand have been made, and the people below are also implementing them step by step. There is nothing to think about. Are you worried about Xiaobing's thing? Yeah. Zhou Hao nodded. Su Lin came behind him, gently massaged his shoulders, and said softly, "Don't worry, the police will check it out if they agree. The worst plan is to let Xiaobing terminate the contract with TVB. As for the liquidated damages, do you still care about how much?" Indeed, with Zhou Hao's current wealth, especially after stepping into July, he is afraid that he will immediately rank among the top rich in Hong Kong, so there is no need to worry about the mere penalty. Zhou Hao grabbed Su Lin's hand and pressed it against his face and gently rubbed it. "Su Lin, it's nice to have you by my side." "Humph. So what? If Lon is younger than me, but you call her Sister Lon, just don't call me sister, no matter how good I am." She pursed her lips slightly. Zhou Hao couldn't help laughing. He didn't expect this little woman to care so much. In addition to the age difference between Li Ruolin and herself, the most important thing is the teacher-student relationship, so Zhou Hao usually calls her Sister Lon, and sometimes even calls her teacher when he is affectionate with her. Human taste. As for Su Lin, because Zhou Hao's mental age was originally older than her, and Su Lin thought that Zhou Hao was older than herself, so this name has not changed. Zhou Hao took Su Lin and let her sit on her lap, then put her arms around her waist and whispered to her ears, "Sister Lin, Sister Lin, Sister Lin." After finishing speaking, he still held Su Lin. The round earlobes were licking gently. Su Lin leaned against Zhou Hao's arms, feeling itchy in his ears, smiled, and avoided Zhou Hao. "No, itchy." At this time, Su Lin was wearing a professional skirt, a white shirt, a black suit jacket, a skirt that was just knee-length underneath, as well as those slippery black stockings and stilettos. She also wore a pair of silk eyes on her face. The image of a professional woman. The temptation of this image of Su Lin to men is huge, especially her body is very good, and she is very charming in her professional attire. Zhou Hao moved from her earlobe to her red lips, tasting the beauty's sweet kiss. His right hand also quietly unbuttoned the top 2 buttons of her shirt, and then reached in to attack her plump, crisp chest. Zhou Hao, don't be. Here, they're still outside." Su Lin panted while holding Zhou Hao's hand. However, Zhou Hao laughed and said, "I won't let them in. Who dare to come in?" After that, his hand went directly under Su Lin's skirt and stroked her inner thigh. Seeing the spring light in front of him, he took a deep breath, then lowered his head and buried his face in Su Lin's chest, smelling the sweet frankincense, and tasting the delicate skin like white jade. And Zhou Hao's left hand, like a diamond-tuned snake, reached deep under Su Lin's skirt, caressing her extremely elastic thigh wantonly. "When did you buy such underwear? Why didn't I know?" Zhou Hao asked while kissing Su Lin's fragrant cheek. Su Lin breathed quickly. "What kind of underwear do I buy has anything to do with you?" In fact, she bought these lace underwear for Zhou Hao. Originally, she always preferred the more conservative ones. White and blue underwear. Stockings are also flesh-colored, and even wear this very aggressive and seductive black silk. "It's none of my business? This body is my thing. How could it be none of my business?" Zhou Hao smiled and pulled down her lace bust and touched it with his hand. It hurts," Su Lin whispered, but didn't stop Zhou Hao, but gave him a faint glance. And just as Zhou Hao was about to lift up her skirt, there was a knock on the door, and a female employee shouted, "Boss, boss." Both Zhou Hao and Su Lin were taken aback. Su Lin quickly got off Zhou Hao's lap and wanted to pack her clothes, but her shirt and underwear were taken off by Zhou Hao. It would take a lot of time to get it right. This would make the female employee outside suspicious. Su Lin, who had always maintained a calm and capable image in front of others, was helpless at this time, and said to Zhou Hao in a panic, what to do? Zhou Hao is also very anxious. If the employee is allowed to see the two of them like this, then his boss will no longer have to see anyone. Suddenly, he saw the wide space under his desk and immediately said, Su Lin, you can hide in it first. Seeing the space under the desk, Su Lin didn't want that much, so he squatted down and got in. Zhou Hao sat down again to cover Su Lin inside, and then deliberately lowered his head to pretend to read the documents before saying to the outside, come in. The office door was pushed open, and a British female employee came in. Zhou Hao looked up and asked, what's the matter? Boss, I want to report to you the situation of the company these days. The female employee said in English and reported to Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao originally wanted the female employee to go out. The company would not be too late to report on the situation in the future, but he was afraid that it would arouse her suspicion, so he patiently didn't ask her out. However, he was not listening to this female employee's report, but looked at Su Lin, who was crouching and hiding under the desk. From his perspective, he can see the alluring spring light on Su Lin's chest. And Su Lin was also looking at Zhou Hao bitterly at this time. Because Zhou Hao was all to blame, she was so embarrassed now. Su Lin's faintly resentful expression and the spring light exposed on his chest made Zhou Hao blazing, and he quietly lowered his hands and teased Su Lin's cherry lips with his fingers. Considering that the female employee was present and the space for activities was not large, Su Lin couldn't resist Zhou Hao's molesting at all, so he could only let him be frivolous and could only express his dissatisfaction with his eyes. But when Zhou Hao saw the look in her eyes, the emotional desires became less intense, and he simply untied his trousers chain, which shocked her. The British female employee opposite saw Zhou Hao's appearance and asked strangely, Boss, what's wrong with you? Is it uncomfortable? Zhou Hao immediately recovered and quickly explained in English, No, it's just a little tired. Go ahead. When the female employee heard Zhou Hao say this, she continued to report without thinking of anything else. Zhou Hao stretched out his hand to hold Su Lin's head and guided her how to make herself comfortable. Although it was the first time for Su Lin to do this kind of thing, Zhou Hao still felt very comfortable, especially Su Lin's pitying eyes, which made Zhou Hao and Li even get goosebumps, and the pleasure became more and more strong. TSK. If a man can do this, it can be said that he has no regrets in his life. Zhou Hao sighed psychologically. He now realizes why the bosses of those companies always like to hire young and beautiful female secretaries. Work for the secretary if you have anything to do, and work for the secretary if you have nothing to do, is really brilliant. After the female employee finished the report and left Zhou Hao's office, Su Lin came out from under the table and repeatedly hammered Zhou Hao in the chest and said, You are really necrotic. You are necrotic, you bad guy. I gargle with a glass of water on the table. Zhou Haorong laughed, and once again pulled Su Lin into his arms. Su Lin pushed him too. No more. Be careful, they want to come in again. I saw Zhou Hao picking up the phone. Song Jiahao, I want someone to take a nap here, and no one should come in and disturb me unless I let you in, you know? I know the boss. Song Jiahao answered hurriedly. Putting down the phone, Zhou Hao smiled at Su Lin and said, So you can rest assured. Ignoring Su Lin's objection, he reached into her skirt. Come on, I can't help it anymore. Zhou Hao helped Su Lin to sit on his lap. But Su Lin was actually emotional, so he obediently followed Zhou Hao's words. Soon, Zhou Hao picked Su Lin up and pressed it on the desk in front, shocking her body and soul. Afterwards, Zhou Hao asked Su Lin to step down from the desk and put his back to him in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling glass window, while he continued to invade her body from behind. Leaning against the French window, Su Lin could see the bustling city outside. She said, Zhou Hao, don't be here. People outside will see it. Don't worry. This is mirror glass. People outside can't understand it outside here. Zhou Hao said. Although she knew that people outside couldn't see this place, Su Lin couldn't help feeling nervous when she saw the bustling street scene outside, and this tension was like a catalyst, making her feel more happy. Zhou Hao, suddenly, she cried out as if crying. Zhou Hao thought she was not feeling well, so he asked quickly, What's the matter? However, Su Lin gasped and said, I want to hold you, and let me hold you. Since he was facing Zhou Hao at this time, his hands could not hold Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao was naturally willing to agree to Su Lin's request and asked her to turn around to save herself. As soon as Su Lin turned around, he wrapped his limbs tightly around Zhou Hao, like an octopus, and opened his mouth to bite Zhou Hao's shoulder. Wu only heard a long grunt between her nose, and her body shook. Finally, Zhou Hao sat back on the spacious executive chair, and Su Lin fell into his arms as soft as mud. He could only breathe but couldn't speak. His cheeks were still red, and the afterglow remained. Zhou Hao's hands were still gently kneading her breasts, with a beautiful fragrance. Doing this in the office is really exciting. It's really comfortable. The mobile phone rang at this time. Zhou Hao picked it up and put it in his ear, and he heard a hearty male voice. Xiao Hao, how are you living in Hong Kong? Director Zheng said that you spent this time in Hong Kong. It's very moisturizing. This is the General Lu Zhenwu, who will soon become the commander of the Hong Kong garrison. Zhou Hao smiled and said, Brother Lu, how about China? The troop bases in Hong Kong have already been built, and they are ready for your residence. Hee, I know. The people on our side are also ready, and July 1st will pass in 2 days, and then Chief 1 will also pass. Lu Zhenwu smiled at Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao also said, General Lu, after you come to Hong Kong, I will definitely buy you a drink. Okay, it's a deal. Lu Zhenwu smiled. The two talked about other things, including the various gangs in Hong Kong. Zhou Hao, Xiang Huaqiang, and Ni Yongxiao also told Lu Zhenwu. Just listen to Lu Zhenwu said. These are all matters of the Ministry of Public Security, but they have already told me that if necessary, let my people cooperate with their actions to curb the development of Hong Kong's underworld. Xinyan is in the first two. Since 2005, the Ministry of Public Security has already expressed its position in the country, so the Ministry of Public Security does not intend to suppress them to the end. As for the United Nations press, the Ministry of Public Security also told me that if Ni Yongxiao cannot obtain the right to speak and let the United Press change its position, the United Nations News Agency is afraid that it will become history. I know this. Zhou Hao said, I have confidence in Ni Yong's school, and I will help him. The people under your staff have already told the old man about you in Hong Kong. He is quite satisfied with you. But he asked me to tell you that for those underworld, if there is nothing necessary, don't go so close. Zhou Hao's heart was embarrassed. He knew that the old man, Lu Zhenwu said, was Zhao Rixin. His every move in Hong Kong fell into the eyes of Zhao Rixin. Zhou Hao knew this, and he also knew that Zhao Rixin had no good feelings for those gangs. He said, I know. I am also clear about these things. That's the best. The old man has great expectations of you. Lu Zhenwu smiled. On the phone with Zhao Yuqin 2 days ago, Zhou Hao knew about the return of Hong Kong. Zhao Rixin would not follow Chief Number 1 and others to Hong Kong, because there must be a person who can hold all parties in Beijing. Zhao Rixin is now. The central authorities are afraid that those anti-China forces and hostile countries will take advantage of Hong Kong's return to this day to be detrimental to China. And if there is Zhao Rixin on the other side of Beijing, they will feel more at ease as the number 1 chief. And Zhao Yuqin also stayed in China and will not come over for the time being. Zhao Yuqin told Zhou Hao that the construction of the mineral water base in Jingyu County had already begun and that it would be completed before the end of the year. The plant in Huayu Village in Xiangqing has also been built, and production equipment purchased from Germany has also been shipped there. Now the high-quality spring in Huayu Village can be put into production. On the other hand, Li Chufan has been appointed as the director of the Technical Development Department of the Tianhe Beverage Company. Song Buqian and other members of the development department of the state-owned beverage factory in Yangzhou have also transferred all of Zhou Hao's as agreed with Zhou Hao. Tianhe Company. Now that the state-owned beverage factory in Yangzhou is on the verge of bankruptcy, the leaders above are making the last effort to make money for themselves, and they don't care about Song Buqian's departure at all, and they are exempted from a pension. They can't wait, all the other workers are gone. As for the pulp drink formula previously developed by Li Chufan and Song Buqian, which is the fruit orange in the future, they have now continued to develop it in the research room of Tianhe and plan to improve it before launching it on the market. Tianhe Beverage Company opened up the fist product of popularity. Zhou Hao invested 100 million yuan in research equipment for Tianha Company alone. All of his equipment was ordered from the United States and Germany. They are all the most advanced today. Technical talents like Li Chufan and Song Buqian will see. I said that I won't leave Tianha even if I don't need salary. Although the investment was large, Zhou Hao knew that the investment would be earned back soon, and it would be earned back 10 times 100 times. At the same time, Zhao Yuqin also used his relationship and money offensive to sign some of the most popular singers and movie stars in China as the spokesperson of the company. As for the four kings of Hong Kong that Zhou Hao previously told Zhao Yuqin, he is still considering. However, Zhou Hao believes that it will not take long for these Hong Kong superstars to go northward to pan for gold. Zhou Hao is not worried at all, and Zhao Yuqin helped Zhou Hao to take care of such a large family business in an orderly manner, which also shows his outstanding ability. In particular, the startup funds of Tianha have been loaned by major domestic banks up to now, without Zhou Hao paying a penny. These are all the credit of Zhao Yuqin. So Zhou Hao is very grateful to Zhao Yuqin. After the phone call with Lu Zhenwu, Su Lin over there was already dressed, but he still looked weak and lazy, apparently because Zhou Hao had just been tossed him. At this moment, she was holding a mirror and seeing the hickeys left by Zhou Hao on her neck. She couldn't help but groaned. What should I do? It's so obvious. It will be bad if someone sees me when I go out. When Zhou Hao's smile was on her face, she gave him a sideways glance. You still laugh. It's all to blame. In the end, Su Lin found a silk scarf tied around his neck, covering the obvious hickeys. At this time, Zhou Hao's phone rang again, but it was Wang Weiwen. On the phone, his tone was very anxious. Zhou Hao. This time it's bad. There is a brokerage company called Donghui, said Xiaobing. I signed a contract with them, and now I want Xiaobing to pick up the movie. But I heard that this Donghui is dedicated to making tertiary movies. What can I do? Zhou Hao frowned. How could this happen? Xiaobing didn't sign a contract with them? Didn't she renew her contract with TVB? I don't know. I went to see Sister Zhen just now, but the company said that she was on a business trip, but I only met her 2 days ago. Why did she suddenly go on a business trip? Wang Weiwen said, those Donghui people from now came to me and asked me where Xiaobing is. Of course I dare not say, but they took out the contract that Xiaobing signed with them, and I saw it. It was indeed Xiaobing's signature. Also, the contract stipulates that Xiaobing signed with them for a full 20 years and stipulates that Xiaobing must unconditionally accept their company's arrangements. If the contract is violated, the penalty is 60 million. Where are you now? I will come over immediately. Zhou Hao said. Wang Weiwen replied. I'm here on TV City. Zhou Hao, come on. Come on. Those people are so fierce. Without further ado, Zhou Hao is going to Wang Weiwen's place soon. Su Lin originally wanted to go with him, but as soon as he walked around, his feet seemed weak as if they were filled with lead. Huan, she hasn't recovered yet. Su Lin, stay here, I can go alone. Zhou Hao said and left the company. Zhou Hao drove the company's Benz straight to TV City, and at the same time called Liang Xiaobing. Liang Xiaobing was also shocked when she heard this, because she had never signed a contract with other brokerage companies. She also wanted to confront those Donghui people in person, but Zhou Hao stopped it, because now the turmoil of Chun Jiahui has not subsided, and it is not convenient for Liang Xiaobing to show up. Soon Zhou Hao came to TV City, and immediately found Wang Weiwen's office. The people from the Donghui brokerage company were indeed in Wang Weiwen's office, but they didn't look like good people at first, but rather like people in the underworld. And Wang Weiwen was also forced into a corner by them at this time, looking terrified. Seeing Zhou Hao coming, Wang Weiwen cried like seeing a savior. Zhou Hao, come and save me. When those people saw Zhou Hao, their eyes immediately became vigilant. Zhou Hao asked, what kind of Donghui are you? Who are you? One of the men shouted. I am Xiaobing's friend. You said Xiaobing signed an agreement with your company. Can you let me see it? Zhou Hao said. I saw the man snorted coldly and threw a contract to Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao took it and saw that it was a photocopy and wanted the original to be in their company's hands. Sure enough, as Wang Weiwen said, the term of the contract is 20 years, which means that Liang Xiaobing will work for them for 20 years, and the contract on the contract is very harsh, stipulating that every time Liang Xiaobing takes over a movie or commercial, a percentage the 70 salary must be given to their company, which is even more domineering than TVB. Moreover, He had to unconditionally obey the company's arrangements. If he violated the contract, Liang Xiaobing would have to pay 60 million Hong Kong dollars in liquidated damages. SHD. How could Xiaobing sign such a contract? You treat her as stupid. Zhou Hao couldn't help but angrily said after reading it. The man sneered. It doesn't matter whether Liang Xiaobing is stupid or not. The key is that she has signed a contract with our company, and now we have to accept our company's arrangements. Otherwise, we will formally sue her and let her compensate us for our losses. Hey, I'm still busy with Chun Jiahui's affairs. If we get involved again, she will be the person of the year in the entertainment industry this year. Zhou Hao saw that these people's behaviors were no different from gangsters, so he frowned and asked, "Which way do you come from?" The man raised his head and said, "We are from the East Star." Dongxing. Zhou Hao raised his eyebrows. He originally thought that this Donghui brokerage company must have something to do with the underworld since it took a tertiary film. He didn't expect that behind them was his old rival Dongxing. It is the United Kingdom press. He suppressed his anger and said to these men, "Wait, I'll make a call." Then, Zhou Hao directly dialed Fong Bingruan's phone. "Fong Bingrun, what are you doing?" Zhou Hao, "Hey, what are you talking about? What tricks?" Fong Bingrun asked. Zhou Hao took a deep breath to suppress the anger in his heart, calming his tone as much as possible. "Do you have a brokerage company called Donghui under your hand?" Fong Bingrun said, "Donghui? Oh, yeah. Yes, there is such a company in our club. Your Donghui now forged a contract to force Xiaobing to enter their company, and their people have found TV City here." Zhou Hao said coldly, "Fong Bingrun, I know you didn't give up on Xiaobing. How if you do this, don't blame me." "Hey, if you have something to talk about, Zhou Hao," Fong Bingrun said quickly. "I really don't know about it. I promise you, I will ask them now. If it is really the following people doing nonsense, I must confess your mistake. This will work now." Zhou Hao clearly noticed that Fong Bingrun was perfunctory, but if he really took this to court, no matter what the final result, it would be extremely detrimental to Liang Xiaobing, just like the man said just now. This year's Man of the Year in Hong Kong's entertainment industry, it really is Liang Xiaobing. Therefore, for the present plan, the only way to do this is to delay first, and then take measures after finding out the ins and outs of this matter. Then, Zhou Hao handed the mobile phone to the Donghui people. The men were shocked when they heard Zhou Hao calling the leader of their society by their name. Now they see Zhou Hao calling. Pass it over, but dare not pick it up yet. It was Zhou Hao who held the phone directly to the man's ear before he bit the bullet and answered Fong Bingruan's call. Yes, boss, I know how to do it." The man nodded and bowed to the phone. Then, he handed the phone back to Zhou Hao, and his attitude was much more kind. "Mr. Zhou, the boss asked us to go back first and wait until this matter is clear. If there is nothing wrong, we will leave first." Is about to leave. "Wait." Zhou Hao stopped them. "What's the matter with this contract? You tell me first. Why did Xiaobing sign this contract with you? Or is this contract you forged?" The man said, "Mr. Zhou, what I can tell you is that this contract is real and its legal effect is also valid. As for why Liang Xiaobing signed this contract, we don't know." Zhou Hao frowned. Liang Xiaobing had no chance of deceiving herself. She said that she hadn't signed the contract if she hadn't signed it. Zhou Hao couldn't figure out the strangeness. After the men left, Wang Weiwen wiped away the tears on his face and said to Zhou Hao, I think this is very strange. Xiaobing had previously stated that she had renewed the contract with the company, but the company is also here. I haven't backed up Xiaobing's contract renewal to me. Now the people from Donghui are holding the contract signed by Xiaobing with them, which is very wrong. I also think it's very strange that Xiaobing will never lie to us. And you can't find Zheng Lizhen now, and the guy Qin Jiahui also said that it was the TVB who made him slander Xiaobing, so I doubt it. The key lies in the TVB. Zhou Hao said, stroking his chin. Then let's go to Sister Jin now. I don't believe she is really on a business trip. Wang Weiwen took Zhou Hao and walked outside. However, the two of them traveled throughout the TV city, and they did not find Zheng Lizhen. Everyone in the TV city said that she was on a business trip. Just when Zhou Hao and Wang Weiwen were about to leave TV city and asked Xiang Huaqiang to help Zheng Lizhen to scrape out, a middle-aged man appeared in the parking lot and stopped them. Mr. Liang. Wang Weiwen recognized this middle-aged man at a glance, but he was Liang Jiashu, who is similar to Zheng Lizhen on TVB, and also a high-level wireless TV. You are Mr. Zhou Haozhou, right? Liang Jiashu said to Zhou Hao. Yes, I am. Zhou Hao looked at Liang Jiashu and saw that this man was not amazing, just like all middle-aged men, with a kind smile on his face. And Zhou Hao also knew that Liang Jiashu and Zheng Lizhen were mortal enemies. The two had fought for many years, and Liang Jiashu's power in wireless would gradually decline in these open and secret battles. I just heard Liang Jiashu say, "Are you going to find Zheng Lizhen?" I don't think it is necessary. Although she is not really on a business trip, she really left Hong Kong and went to Japan to contact business. I believe it will not be within a week. We'll be back. Zhou Hao understood that Liang Jiashu suddenly came to find himself, and there must be a reason, so he simply said, "You know about Xiaobing too?" Liang Jiashu nodded. "Yes, I know about it." He said to Zhou Hao and Wang Weiwen. Liang Xiaobing belongs to Zheng Lizhen's group, and she also agreed to renew the contract with the company under the persuasion of Zheng Lizhen. But the contract she signed it, but instead of renewing the contract with us, she signed it to the Donghui brokerage company. What the is going on? Zhou Hao snorted. Could it be that Zheng Lizhen lied to Xiaobing? Yes, it is true, Liang Jiashu said. Although I was not present at the time, I think Zheng Lizhen should have lied to Liang Xiaobing to renew the wireless contract, but secretly changed the contract and signed Liang Xiaobing to the Donghui brokerage company. Zhou Hao asked, "Why did she do this?" Liang Jiashu shook his head. "I don't know about this." However, the previous incident of Chun Jiahui's slander of Liang Xiaobing was actually done by Zheng Lizhen. The purpose should be to make the public think that Liang Xiaobing is a woman who greets vanity and changes her reputation stinky. In this case, everyone would think that Liang Xiaobing signed the Donghui issue by Liang Xiaobing himself, and it has nothing to do with wireless, and they also dismissed Zheng Lizhen's relationship. Otherwise, let others know about it, even if it is. The artists of Zheng Lizhen's school will probably break away from her one after another. After listening to Liang Jiashu's words, Zhou Hao finally understood. At the same time, he secretly sighed about TVB's next work. Although they did not know why they signed Liang Xiaobing to Donghui brokerage company, they provoked this series of disturbances in order to clear their own responsibility. Even not hesitating to discredit Liang Xiaobing, it is too vicious. I heard Liang Jiashu again. I think Zheng Lizhen's decision on this matter is very small, because she herself is very optimistic about Liang Xiaobing. So I think this time the matter should be decided by the person above. The people above should be Run Sha and Fang Yihua. Zhou Hao sank his face. It seems that I need to ask them why do you want to do this? He looked at Liang Jiashu. Also, why are you telling us this? I saw a look of loneliness on Liang Jiashu's face. I've seen it through after so many years here. Even for old officials like us, the company says that we will be fired as soon as we are fired, and we don't say anything about it. Although I'm here now, there is still some status in the company, and there are many good artists under him. But if I lose power, the company will definitely not speak any favors. Zhou Hao was a little surprised, because now the several Xiaxingwudins of wireless are from Liang Jiashu's faction. Liang Jiashu's influence on wireless is still at its peak, but he didn't expect him to think about the future outcome now. Although Liang Xiaobing is from Zheng Lizhen's side, in fact, I am quite optimistic about her. I don't want her to be ruined like this. Liang Jiahui said to Zhou Hao, I know you should have some energy in the underworld. If you can, you just help her. Then Liang Jiashu turned around and left, his back very lonely. Wang Weiwen looked at Zhou Hao and asked, Then what should we do now? If this time the decision is made by the sixth uncle and the sixth aunt, then we are settled, and it is impossible for Xiaobing to return to wireless. I will look for them now, Zhou Hao said. Sha, respected by Hong Kong people as Uncle Six, has always lived in the Kingshuiwen building in Jinglanshu, Hong Kong. Zhou Hao drove straight to this place, and as soon as they arrived at the door, Zhou Hao and the two saw a middle-aged man. The woman also got off a car. Zhou Hao, that is the sixth aunt. Wang Weiwen said. That middle-aged woman was Fang Yihua, who had just married Sha in Las Vegas. Seeing Zhou Hao and Wang Weiwen, Fang Yihua frowned and said, Weiwen, why are you here? And this is... My name is Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao doesn't have any favor with this shrewd woman who is full of extravagance and shrewd like a fox in her eyes. Oh, you are Zhou Hao. I heard Li Zhen say it before. Fang Yihua smiled and said, do you want to come and see Uncle Six? Zhou Hao nodded. Yes, there are some things I want to check with Mr. Xiao. He did not call Xiao Yifu Uncle Six like others. Then please come up. Fang Yihua still smiled and invited Zhou Hao and Wang Weiwen into the room. The house is simple in style, and there are not many people. Apart from Run Run, there are only 3 servants and 1 driver. As for Fang Yihua, in fact, she has never lived with Run Run. She lives alone at the Grand Bay near the Shaw Studios. When Zhou Hao and Wang Weiwen entered the house with Fang Yihua, Run Run Shaw was sitting on the sofa drinking tea and watching the movie. The expressions on his faces were very pleasant. And the movie on the TV is the famous movie The Drunk Man, produced by Shaw Film Company. Run 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 was 90 years old. In Zhou Hao's previous life, Zhou Hao died earlier than Run Run. Run 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 was over 100 years old at that time, but he was still very healthy. When the two came in, Run Run Run, who was sitting on the sofa, immediately recognized Wang Weiwen. He knows every employee in his company. After all, he is still the head of TVB today. When his gaze fell on Zhou Hao, Fang Yihua, who was already sitting next to him, smiled and said, this is Zhou Hao, the one Li Zhen told us before. I remember that he was Zhou Hao who drove Fang Bingruan's godson away on the set that day. Xiao Yifu said. Run Run Shaw's eyes lingered on Zhou Hao, and Zhou Hao was also looking at him. From the outside, Run 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 is an ordinary old man who is slightly thin, but in fact, he is the power of a media kingdom, and he holds half of the Hong Kong entertainment industry in his hands. The Shaw Brothers company founded by this old man has long dominated the Chinese film market in Hong Kong and even the entire Asian Chinese film market since the 1960s. At that time, almost all the stars, directors, and screenwriters in Hong Kong were members of the Shaw Brothers company. It wasn't until Shaw Brothers missed Bruce Lee and allowed Golden Harvest Films to take advantage of Bruce Lee to break the monopoly of Shaw Brothers in the film market. After that, many film companies emerged one after another, and Shaw gradually withdrew from the film market, and Shaw also concentrated on wireless TV. If the current Shaw Brothers company is still in its heyday, then Shaw will truly be the emperor in the entertainment media of Hong Kong. At the same time, Run Run Shaw was also the first Chinese to be knighted by the Queen of England. It is said that Shaw was very keen on making pornographic films in his early years. At that time, each of Shaw's films required his approval, and he also liked to add annotations to the script of each movie. A large part of the script was based on him. A lot of pornographic plots have been added to his pen. Zhou Hao's mood is very calm for this old man, who controls half of the Hong Kong entertainment circle. Because in his eyes, Run 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 was just a successful businessman. He would not regard Run Run as a myth in the entertainment industry like those artists. Children, you and Weiwen came here to find me sincerely, probably because of Liang Xiaobing's business. When Shaw opened his mouth, he pointed out the purpose of Zhou Hao and Wang Weiwen's trip. Zhou Hao nodded. Yes, you secretly signed Xiaobing to Donghui Brokerage Company. Why on earth? Since Shaw said so, Zhou Hao had already affirmed that it was their decision. Run Run Shaw glanced at Zhou Hao faintly. Kid, do you have any evidence? Liang Xiaobing signed a contract with Donghui Brokerage Company and has nothing to do with our wireless. This is the so-called film tycoon. Zhou Hao looked at Run Run Shaw with his hands coldly. In my opinion, he is just a poor old man who dares not to be. Fang Yihua frowned. Mr. Zhou, I hope you speak politely. But seeing Run Run Shaw raised his hand to stop Fang Yihua, he smiled at Zhou Hao. What is your relationship with Liang Xiaobing? She is my woman, so do you understand? Zhou Hao said. Run Run Shaw smiled and nodded, and then looked at Fang Yihua next to him. Young people are impulsive, but this is just like a young man. I think I tried to do a lot of silly things for Meijin back then. Haha, now Meijin is gone, and we are old too. The Meijin in his mouth was his first wife, Huang Meijin, who had just passed away. Then Run Run Shaw said to Zhou Hao, my kid, let me tell you. In fact, we didn't want to do this, but Fang Bingrun threatened us and let us sign Liang Xiaobing to a brokerage company in their East Star. If we don't do it, he has some handle on our company. Zhou Hao immediately said, "Is it evidence that you bribed government officials?" Fang Yihua's face changed immediately when he heard Zhou Hao's words. It was obviously that Zhou Hao had guessed it, but Run Sha still smiled. He said, "That's right. In fact, many people in the industry will do this kind of thing. That Fang Bingrun didn't know how to get the evidence against us. If he handed over the evidence to the Independent Commission Against Corruption, we would be in trouble. Even so, you can sacrifice Xiaobing? Did you know that this ruined her?" Zhou Hao said coldly. Run Sha's tone is still unwavering. "Actually, the entertainment industry is also a business. Those singers and movie stars are nothing more than merchandise, but everyone's price tag is different. To join the entertainment industry, you should have such psychological preparations. I think Liang Xiaobing should have this consciousness when he participated in Miss Hong Kong." He looked at Zhou Hao and said, "If she hadn't been guarded by her uncle back then, she would be the same as everyone else in Hong Kong after she got the third place. We bid and won." Seeing Shaw's calm and kind face, what he said was so cold and unkind, Zhou Hao couldn't help but rise in anger. In fact, he also knew about these things in the entertainment industry. Run's words were correct from a certain point of view, but Zhou Hao could not agree with Run's attitude, especially now that the matter involved his own woman. I listened to Shaw again. "In fact, what do you know? You have no evidence to prove that this matter is related to our company. At this juncture, you should think about how to deal with Fang Bingrun." Run Sha really didn't care much about Zhou Hao. On the one hand, he had no evidence, so he couldn't help Shaw and TVB. On the other hand, Run was so detached in Hong Kong that he was not afraid of a young man like Zhou Hao. Seeing Xiao Yifu's confident look, Zhou Hao squinted his eyes and said, "You feel that it's not a big deal to sacrifice Xiaobing and sacrifice a mere artist, right? You think I can't help you, right? You just think of me as a yellow-haired kid who knows nothing, right?" Run Sha glanced at Zhou Hao sideways. "It's true." "Ha!" Zhou Hao suddenly laughed, pointing to the drunk man on the TV over there, and said to Run Sha, "Why do you still like your Shaw Brothers film before? Are you? Do you still miss the glory of the previous Shaw Brothers' dominance in Hong Kong movies? Are you still reminiscing about the scenery when everyone in the entertainment circle worshipped you?" Listening to Zhou Hao's words, Xiao Yifu's Gu Jing Bubo face finally began to change, and a gloomy expression filled his eyebrows. "I tell you, those days have passed, and there will never be again. Even if you have 10 or 20 years to live, you will never see those days again. You will never want to get involved in the movie circle again." Zhou Hao said to Run Sha, "Now TVB has almost monopolized Chinese programs in Hong Kong and even in Asia. Even the only Asian TV that is qualified to be your opponent has been suppressed by you for so many years, so you have no fear, right?" Zhou Hao took a deep breath and looked condescendingly at Run Sha, who was sitting on the sofa over there. "Well, then I will personally pull you off the throne of the television industry, and then I will personally take your hand to build the wireless aircraft carrier. Hitchen, I want you to remember that the most terrifying enemy in your life is not Jiahe, or Xinyiching, or Yongsheng, or Asia Television, but I am Zhou Hao. Young man, I don't know how high the sky is, and I don't know how high the sky is." Sha was finally angry, his whole body trembling slightly. Fang Yihua hurriedly helped him, and while smoothing his undulating chest, he said to Zhou Hao, "Only you can sync our wireless? Don't be crazy. Go away, get out of here. Otherwise I will call the police. Also, Wang Weiwen, you have been fired. Dismissal is to dismiss. I didn't want to stay on your wireless anymore. It's worse than being a slave." Wang Weiwen was also a bit more manly at this time. He used to be nervous when facing Sha and Fang Yihua. Dare to raise his head. "Can I sync your wireless TV? Just wait and see. Also, Mr. Xiao, I believe that before you temporarily, you can see the sinking of the wireless TV aircraft carrier." Zhou Hao smiled. He knew that Sha had at least more than 10 years to live, but Sha would be 90 years old this year, and even if he died tomorrow, no one would rush to sudden. So he meant that he would soon defeat TVB. "Go away," Fang Yihua said sharply to Zhou Hao and Wang Weiwen. Zhou Hao and Wang Weiwen walked to the door, but Zhou Hao's voice was still heard clearly. "Lian Per is old. Can you still have food?" Walking out of Sha's house and returning to the car, Wang Weiwen looked at Zhou Hao with dazzling eyes and said, "Zhou Hao, you were so handsome just now. No one has ever dared to speak like this in front of Uncle Lou, people and artists in the company, seeing that the 6 uncles and the 6 aunts are all quail-like. However, you just said to sink the TVB, it should be just a joke. Zhou Hao held the steering wheel and looked outside. A cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. I'm not kidding. Wang Weiwen stared at Zhou Hao with wide eyes and said in disbelief, What? You're not kidding. Are you really planning to compete with TVB? Zhou Hao's mouth curled up. Do I look like I was joking just now? Do you think I was just a young and frivolous deliberately? Shaw? I'm serious. I'm going to sink TVB, the aircraft carrier in the television industry. But you know that TVB is in Hong Kong. No. Do you know what kind of existence it is in the entire Chinese world? Asia TV said many years ago that it would win TVB, but it has been TVB is suppressed, and occasionally rebounding at the bottom of the valley is just a flash in the pan. As a friend, Wang Weiwen did not want Zhou Hao to act impulsively. Also, investing in TV requires very large funds, and the results will not be very fast. Zhou Hao, you have to think clearly. I have already thought about it clearly, and I have decided to do this, Zhou Hao said. The confidence on his face was beyond words. Seeing Zhou Hao's persistence or even stubborn look, Wang Weiwen sighed deeply. Then do you need an agent? Seeing Zhou Hao's eyes, Wang Weiwen said, I have already left now. TVB is now, that is, you are unemployed. If you don't find a job quickly, you won't be able to pay the rent soon. Wouldn't you not welcome me? Of course not. Zhou Hao smiled. I can't ask for it. He knew that Wang Weiwen was a very good agent, and he was very considerate of his contracted artists. Liang Xiaobing became a confidant with him. This time he also left TVB for Liang Xiaobing. He was indeed a man of love and righteousness, which moved Zhou Hao very much. I listened to Wang Weiwen again. By the way, there are several other agents in wireless who are very dissatisfied with wireless. They have a good relationship with me. Would you like me to dig them over for you? This is great, Zhou Hao said. But there is no need to be so urgent. I still have a lot of preparation work to do. As for this period of time, you should take a vacation, but I will still pay. Just add 50% to your original wireless salary. Wang Weiwen was happy when he heard it. Haha, your boss is so nice. I have never tried a paid vacation. Zhou Hao smiled and said, but don't just focus on playing during this period of time, but pay more attention to potential artists. It's no problem, Wang Weiwen replied. TV is closely related to life. Before home computers were popularized, TV was almost the only entertainment for the whole family. So Zhou Hao is not ignorant of the development of TV programs. Although he is not clear about the production of TV programs, with his foresight for future development and sufficient funds, Zhou Hao is confident to fight a TV war with TVB. Because Zhou Hao knew that in his previous life, from the mid-1990s to his death, the TV drama genre did not change much, while Korean dramas on the other side and Taiwan idol dramas became popular in Asia. At one time, it was difficult to suppress Hong Kong dramas. Even the 2 major TV stations of wireless in Asia have successively purchased Korean and Taiwanese dramas to cater to the audience. Zhou Hao has also been poisoned by Korean dramas and Taiwanese dramas, so he can say that he understands the patterns very well, because the patterns of Korean dramas and idol dramas are roughly the same. In addition to sensationalism, Korean dramas are most concerned about the appearance of the hero and the hero. As long as the male and female protagonists are attractive enough, then this Korean drama has been more than half a success. Taiwan's idol drama is even more so. Back then, F4 was popular all over the country. And now, Korean dramas are just showing signs of gaining ground. They have not yet captured the mainland and Asian markets. Taiwan's idol dramas have even disappeared. Today, Taiwan is still keen on making Taiwanese language dramas of super long length. Therefore, Zhou Hao, who has mastered these opportunities, is equivalent to having the best time. He said before that he wanted to defeat Run Run Shaw, but it was not impulsive, nor was it a reckless action to hit a rock with a pebble. However, this matter needs to be prepared slowly from a long-term plan, and now Zhou Hao still needs to take into account other things. The most important thing is Liang Xiaobing this time. Because of TVB's troubles, Liang Xiaobing was signed to Donghui Brokerage Company. Although fraud is involved, the evidence is not obvious. Donghui Brokerage Company is in a very advantageous position especially this time the matter was done by Fong Bingrun, which is not as easy to deal with as before Qin Jiehui. At the same time, if this incident is exposed, then whether or not Liang Xiaobing can regain her freedom in the future will have a great impact on her. So Zhou Hao thought to himself, this matter can only be solved privately with Fong Bingrun. But he didn't understand why Fong Bingrun did this. If he hadn't given up on Liang Xiaobing yet, Zheng Yingpei had warned him before. Is Fong Bingrun no longer afraid of Zheng Yingpei? As high-level officials in Hong Kong that the central government focuses on training, Zheng Yingquan and Zheng Yingpei's status will rise after the return. As long as they want to establish a foothold in Hong Kong, they must not be offended. Fong Bingrun should understand this truth. Zhou Hao sent Wang Weiwen back to TV City because he had to pack his own things. Although many people are reluctant to leave Wang Weiwen, there are still some people in TVB who watch with gloat, because even if Wang Weiwen is popular, it is very difficult to find both ways in this extremely complicated circle. However, looking at those people's gloating gazes, Wang Weiwen sneered secretly in his heart. Laugh as you guys, see who can have the last laugh. Even if he himself thinks that the TVB aircraft carrier is difficult to be knocked down, he is right. Zhou Hao had almost blind confidence. He didn't know why. He just believed that Zhou Hao would surely realize what he said. On the other side, Zhou Hao also returned to the villa in mid-levels. Liang Xiaobing was sitting in the hall watching videos, but some stage plays. Zhou Hao knows that Liang Xiaobing likes stage plays very much, has also studied this aspect very much, and often applies some of the skills in stage plays to his acting skills. Seeing Zhou Hao's return, Liang Xiaobing immediately got up and greeted him, and asked very worried, "How is it?" Zhou Hao told Liang Xiaobing everything. When she heard that TVB had sacrificed herself for profit without hesitation, Liang Xiaobing broke into tears, although she had long known that in this entertainment industry, everyone is profitable. She is not emotional, but when she is truly a victim of TVB, she is still very sad. Why do they want to do this? For so many years, I have been doing what they said, what drama they asked me to do. I have never refused. I have done my best for the company. Why did they do this? Liang Xiaobing asked in tears, his expression very angry. Zhou Hao hugged her and comforted. It's none of your business. You didn't do anything wrong. They were ruthless and righteous. You didn't do anything wrong. Frozen in Zhou Hao's arms, Liang Xiaobing was as pitiful as a wounded little beast. Fortunately, Zhou Hao was supporting her by her side. Otherwise, Liang Xiaobing, who had not talked about this series of things, would have no idea what to do. Now that Donghui Brokerage Company holds my contract, what should I do? Liang Xiaobing asked. Don't be afraid, everything is mine, Zhou Hao said, touching her hair. Zhou Hao stayed with Liang Xiaobing at home for one day, and Liang Xiaobing's mood only slightly recovered. The TV is constantly broadcasting the mood and state of Hong Kong people before the return, because the day after tomorrow is July 1st, and Hong Kong is about to return to the embrace of the motherland. In fact, the people of Hong Kong are very afraid of the return, because they are afraid that after the return, mainland China's policies will change Hong Kong and make Hong Kong like some cities in China. Hong Kong is a capitalist society, while mainland China is a socialist society. If Hong Kong is to be changed domestically, the lives of Hong Kong people will be drastically changed. Although Deng Gong made the promise of one country, two systems, unchanged for 50 years, many years ago, things came to an end and there was no precedent before. In particular, the British government deliberately exaggerated the harsh domestic environment. So many Hong Kong the people became frightened, and those rich and powerful immigrated abroad one after another, leading to a huge outflow of funds. Zhou Hao smiled and asked Liang Xiaobing, who was shrinking in his arms, Hong Kong is about to return. Are you afraid? What are you afraid of? Liang Xiaobing wrapped his hands around Zhou Hao's waist and put his face on Zhou Hao's broad chest and smiled. If there is anything to be afraid of, let you support me anyway. You won't be unwilling. Right. Of course I do, and I am very happy. Zhou Hao smiled and pecked Liang Xiaobing's mouth. At this time, Zhou Hao's phone rang, but it was from Ni Yang's school. Zhou Hao said to the phone, You just called. I was about to ask you. Fong Bingrun threatened TVB to sign Xiaobing to Donghui in your club. Brokerage company, do you know this? Is this? Ni Yongxiao said, I don't know, he never told me. By the way, Fong Bingrun asked me to do that today. His tone became heavy. I have already agreed. Zhou Hao frowned. Huh? What is he going to do with you? Long ago, Fong Bingrun tried to test Ni Yong School fiercely and said that he would do something in a few days. When things are done, Ni Yong School will have an unlimited future. Just listen to Ni Yong Xiao mutely say. He asked me to kidnap Patton. He's crazy. Zhou Hao cursed at the first reaction. Who is Patton? Patton was the last governor of Hong Kong, and it was in his term that Hong Kong ended a century of colonial era. However, at the moment before Hong Kong's return to China, he was still the governor of Hong Kong and the chief executive of the government. But Fong Bingrun now asks Ni Yong School to kidnap Patton. Did he know your true identity, so he deliberately framed you? Zhou Hao asked Ni Yong Xiao. School Ni Yong replied, I can't see it. Then why are you agreeing? Zhou Hao said, Don't tell me the right or wrong of this matter, but do you think it can be successful? Do you know how many guards there are around Patton? And those are not your underworld fighting gangs? Little bastards, those are strictly trained personnel. Ni Yong Xiao said lightly. But if I didn't agree at the time, Fong Bingrun was afraid that he would kill me immediately. Zhou Hao stopped talking because he knew that Ni Yong School was right. Ni Yong School already knew that Fong Bingrun was going to kidnap Patton. If Ni Yong School did not sit in the same boat as Fong Bingrun, he would definitely be killed by Ni Yong School. So in Ni Yong School there was no choice at that time. But why did Fong Bingyun do this? He just directed the incident of Liang Xiaobing, and now he wants to kidnap Patton Dingkong. Zhou Hao wondered if Fong Bingrun was crazy. Before, Zhou Hao wondered why he was not even afraid of Zhang Yingpei to fight Liang Xiaobing's idea. Now it seems that he is more than afraid of Zhang Yingpei. This is simply a declaration of war on the Hong Kong government. Then when does he let you act? Zhou Hao asked Ni Yong Xiao. Tomorrow, Ni Yong Xiao replied. He also told me the location of Patton's itinerary tomorrow and the number of guards. I really don't know where he got the information. Zhou Hao looked solemn. But at midnight tomorrow, Patton will attend the handover ceremony of Hong Kong's sovereignty. Regarding Fong Bingrun's crazy conspiracy, Zhou Hao thought of the Japanese woman he worked with. Although it is not certain that the woman is Mrs. Tokugawa, but they are all very dangerous, especially since it was an authentic Japanese ninja who followed Ni Yong School that day. After the Japanese ninja committed suicide that day, Zhou Hao used the public telephone to call the police. The police were also shocked after discovering the ninja's body. Zhang Yingpei didn't want to cause public panic, especially at the sensitive stage on the eve of the return, so he sealed the news. I also heard from Ni Yong Xiao. Fong Bingrun has given me a batch of arms to kidnap Patton tomorrow. There is actually an MP5 in it, and the firepower is very fierce. I think we have to meet immediately. Zhou Hao said. No, Fong Bingrun deliberately sent a few people to my side. If I had any changes, I would die. Ni Yong Xiao said. I still call you in the toilet. Zhou Hao thought for a while, and said, Where are you? I'll come to find you. Knowing that Zhou Hao doesn't do anything impulsively, Ni Yong School told him the address, but it was in a rental unit in Wan Chai. Xiaobing, you stay here and don't go anywhere. Zhou Hao told Liang Xiaobing and called Su Lin to come back immediately. Then, he asked Xing Yingpei to help and sent some policemen over to protect the two women. Because this matter was too serious, Zhou Hao was worried about the safety of the two women. And Zhou Hao did not tell Xing Yingpei that Fong Bingrun was going to kidnap Patton. In fact, he could inform the police to let them arrest Fong Bingrun. But at this time, the arrest of Fong Bingrun was not only unfounded, but also stunned. Now Zhou Hao's biggest trump card is Ni Yong Xiao, and Ni Yong Xiao is the deepest dark thread placed beside Fong Bingrun. Compared with Fong Bingrun, it is equivalent to him in the Ming and Zhou Hao in the dark, and Zhou Hao occupies a very advantageous position. If the police are notified, Ni Yong Xiao will be exposed, and Fong Bingrun and the mysterious Japanese woman will be turned into the dark, making it even more difficult to deal with. After Su Lin returned, Zhou Hao told her and Liang Xiaobing not to stay here. And Su Lin and Liang Xiaobing did not ask Zhou Hao what happened, because if Zhou Hao wanted to tell them, they would naturally tell them. And Zhang Yingpei also sent 6 investigators who had served in the Flying Tigers to help Zhou Hao protect the two women. To resolve this worries, Zhou Hao came to the address Ni Yong Xiao said by himself. This is an ordinary residential unit with many residents around. Zhou Hao rang the doorbell when he came to this unit. Who? A fierce male voice came from inside. Then the door opened. But it was Ni Yongxiao who opened the door, and Zhou Hao also saw 5 men in the room, all of them with ferocious expressions. When Ni Yongxiao saw Zhou Hao standing in front of the door, he turned his head and said to the people in the room, "It's okay. It's one of my subordinates." Then he let Zhou Hao into the house. But after Zhou Hao came in, one of the men in the room frowned. "Hey, this guy seems to be." Zhou Hao guessed that this might be because he had seen him before, so he didn't wait for him to remember, and his right hand volleyed a little to seal his acupuncture points. Seeing Zhou Hao's sudden change, the other 4 subconsciously took out the MP5 submachine gun from under the table. But before they had time to launch, they inexplicably felt that they couldn't move their whole body, and the index finger on the trigger couldn't move a minute. And when Ni Yongxiao saw these 5 people suddenly stand still like a stone sculpture, he was stunned and asked Zhou Hao, "What did you do to them?" "It's nothing. Just tap their acupuncture points." Zhou Hao smiled faintly and went to close the door. Ni Yongxiao looked at Zhou Hao in disbelief. "Acupuncture? Really acupuncture skills? You can acupuncture?" Zhou Hao pointed to the 5 men who couldn't even speak in the slightest and said, "Didn't you see it?" Ni Yongxiao shook his hand in front of one of the men in the past, and when he saw his eyeballs not moving, he exclaimed, "It's amazing. I thought this point is only in the novel. It really exists." Before he was driven away by Zhou Hao in the TV city, he thought that Zhou Hao was just a man who knew some fist skills and had a good skill. But now, it seems that Zhou Hao is the kind of martial arts master who is hidden from view. Real martial arts are used. However, Ni Yong's proofreading to Zhou Hao said, "It's useless if you subdue them. They have to call Fong Bingrun to report my situation every half an hour. Fong Bingrun will definitely be suspicious now like this." But Zhou Hao asked, "Are these people afraid of death? They are the most ruthless people in the club, so Fong Bingrun would let them come and follow me to kidnap Pan." Zhou Hao smiled faintly. "No one in this world is afraid of death, and those who are not afraid of death are forced out." With that, he came to one of the people who had been acupointed, and he was relieved as soon as he stretched out his hand. He opened his acupoint. As soon as the man regained his mobility, he immediately raised the submachine gun in his hand, but before his gun was raised, Zhou Hao grabbed his neck, tightened his 5 fingers without saying anything, and violently crushed it. Human throat bone. Blood constantly overflowed from this person's mouth, unable to say anything, only a sound of cooing. Soon, his eyes became gray and apathetic, and he fell softly to the ground. Although the other 4 people were still unable to move, they all showed shock and fear in their eyes. Obviously, they did not expect Zhou Hao to start to understand one person's life while talking and laughing, and the smile on his face remained unchanged. This is the real killing without blinking. Then Zhou Hao said to the 4 people, "If you don't want to end up like this person, then listen to us obediently. Otherwise, without Fong Bingrun asking you to settle accounts, I will send you down to see King Yin immediately." Zhou Hao knew that they were afraid to be disobedient. After all, he had just executed a cruel hand in front of them just now, which was very effective. Then Zhou Hao said to Ni Yong again, "Every half an hour, you put the phone in their ears and tell them to talk to Fong Bingrun. If they dare to talk nonsense, you kill them immediately. Also, you let a few reliable men come here." Ni Yongxiao nodded, admiring Zhou Hao's thunderous methods. If Zhou Hao also went to the underworld, then there would be no need to fight for the new Yian, 14K, and the United Kingdom. Hong Kong's underworld while the sky was covered by Zhou Hao. Proofreader Ni Yong asked Zhou Hao, "Then what are we doing now?" Zhou Hao smiled faintly. "Do what you should do. Isn't Fong Bingrun asking you to kidnap Patton? Then let's kidnap Patton." "What? Really kidnap Patton?" Ni Yongxiao exclaimed. He originally thought Zhou Hao would let him turn his face with Fong Bingrun, and then immediately get rid of Fong Bingrun. Just listen to Zhou Hao's words. "I feel that Fong Bingrun's kidnapping of Patton this time is not simple, and there may be some conspiracy behind it. Otherwise, once such a big incident is exposed, your entire United Nations news agency will be wiped out. Bingrun is not immune. Instead of this, we might as well take the tricks and see what Fong Bingrun is doing. I can do this, but if you mix in, I am afraid it will be very detrimental to you." Ni Yong said, "Don't worry, I have my own measures." Zhou Hao smiled slightly. At the governor's mansion on Upper Albert Road in Central, Hong Kong, 53-year-old Patton was sitting in his office, staring at a photo album on his desk in a daze. The photos in the photo album were all taken by him in Hong Kong. There are famous places in Hong Kong, as well as some tea restaurants and food stalls. Among them are photos of him tasting egg tarts at Tai Chong Bakery in Central. There is also a British woman beside Patton, who is Patton's youngest daughter Alice. She pressed Patton's shoulder and said, "Dad, you can't bear Hong Kong, right?" Glancing at his daughter, Patton sighed deeply. "What if you can't bear it?" Many years ago, Mrs. Chaucer lost in the negotiation with China. After 12 o'clock this evening, we will no longer it's the master of Hong Kong. He shook his head. China is now different from before. Even the United States and Russia are afraid of it. If we in Britain really turn our faces with them, the Americans will not necessarily help us. Alice shed tears. "Dad, I can't bear Hong Kong either. I can't bear to leave here," she said. She gently hugged Patton, and Patton also caressed her children's hair, silently comforting she was. At this time, an English man in a phone and leather shoes knocked on the door and said to Patton, "Mr. Governor, Prince Charles and Blair have come to Hong Kong first. They want you to meet in the past." "Okay, let's go now," Patton said. As a result, Patton and the 6 guards separated into 2 Mercedes-Benz cars and left the government house. However, the 2 Mercedes-Benz cars just drove out of the governor's mansion, and before they left Upper Albert Road, 2 white vans suddenly swept out from the side, trapping them one after the other. The guards around Patton were really well trained. As soon as they found that the situation was not right, he immediately asked Patton to lean down, and at the same time, took out the pistol handle and immediately notified the headquarters to request reinforcements. But the British man next to Patton just finished talking to the headquarters when he saw a man with a mask and, unable to see his appearance, came to the side of the car door, and the driver in front immediately locked the door. But the man outside grabbed the handle of the car door and pulled the whole car door out with force. Although the British man next to Patton was shocked, he suppressed his mind, raised his pistol and fired 3 shots at the man outside, and all 3 shots were on the man. However, the man outside did not fall down as he expected, and his eyes were full of coldness. The British man's first reaction was that this person must be wearing a bulletproof vest. He just wanted to raise the pistol and shoot him in the head, but the person had already aimed at him with an MP5 submachine gun and said coldly, "Don't move." The British man knew the power of MP5, so he dared not move immediately. And the man outside didn't talk nonsense, and a hand of a knife knocked the British man unconscious, and at the same time pulled Patton out of the car. Patton was still yelling when he was pulled out. "What do you want to do?" "I am Patton. I am the governor of Hong Kong, and I am a British official." When he was pulled out of the car, he also saw it. There were a few more outside. The man with his face covered, without exception, was armed with a powerful MP5 submachine gun. The guards in the car in front of him were also pointed with guns by them, and they couldn't even get off the car. The man pushed Patton into the van, and the others quickly turned back into the van. The 2 vans immediately left Upper Albert Road. Before leaving, another person stretched out and used the MP5 to blow up the tires of the 2 Mercedes-Benz cars so that they could not catch up. Moreover, because the MP5s were equipped with mufflers, the movement was not large. The whole process took no more than a minute, and when other people came to support, the 2 vans were gone. After the 2 vans drove quickly into a nearby alley, the people on it immediately got out of the van and transferred to the other 2 Toyota 4-wheel drive vehicles that were already in the alley, and then they left. In the 4-wheel drive, Patton was sitting in the back seat with a masked man beside him. I saw that these 2 men took off the masks on their heads, revealing their true colors. They were Zhou Hao and Ni Yong School. "Zhou Hao, I just saw the British guy shot you. Are you okay?" School Ni Yong asked Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao shook his head. "No, he missed the shot and didn't hit me." He thought to himself that the guy's pistol was not too powerful, and he was still faintly painful when he hit it. He was so angry that he couldn't even hit the bullet. But Zhou Hao didn't want people to know, so he didn't tell Ni Yong. As Patton leaned down at the time, he didn't see the situation at the time, so he had no doubts about Zhou Hao's words. Looking at Zhou Hao and Ni Yong Xiao, Patton said in crappy Chinese in shock, "Who are you? Do you know how serious the consequences of kidnapping me will be? You don't have to worry about these, as long as you know that you are now our prisoner, Zhou Hao said with a smile. It was the first time he saw the last governor of Hong Kong face to face. Patton, a senior politician of the British Conservative Party, took over as the governor of Hong Kong in 1992. The last governor of Hong Kong issued his first policy address as soon as he took office. The report mentioned the political reform plan and indicated that the election system of the Legislative Council will be reformed to speed up the pace of democracy in Hong Kong. This immediately aroused the dissatisfaction of the Chinese government. Patton immediately fell into a bad relationship with the central government. The Hong Kong and Macau Affairs Office even denounced Patton as an eternal sinner. Since Patton announced the political reform plan, he has never been in office. Was invited to meet with the leaders of the Chinese Communist Party. While in Beijing, Zhou Hao talked about Patton with Zhao Rixin, who has become his foster father, and Zhao Rixin also gave Patton a simple comment: the clown. Zhou Hao has no liking for Patton, even though his image of being close to the people is very popular in Hong Kong. But for China, many of Patton's political measures have affected the smooth transition of Hong Kong after the return. Specifically, Patton was that the British wanted to prevent China from taking back Hong Kong. Now Zhou Hao has guessed that Fang Bingruan's intention to kidnap Patton must have something to do with the return of Hong Kong. And if Patton really fell into Fang Bingruan's hands, the end would not be any better. Now that Zhou Hao intervened in this matter, it was tantamount to saving Patton. If it weren't for Zhou Hao not wanting to see any mistakes in the return of Hong Kong, he would not try to save this fat British middle-aged man. Patton didn't know who Zhou Hao and Ni Yongxiao were, and wanted to use his eloquence to persuade them to let them go. But without saying a word, Zhou Hao looked at his neck with a knife and knocked him out. And Zhou Hao replied, "Are there so many people in politics?" The Ni Yong school on the other side shrugged. "How do I know that I have no experience in politics?" He patted the shoulder of the man driving in front of him. "Go to the place we planned." "I know the boss," the man said. The people who kidnapped Patton with Zhou Hao and Ni Yongxiao were all Ni Yongxiao's henchmen. Of course, the police undercover under Ni Yongxiao had already been used by Ni Yongxiao. The two off-road vehicles soon came to the front of a villa. There were 4 men with grim expressions at the door of the villa. As soon as they saw these 2 off-road vehicles, they immediately opened the door of the villa. After the 2 off-road vehicles entered, they quickly close it and look around vigilantly. There were also many people guarding the villa inside and outside. It was very strict. Zhou Hao and Ni Yong School asked them to quickly help Patton in the car into the villa. "Have you really captured Patton?" A man stood in the lobby of the villa and saw the fainted Patton who was helped in, with a very shocked expression on his face. This man is impressively Xiang Huaqiang, the leader of Sinian. "Fifth brother, I only asked you for help with this matter because I believe you. Don't let it out," Zhou Hao solemnly said to Xiang Hua. "Of course." Xiang Huaqiang quickly patted his chest and said, "Our Xiang family members can do it if they say it is. I promised you that I will never regret it." Zhou Hao nodded. "If this time we really find out Fang Bingruan's conspiracy to harm the country, Brother Fifth, you have done a lot, and I will speak nicely to the country for you. And if we can't find out, I will also take all the responsibility on you, and it won't hurt you." Xiang Huaqiang lowered his face and said, "Xiao Hao, you don't treat me Xiang someone as a friend. No matter what happens, we are both blessed and shared misfortune." Although Xiang Huaqiang said so confidently, Zhou Hao knew that this was not his true heart. On the one hand, Xiang Huaqiang wanted to win him over, and on the other hand, if this matter was really beneficial to the country, his credit would be great. That's why he will help himself. However, the kidnapping of the governor of Hong Kong. Although Hong Kong returned to the embrace of the motherland after 12 o'clock this evening, it is also a felony. If the matter fails in the end, Xiang Huaqiang will definitely clear his relationship immediately and never with Zhou Hao. Misfortunes are equal. However, Zhou Hao didn't have anything to slander, because he and Xiang Huaqiang didn't plan to talk about brotherhood at all, and the relationship between the two was naked. In contrast, Ni Yongxiao's relationship with Zhou Hao is more real, and Zhou Hao really regards Ni Yongxiao as a friend. At this time, Zhou Hao said to Xiang Huaqiang, "Fifth brother, are you ready for the person I asked you to find? Time is running out." "It's all ready," Xiang Huaqiang said. "They have just returned from studying in Hollywood, and they have taken care of the technology home." When Zhou Hao heard the words, he smiled and said, "That's it. Then you can prepare for the Yong school." And Yongxiao nodded. At this moment, the mobile phone in his arms rang. He took it out and found that it was Fong Bingrun, so he quickly pressed the call button. "Hey, Godfather, it's me." When Zhou Hao and Xiang Huaqiang heard that it was Fong Bingrun, they became concerned. "Just listen to Ni," Yongxiao said. "Yes, Godfather, I have been caught back. Yes, there are no casualties on our side. Good. But now there are police everywhere. Maybe I am taking him to your place at night. Okay, goodbye." After talking to Fong Bingrun, Ni Yongxiao said to Zhou Hao, "I have already told him, and I will bring Patton to him at night. Then let's get ready, time is running out." As soon as Zhou Hao's voice fell, it was his turn to ring his mobile phone. When he saw it, it was still Fong Bingrun. He frowned and put the phone to his ear. "Fong Bingrun, whether Xiaobing has been checked out." Yeah, Zhou Hao, I have already asked the people below," Fong Bingrun said on the phone. About Liang Xiaobing. "Zhou Hao, the contract was indeed signed by Liang Xiaobing himself with our Donghui brokerage company. It has legal effect. We don't care wherever we go," Zhou Hao said coldly. "Don't play tricks with me, Fong Bingrun. I already know that you did it. Run Shaw has already told me. What on earth do you want to do? Even threatening TVB to trick Xiaobing into signing you." "There. Just heard Fong Bingrun laugh twice on the phone. "Since you know it all, then I will obliterate the turn. That's right, I did this thing, Who made you so shameless last time? I have been sitting in the seat of East Star for so many years. No one has dared to treat me like this." "Then what do you want?" Zhou Hao's voice became more cold. "Well, tonight, you come to me," Fong Bingrun said. "Let's talk about Liang Xiaobing. If I'm satisfied, maybe I'll sell you a face and spare Liang Xiaobing. If you don't satisfy me, then I will immediately sue Liang Xiaobing to break the contract to the court and ask her to pay the 60 million liquidated damages." Zhou Hao thought for a while, then replied, "Okay, I'm going to you tonight." Then, Ni Yongxiao asked Zhou Hao, "Fong Bingrun asked you to go there tonight?" Fong Bingrun not only wanted to kidnap Patton, but now also asked Zhou Hao to come to him. "I really don't know what his purpose is." Zhou Hao nodded, his eyes narrowed slightly, and sneered. "Then I will see what tricks he wants to do tonight." After Ni Yongxiao and Xiang Huaqiang had both prepared, Zhou Hao sat alone in the living room, thinking about what Fong Bingrun's actions were. First, threatened TVB to deceive Liang Xiaobing into signing a contract with Donghui brokerage company, and then asked Ni Yongxiao to kidnap Patton. The two things were not related, and Zhou Hao could not get the essentials after thinking hard for a long time. After Patton was kidnapped, there was no report on the incident on TV. I thought it was blocked. However, according to Zhou Hao's estimation, the Hong Kong police must now be dispatched by the entire army to search for Patton. Sure enough, Zhou Hao's phone rang soon, but it was not Xing Yingpei as Zhou Hao expected, but Lu Zhenwu. "Xiao Hao, do you know that Patton was kidnapped?" Lu Zhenwu's tone was solemn. Zhou Hao said, "I know, but I didn't expect you to call me." "You know?" Lu Zhenwu was puzzled. "Did Chief Xing tell you?" "No," Zhou Hao said with a smile. "Because of the kidnapping of Patton, I originally did it." Lu Zhenwu on the phone did not speak, and after a while, he tentatively said, "Xiao Hao, you are joking with me, right?" Zhou Hao said, "No, I'm not joking. Why are you doing this? Now people in both China and Britain are in chaos." Lu Zhenwu said, "Tonight is the return ceremony of Hong Kong. Patton must be present. And Patton is an official of the British government. The British are right. He takes it very seriously. Now those British people are already wondering if it was ours who did it, and Blair is also negotiating with us. Because according to the Patton guards at the scene, the kidnappers of Patton are very skilled in firepower. It is also very powerful and fast-moving. I really want to be a trained soldier. Moreover, the van at the time of the kidnapper was also found by the police in an alley near the governor's mansion, and both vehicles were found to be lost." "Xiao Hao, what are you doing?" "Brother Lu, don't worry." In the bathroom, Zhou Hao told Lu Zhenwu about Fong Bingrun's kidnapping of Patton. When Lu Zhenwu heard this, he was also very surprised. Why did he do this? Has he already colluded with anti-China forces and wanted to undermine the return of Hong Kong? Anti-China forces? Zhou Hao's heart moved. He hadn't thought about this before. Fong Bingrun wanted to kidnap Patton, and if it was finally exposed, he and the United British News Agency would not be spared. Zhou Hao never thought of his purpose for doing so, and if he is in collusion with anti-China forces, then it makes sense. Liu Zhenwu also said that the British now suspect that China kidnapped Patton. Let alone whether China will do so, the British will definitely take advantage of this matter to obstruct Hong Kong's return, even if it only delays Hong Kong's return. To make China faceless this time, even if it just creates some trouble for China, the British are very happy. The anti-China forces are likely to take advantage of Sino-British diplomatic ties to profit from it and achieve their goal of dealing with China. Zhou Hao immediately thought of the Japanese woman who worked with Fong Bingrun. It seems that she is most likely a member of the anti-China organization. However, Zhou Hao did not tell Liu Zhenwu about the Japanese woman. Then what are you going to do now? Also, tonight's return ceremony is a major event for all of us in China. There can be no mistakes, nor can the British find any excuses for obstruction, so Patton must come back. Liu Zhenwu to Zhou Hao solemnly said, Xiao Hao, this already involves national interests. Brother Liu, of course I know this. It is because this matter has already involved the national level. That's why I took such a big risk to intervene. Zhou Hao said, Brother Liu, don't worry. I promise that it will be held at the return ceremony. At that time, Patton will surely appear in front of the people of China and Britain. Please trust me. Liu Zhenwu over there hesitated and said, Well, Xiao Hao, I believe you. Thank you, Brother Liu. Zhou Hao said sincerely. Time flies quickly, and before you know it, night has fallen, completely covering the Oriental Pearl. After tonight, Hong Kong will no longer be a colony attached to Britain, but will return to the embrace of the motherland. On this night, all the citizens of Hong Kong are worried. They have been afraid of 97 for many years, and today is finally coming. At 9 o'clock in the evening, an Yong school brought a slightly obese man with a black cloth bag on his head to the office of Donghui Brokerage Company, the top unit of a commercial building. Fong Bingrun had already waited there. Seeing Yong Xiao bringing the man over, Fong Bingrun immediately became excited and walked over and tore off the black cloth bag from the man's head. This man was indeed Patton, who was kidnapped during the day. Perhaps because he was covered by a black cloth bag for a long time, Patton's eyes were not able to adapt to the strong light, so the eyes were slightly narrowed. After seeing Fong Bingrun in front of him, Patton was surprised and said, What is your purpose in binding me back? Do you know that people in China and Britain are looking for me? However, Fong Bingrun laughed happily. Master Governor, I wronged you this time. Yong Xiao said to Bingrun, Goddaddy, what should we do next? Now that the police are looking for him outside, they have almost turned all of Hong Kong over. Also, I heard that agents from the mainland and the UK are dispatched. No, the paper won't contain the fire. If this continues, we will be very dangerous. Don't be afraid. We won't stay in this small place in Hong Kong anyway. Fong Bingrun smiled. Mrs. Tokugawa, are you right? Mr. Fong, you are right. A very sweet female voice suddenly came. Before I saw anyone, it was just a voice, which seemed to have a charming charm. When Yong Xiao went to the fame, he was completely stunned, because he had never seen such a charming woman. Amei swept lightly, eyes like stars, Cheong nose like peaks, Zhu lips like cherry blossoms, strands of cloud-like hair wrapped around his head simply and generously, and a few thin hairs jumped out from the back of his neck, casual but charming. Especially her eyes, like the deep pools of two bays, can indulge people in it. I saw this woman was wearing a black one-piece short skirt with a shallow U-shaped neckline, revealing a piece of white and snowy skin under her neck, as well as the yufeng that was held up high by the clothes, and the skirt under the skirt. A pair of slender thighs can make any man salivate. This woman may not be the most beautiful woman Yong Xiao has ever seen, but the almost seductive style of her body is incomparable to any woman. Just stand there, and she can become the focus of all men. And beside this woman, there was a grim man in his early 40s in a suit. The moment he saw this seductive woman, Yong Xiao was almost certain that she was the one who worked with Fong Bingrun. Sure enough, Fong Bingrun was very respectful to this woman, and said with a flattering smile, Mrs. Tokugawa, Patton, we have already captured it. Will we do as originally planned? Mrs. Tokugawa smiled at Fong Bingrun, and Fong Bingrun immediately showed a fascinating look. He only heard Mrs. Tokugawa say, "Yes, we will see if Mr. Fong you really have the sincerity to cooperate with us." "Of course I have. It is my honor to cooperate with Mrs. Tokugawa." Fong Bingrun smiled. Goddess, these two. Ni School looked at Mrs. Tokugawa and them, secretly vigilant. Fong Bingrun immediately glared at Ni Shao. "Lianhu, I just came to say hello to Mrs. Tokugawa and Mr. Jingu. This is Mr. Fong, your son-in-law, right? It really is a talent." Madame Tokugawa looked at Ni Shao with a little appreciation. Even if Ni Shao had been secretly wary of this woman, he was so excited by Mrs. Tokugawa's gaze, as if he could be appreciated by Mrs. Tokugawa as something to be proud of. I saw Mrs. Tokugawa looked at the watch in her hand, and then Bingrun smiled slightly at the other party. "Mr. Fong, time is almost up. You can do it now." Okay. Fong Bingrun said hurriedly, and handed a pistol to Ni Shao again. "Lianhu, immediately kill Patton." Ni Shao was taken aback and looked at Fong Bingrun suspiciously. "Goddaddy this." Fong Bingrun immediately sank his face and stared at Ni Shao coldly. "What? Don't you even listen to me?" Seeing Fong Bingrun's sulky face, Ni Shao gritted his teeth, took the pistol, and turned to face Patton. Facing the Ni School holding a pistol, Patton immediately showed a look of horror and constantly shook his head and said, "No. I'm sorry." Ni Shao said only faintly and shot his pistol at Patton's heart. After a gunshot, Patton's chest was bloody, and he stepped back a few steps and finally fell to the ground, slowly falling to the ground, and soon stopped breathing. And Mr. Jingu, who was standing by Mrs. Tokugawa, also walked a few steps over, knelt down and touched Patton's neck, and then nodded to Mrs. Tokugawa. Mrs. Tokugawa smiled and looked at Ni Shao. "Sure enough, he is a person who does great things." Fong Bingrun over there also quickly said to Mrs. Tokugawa, "Madam, now Patton is also dead. There will definitely be a dispute between China and Britain than you promised me before. Don't worry, I will transfer the billion Hong Kong dollars to your Swiss bank account soon." Mrs. Tokugawa said, "Money is just a trivial matter." Fong Bingrun smiled flatly. "Madam, you said before that you would recommend me to European gambling groups when things are done." At this time, Ni Shao almost understood it. Fong Bingrun does have a cooperative relationship with this Mrs. Tokugawa. Now it seems that Mrs. Tokugawa's promise to Fong Bingrun will help Fong Bingrun enter the huge gambling groups in Europe, in addition to the billion Hong Kong dollars. Compared with the outside betting by Sinian or the United British News Agency, the gambling groups in Europe are much larger. Even the super clubs with huge wealth are controlled by them, and they make every year. It is hundreds of billions of dollars. It was only then that Ni Shao came to understand. No wonder Fong Bingrun mentioned to him the European gambling groups before and said that he was long use shallow water in Hong Kong. It turned out that Fong Bingrun's ambition was to join those international gambling groups. Those gambling groups are not only financially powerful, they are not simply gangs, and even European governments have relations with them. To join them, it is not enough to have enough funds, but they also need to be approved. The process is complicated and difficult. But Mrs. Tokugawa's mouth curled up slightly, which also made Fong Bingrun's heart lifted. Fong Bingrun said anxiously, "But what?" "Mrs. Tokugawa, I did everything you asked me to do. I can't stay in Hong Kong anymore. I can't look back." "Mr. Fong, don't worry," Mrs. Tokugawa whispered. "Although Patton is dead, we still need to blame Zhou Hao for this matter. After he comes, you will deliberately anger him and ask Mr. and I to point at him with the pistol that killed Patton. According to Zhou Hao's character and martial arts, he will definitely seize Mr. Ni's pistol. Then, there will be his fingerprints on the pistol." Mrs. Tokugawa's smile was very charming, but her eyes flashed sinisterly. "He is the son of Zhao Rixin, a member of the Politburo Standing Committee. If the British knew that he was the one who killed Patton, they would definitely catch this to China. It's troublesome. Not only will the return of Hong Kong be obstructed, but Zhao Rixin will also be implicated. Even if he does not resign his position as a member of the Politburo Standing Committee, his influence will be greatly reduced." The Ni School here realized that Fong Bingrun had spent so much effort and even threatened TVB to sign Liang Xiaobing to Donghui Brokerage Company. just to deliberately provoke Zhou Hao and bring him here. To cooperate with Mrs. Tokugawa step by step, he introduced a trap. Seeing this extremely alluring and seductive woman, Ni Yongxiao gasped fiercely in his heart. Too vicious. Moreover, this woman's detrimental schemes are so unpredictable. But as far as I know, that Zhou Hao's skill is very good, and he took this pistol at that time. If he wants to kill me and Godfather, we don't have any resistance? Ni Yongxiao said. Fong Bingrun laughed. Don't worry, this gun has only one bullet just now, and it is now empty. Mrs. Tokugawa over there also smiled. Moreover, Mr. Jingu and I will protect you in secret. Although Zhou Hao's martial arts is good, it is far less than Mr. Jingu. Following Mrs. Tokugawa's words, Mr. Jingu behind her slapped a palm on a desk next to her. I saw that the desk made of solid wood shattered under the palm of Mr. Jingu and turned into pieces of sawdust. Fong Bingrun and Ni Yongxiao could not help but be stunned when they met, especially Fong Bingrun. Although he had worked with Mrs. Tokugawa and Mr. Jingu for a while, it was the first time he saw the strength of Mr. Jingu. For those of them who live in modern cities, this kind of strength is too terrifying. Even a brave underworld person, compared with Mr. Jingu, is as weak as a 3-year-old child. After being surprised, Fong Bingrun frowned and said, "Why isn't that kid Zhou Hao coming? I obviously made an appointment with him at this time." Ni Yongxiao looked at the wall clock on the wall. The ceremony of return should be about to begin. Fong Bingrun nodded and took a remote control to turn on the TV in the office. At the same time, he sneered and said, "I can't find Patton. I don't think this return ceremony will be done. Now the news should be covering the return ceremony. Make fun of it." With his voice, the TV was turned on. As Ni Yongxiao said, now is the beginning of the return ceremony. However, the ceremony of the reunification ceremony was not teased, as Fong Bingrun said. The grand scene of the Hong Kong Convention and Exhibition Center can be seen on the TV screen, and the leaders of China and Britain appeared in the camera. "What's going on?" Fong Bingrun asked in confusion, and Mrs. Tokugawa and Mr. Jingu frowned. "Wait, isn't that Patton?" Mrs. Tokugawa said, pointing to the TV. At this time, the camera was aimed at Patton and gave him a close-up. I saw that he was standing next to Prince Charles, the British Crown Prince, in a decent suit, with the same look on his face. "What's going on?" Mrs. Tokugawa and Mr. Jingu couldn't help looking at the body of Patton over there. Fong Bingrun was also shocked, his eyes wandering back and forth between the TV screen and the two Patton on the ground over there. Just listen to Mrs. Tokugawa categorically saying, "One of them must be fake." She glanced at Mr. Jingu next to him, and Mr. Jingu immediately rushed to the Patton Kong, over there. With her hands also added a sharp Japanese short knife. Before he came to the corpse of Patton, the Japanese sword in his hand had already slashed down, and an invisible blade of light immediately flew towards the corpse of Patton. However, just when Dao Mang was about to touch Patton, Patton rolled aside very quickly and took advantage of the situation to stand up. There was also a mocking smile on the originally stiff face. "To God," Mr. Gong said. "Is your injury healed so soon?" Mr. Jingu and Mrs. Tokugawa over there widened their eyes, looking at this Patton Kong in amazement. "It's you?" Mr. Jingu said in surprise. "I saw Patton unbuttoning his upper body suit, and then his belly fell to the ground, but it was a pile of silicone, and there was a bag of broken plasma on the chest. He was shot just now. The blood flowing out obviously came out of this pack of plasma." Then, Patton stretched his hand to the fat part of his chin and pulled hard. The fat of his chin was stripped of skin like this, slowly peeling off the entire face, and Patton was also exposed to show his true colors. "Zhou Hao, it's you," Mrs. Tokugawa said in amazement. That Patton turned out to be Zhou Hao. White Collar Situation is a good book, and interested readers can check it out. Seeing that Patton, who was killed by Ni Yongxiao, turned into Zhou Hao, everyone present except Ni Yongxiao couldn't believe it, especially Fong Bingrun. After rubbing his eyes several times, he was sure that what he saw was true. The truth is, although Mrs. Tokugawa and Mr. Jingu were shocked, they quickly recovered their peace. Watching the return ceremony on TV as usual and listening to the bursts of national music coming from it, Mrs. Tokugawa took a deep breath and then looked at Zhou Hao lightly. It seems that my plan has been ruined by you again. Zhou Hao loosely shrugged. It's just the right time. Then his eyes suddenly turned cold, and he stared closely at Mrs. Tokugawa. I said not to let me see you in China again, and I won't be merciful this time. Now, he was really angry. Mrs. Tokugawa's series of poisonous schemes were not only to frame herself, but also to deal with Zhao Rixin, and even harm China's interests. In public and private, Zhou Hao knew that he could not let her go, otherwise it would become a big disaster in the future. But Mrs. Tokugawa laughed and said, Hong Kong's handover ceremony has not been held yet, and this is not yet a place in China. You don't have to take advantage of the loopholes. I won't let you run away this time. Zhou Hao snorted coldly. Fong Bingrun over there was still muttering to himself. How could Patton be Zhou Hao? How could? Mr. Jingu glanced at him. Don't you understand yet? It was your son who betrayed you. This sentence made Fong Bingrun look at the Ni Yong school next to him in shock. And Ni Yongshao slowly moved back and walked to Zhou Hao. At the same time, he said, The Japanese is right. It's me. Fong Bingrun was shocked and heard Mrs. Tokugawa say to Zhou Hao. However, I obviously received news that Patton was kidnapped. He was indeed kidnapped, and I did it myself. Zhou Hao sneered. But I sent him back soon. The reason for kidnapping him is not to make you suspect, but to make him people disguised me like him. He asked Xiang Huaqiang to find a professional makeup artist, because Xiang Huaqiang himself started a film company, and there are several makeup artists who have returned from studying in Hollywood. Zhou Hao was disguised as exactly the same as Patton with fake and real disguise techniques. Zhou Hao also deliberately changed his voice with innocence. Although not the same as Patton, he was able to fool Mrs. Tokugawa and Fong Bingrun. After finishing the makeup, Zhou Hao immediately notified Lu Jinwu and asked him to send someone to pick up Patton in secret, and asked Patton to show up after the ceremony of returning. In that case, the previous assassination of Xiang Huaqiang was done by you instructing this old pig to do it. Zhou Hao said, I didn't understand why Fong Bingrun did this, because in the end he and Liaoning News Agency would be getting involved in this whirlpool. Now I understand that this old pig had planned to leave Hong Kong a long time ago, and even the United British News Agency was ignored. Just listen to Fong Bingrun said. Compared with those international gambling groups, East Star is nothing. Zhou Hao looked at him with sarcasm in his eyes. Do you think you help them get things done? They will really help you join those gambling groups? They just said that they would secretly protect you. It's a lie at all. At that time, they left a long time ago, because they knew that even if they stayed here, they wouldn't be able to protect you, and I might still find them. They wanted to go and couldn't go. Hearing Zhou Hao's words, Fong Bingrun was startled and looked at Mrs. Tokugawa and Mr. Jingu. However, Mr. Jingu suddenly shouted, Iga Hunin. With the shout of Mr. Jingu, 10 men in black appeared around Zhou Hao and Ni Yongshao without warning, all holding Japanese swords or shuriken cross signs and other weapons used by ninjas. And Mr. Jingu said to Mrs. Tokugawa, Madam, I will protect you first. Mrs. Tokugawa nodded. She took a deep look at Zhou Hao over there, and then followed Mr. Jingu to the office exit. Want to leave? It's not that easy. Zhou Hao shouted coldly, leaping up and rushing towards Mrs. Tokugawa and Mr. Jingu. But as soon as he moved, the surrounding ninjas also moved, and 2 ninjas holding knives in their backhands appeared in the air and blocked his way. Zhou Hao didn't say anything, and directly attacked the 2 ninjas with his fists. Seeing Zhou Hao's fist attack, the 2 immediately raised the Japanese sword in their hands to block their chests. But Zhou Hao shot with anger. He didn't have any remaining power. How great his power was, and how could they resist it? After hearing only 2 crisp sounds almost at the same time, the Japanese swords of the 2 ninjas lying across their chests were interrupted by Zhou Hao, and they hit their chests heavily. The sound of bones bursting suddenly sounded, and the 2 ninjas flew back to the left and right at the same time, and the blood that they sprayed immediately leaked out of their masks. With just 2 punches, the 2 ninjas were beaten to pieces and their internal organs were broken, making it difficult for even the gods to save. However, after fighting off these 2 ninjas, the other 8 people still had no fear, and they tightly surrounded Zhou Hao, and Mrs. Tokugawa and Mr. Jingu also took advantage of the 2 ninjas to desperately block. Ran out of the office. Facing the 8 ninjas who surrounded him, Zhou had no fear at all. He just wanted to solve them as soon as possible so that he could hunt down Mrs. Tokugawa and Mr. Jingu. But suddenly, 4 of the ninjas disappeared, and Ni Yongxiao over there was about to remind Zhou to be careful. Seeing Zhou stretched out his right hand to grab the air around him, he actually grabbed a ninja out of the air. Zhou grabbed the ninja's neck with one hand and hit the ground fiercely. With a bang, he knocked out a big hole on the hard floor and the concrete floor below, and the ninja was naturally cut off. The neck bone died. Zhou didn't stop, and with his left hand caught in the air, he grabbed the ankle of another ninja who had hidden his body. Then, after walking away, he swung out the ninja as a weapon, swept the other 2 invisible ninjas out, and slapped each of them, killing all 3 ninjas. The other 4 ninjas saw that Zhou solved the 4 of them in one breath, and the shock in their hearts was beyond mere. They each looked at each other and yelled a sentence in Japanese. At the same time, they pinched a pill, and they saw traces of gas quickly emerging from the pill and spreading into the air. Zhou didn't understand Japanese, so he didn't know what they said. But when he smelled a scent in the air, the blood qi in his body moved faintly, but there was no other reaction. Zhou knew that his physique was not afraid of poisons, so he guessed that the gas released by the pills that the ninja pinched just now was poisonous. Just when I wanted to remind school Ni Yong to be careful, I saw that Ni Yong school was already looking confused, a little dizzy, and watching the ninjas vaguely said, "Good. Many people. Many people." However, Zhou saw that the 4 ninjas remained unchanged, and he didn't understand what Ni Yongxiao's words meant. Suddenly, he remembered that he had read a book in his previous life, introducing these Japanese ninjas. As mentioned in the book, many Japanese ninjas' so-called clone art is actually to release a unique poison gas, which makes the enemy dizzy and has double visions. It looks like those ninjas have changed from one clone into several. Now it seems that these ninjas release the poisonous gas, but because they are not afraid of 100 poisons, they are not affected by those poisonous gas. Let you see what the real clone technique is. Zhou sneered and saw his figure instantly become blurred. Before Zhou's figure disappeared, he suddenly appeared in front of one of the ninjas and slapped that ninja's heart with a palm. Before the ninja fell, Zhou's figure flashed behind the other person again, pressing his chin with one hand on top of his head and twisting his chin, breaking his neck bone. Until Zhou appeared next to the last ninja, his figure in several other places had not completely disappeared. Zhou can even avoid bullets, which means that his body speed is higher than bullets. And just now he used this speed to attack these ninjas. Because the speed was too fast, the eyes of these ninjas couldn't keep up, so Zhou left a lot of afterimages, and the principle was the same as the movie. This is the best and most authentic method. The ninja murmured in Japanese, but as soon as he finished speaking, he was shocked and felt his heart stop beating. The scene froze on Zhou's face and fell straight back, but his heart was broken by Zhou's palm. Zhou turned around and walked to Ni Yong's school. Seeing that there was nothing serious besides his dizziness, he knew that the poisonous gas was not fatal, so he used Jin Qi to drive the toxins out of his body. As for Fang Bingran, who was also poisoned and dizzy, Zhou naturally had no need to help. He said to Ni Yongxiao, "I will leave the old silly pig to you, and I will chase them." He left the office immediately. He intuitively felt that Mrs. Tokugawa and Mr. Jingu did not go downstairs, but went up, and this office was already the top floor of the building, and above it was the rooftop. He thought Mrs. Tokugawa and Mr. Jingu must have left something behind on the roof of this building. Zhou didn't stop and ran up the stairs to the rooftop. When he came to the roof of the building, Zhou saw a white helicopter parked on the very spacious roof. Zhou thought to himself, Mrs. Tokugawa and the others really stayed here, because leaving from the air is faster and safer than escaping from the ground. Before thinking about it, Zhou rushed to the helicopter, and if they were allowed to take off, there would be no way for him to do it. However, before Zhou rushed over, he saw Mrs. Tokugawa and Mr. Jingu getting off the helicopter. Huh? Why didn't they escape? Zhou felt a little strange, but didn't stop his movements, and immediately came to Mrs. Tokugawa and Mr. Jingu. Seeing that Zhou had arrived, Mr. Jingu knew that he had nowhere to escape. He looked at Mrs. Tokugawa. "Madam." Mrs. Tokugawa shook her head at him, and then looked at Zhou Hao with a calm expression on her face. What do you want? Destroying harm for the country. Zhou Hao just said 2 words lightly. Mr. Jingu immediately stood in front of Mrs. Tokugawa and took out his saber to face Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao looked at him coldly. You are my defeat. Do you want to try another defeat now? If you want to hurt, madam, unless you step on my body. Mr. Jingu categorically shouted. You were lucky if you didn't kill you last time. I can't keep you today. Zhou Hao said, and his body shape passed by, fast as lightning. Mr. Jingu knew that he was not Zhou Hao's opponent, but in order to protect Mrs. Tokugawa, he still carried the knife to Zhou Hao. When he shouted loudly, the knife in his hand struck out a silver light, striking Zhou Hao like thunder and lightning. Facing Mr. Jingong's effortless stab, Zhou Hao was not afraid, even avoiding it. He folds his palms together, just grabbing Mr. Jingong's knife, and also slams it. The knife was blocked, and Mr. Jingong's knife was clamped by Zhou Hao's bare hands like this, and he felt as if it was clamped tightly by 2 mountains, and he couldn't get it back. He decisively let go of the knife in his hand, lifted his palms, and patted Zhou Hao in front of him, and shouted at the same time. Yufeng 32 positions. He saw that his palms were divided into 4, divided into 8. He waved his palms all over the sky and enveloped Zhou Hao like a big net. Mr. Jingong's skill is indeed profound and very deep. Zhou Hao could already feel his palm wind blowing over his face, and the dust on the ground around the 2 of them was also blown by a crack. However, although Mr. Jingong was strong, Zhou Hao was not afraid at all. He only heard him yell. 1 punch broke the sky. He pushed his left fist out. It was just this simple punch, but it made Mr. Jingu feel as if a mountain was pressing against him. Come, let him breathe. When the 2 powers met, it was like 2 hurricanes colliding together. The powerful, infuriating energy of the 2 sides collided, and gusts of gales blew on the ground, making the faraway Mrs. Tokugawa fluttered and stood unstable. Mr. Jingu's 32 stances of Imperial Wind is his most powerful move in martial arts. Once it is used, it will cover the major points of the enemy's body like a net of heaven and earth, leaving the enemy nowhere to avoid. However, although Mr. Jingu is ranked among the top 3 masters in Japan, he is still far away from Zhou Hao. The several battles with Zhou Hao ended with Mr. Jingu's fiasco. Zhou Hao's fist was full of true qi, especially the aura of swallowing mountains and rivers that was so overwhelming. As soon as his fist slammed into the front of Mr. Jingong, the heavy palms disappeared, and Mr. Jingong's momentum collapsed under Zhou Hao's pressure. Boom! Zhou Hao's fist hit Mr. Jingong's chest hard, and he saw that Mr. Jingong was flying up, and blood spurted from his mouth, nose, and ear holes. He flew straight to Mrs. Tokugawa and slammed into the helicopter behind Mrs. Tokugawa. He knocked down the helicopter, and the steel plate of the fuselage was dented. After receiving this blow, Mr. Jingong's ribs were broken in half. This is because his move was broken by Zhou Hao's punch and immediately transferred his true energy to his chest to protect himself. Otherwise, all the ribs would be broken by Zhou Hao. He was going to die on the spot. However, even if he still keeps one of them now, he is dying, and his injuries are heavier than he was defeated by Zhou Hao last time. Not only can he not move up and down, but he can't even mention the true energy in his body. After defeating Mr. Jingu, Zhou Hao walked slowly to Mrs. Tokugawa over there, still holding the Japanese sword of Mr. Jingu in his hand. Coming to the front of Mrs. Tokugawa, watching her still charming face and perfect plump body, Zhou Hao's heartbeat also jumped slightly faster. But he deeply understood that although the woman in front of him had a stunning face, her vicious heart and deep intentions were not inferior at all. She has murdered herself and her country again and again, and Zhou Hao knows that if she keeps her, it will not do him any good to the country. At this juncture, he couldn't help but soften his hands. Zhou Hao put the sharp Japanese sword across Mrs. Tokugawa's slender and white neck and said coldly, "Before you die, what else do you want to say?" There was a chill of killing intent on him. Once, he really wanted to kill this woman. With a sharp knife added to her body, Mrs. Tokugawa still looked calm, not even frowning. She stared at Zhou Hao and slowly said, "My plans are so detailed and close every time, but you are ruined time and time again, causing me to fall short. I have to admit that you are the best, and the most powerful I have ever seen. Man, this time, she planned and deployed for a long time, but in the end it was still ruined in Zhou Hao's hands. She did not expect that Ni Yong school, which Fang Bingrun trusted the most, had been instigated by Zhou Hao, causing her entire plan to be ruined. The so-called one mistake, all of which were lost. Although she asked herself to be much smarter than Zhou Hao in terms of scheming and methods, Zhou Hao was able to undermine her plan this time, and there was a lot of luck in it. However, if you lose, you lose. There is no excuse. Mrs. Tokugawa said to Zhou Hao, I have nothing to say, you can do it. The blade of the Japanese sword was already attached to her flawless skin. As long as Zhou Hao exerted a little force, this stunning beauty would immediately splatter the blood on the spot. Looking at Mrs. Tokugawa's decisive expression, he said, You are also the most powerful woman I have ever seen. Even among all the people I have met, none of them can match your plan. But you are too dangerous, no matter what. To me or to my country. As the saying goes, don't blame me. Having said that, Zhou Hao is going to be cruel to obliterate this beautiful and extremely dangerous woman. However, just as he was about to do it, there was a faint fragrance drifting into his nose. This delicate fragrance was very familiar, so that the string in Zhou Hao's heart was suddenly moved, and another beautiful figure appeared in his mind. He looked at Madame Tokugawa incredulously, his lips trembling slightly. You, man, why are you mother-in-law? Do it now. Mrs. Tokugawa said, while looking at Zhou Hao. You. Zhou Hao still stared at Mrs. Tokugawa with wide-open eyes, because the scent of her body reminded Zhou Hao of another woman, the woman who made his heart beat. Suddenly, the charming figure in Zhou Hao's mind overlapped with the femme fatale in front of him. Zhou Hao was shocked suddenly. Even his pupils dilated instantly, and the hand holding the knife trembled slightly. Is it you? Did you recognize it? Mrs. Tokugawa's tone was a little joyful and melancholy. No wonder she felt so familiar to me at that time. It turned out. Zhou Hao's heart was tight at this time, and he said loudly, No, you are not her. You are definitely not her. Mrs. Tokugawa's face was still faint, as if she had put away her true emotions. She looked at Zhou Hao and said softly, You think it's not, then it's not good. What's your real name? Zhou Hao stared at her closely. Tokugawa. Zhou Hao interrupted suddenly. Not your husband's name, but your original name. His tone was a little excited. Mrs. Tokugawa took a deep breath, and then said, Nanami Keru. Nanakai Keru. Haiki Keru. Chikai Keru. Haiki Keru. Zhou Hao muttered to himself like a dream. Damn it. Zhou Hao suddenly raised the knife in his hand, trying to slash Keru Nanami. And Nanami Keru closed his eyes and raised his head slightly. Seeing her decision to seek death, Zhou Hao couldn't shake the hand of the knife. Hearing Zhou Hao's roar, he held the hilt in one hand and the body of the sword in the other, breaking the Japanese sword alive when he broke it hard. Nanami Keru opened his eyes and looked at Zhou Hao in amazement. Zhou Hao panted. His chest was violently ups and downs. He said to Nanami Keru every word. Never let me see you again. Never again. After speaking, he was determined. Turning around and leaving, he never looked back at Nanami Keru once. When Zhou Hao's figure finally disappeared on the rooftop, Nanami Keru let out a long sigh and sat down on the ground as soon as his legs were soft. She felt that Zhou Hao was really going to kill herself just now. She really felt Zhou Hao's murderous aura, but Zhou Hao didn't start after all. Zhou Hao, she murmured while looking down at the ground. Madam, are you okay? Mr. Jingu's weak voice came from behind, and Keru Nanami looked at him, and he saw that Mr. Jingu's mouth and nose were still overflowing with blood, apparently suffering a lot. Internal injuries. However, even though he was dying, he still worried about the safety of Keru Nanami. Mr. Jingu's name is Jingushiro Jingu, and he has been serving as the guardian of Keru Nanami. He has been dedicated to his duties over the years. No one can get close to Keru Nanami, and no one can hurt her. Until Zhou Hao appeared, even Jingushiro, one of Japan's top 3 masters, could hardly resist. Nanami Keru got up from the ground and walked to the side of the helicopter that was knocked down by Jingushiro. He tried to pull Jingushiro out. At the same time, he frowned and said, If it wasn't for this helicopter. The oil has been shining away. We have left here long ago, and we don't have to be chased by Zhou Hao. Hee hee. At this time, a sharp laugh sounded in the night, shuddering like a night owl. Nanami Karu immediately turned his head to look and saw a very tall and thin man appearing on the rooftop. A strand of long white hair was draped from his forehead to cover half of his face, making his already thin and ugly face even worse. Eerie and terrifying. Moreover, there are more than 20 ninjas wearing black clothes and masks beside him. Crow. Nanami Karu frowned when he saw the tall and thin man with white hair covering his face. Hello, madam. The man named Crow bowed slightly to Kaoru Nanami, but there was no respect on his face. His gaze floated towards Kayashiro Jingu next to Kaoru Nanami, deliberately showing a surprised expression. The laughter became sharper. Huh? Isn't that Mr. Jingong? How did you make it like this? Isn't your martial arts of magical art and romantic very powerful? However, Nanami Kaoru looked at the crow sharply. You just let off the gasoline of our helicopter? The crow twisted the strands of white hair in front of him. Yes, I think we haven't met the lady yet, and the lady is in such a hurry to leave. After all, it is wrong, so I want you to stay. He to Nanami Kaoru. Madam, you have been in China for so long. The eldest son misses you very much, and he sent us here to see if he can help madam. Nanami Kaoru sneered and said, Will he be so kind? Didn't he expect my stepmother to die sooner day and night, so as not to prevent him from getting his father's property? Madam, you have misunderstood the eldest son. He has always respected you as your biological mother. Crow smiled. Biological mother? There was a look of disdain in the corner of Nanami Kaoru's eyes. Does anyone covet the beauty of his biological mother and repeatedly plot to violate his biological mother? I dare not want a son like this. She glanced at her dying breath. Jingushiro of Jingu said coldly to Crow, You have been lurking around here a long time ago. Do you want to deal with us when Jingu-san has no resistance? The crow didn't answer directly, but just smiled and said, TSK, the Chinese man just now is really amazing. He can hurt one of our 3 Japanese masters, Mr. Jingu, like that. China is really a crouching tiger, hidden dragon. He took out a metal test tube from his arms and shook it to Nanami Kaoru slightly. Madam, this is a kind of poison our people got from the Chinese army. Hey, this kind of poison is powerful, colorless. It's tasteless. The person in charge of one of our affiliated organizations was killed by this poison. Less than half an hour after taking it, the blood in the whole body would coagulate, and the method of death was painful. Moreover, our experts have not studied for a long time, deciphering the ingredients of this poison. I don't think that the Chinese biochemical technology is so powerful now. Seeing the metal test tube in Crow's hand, Kaoru Nanami's expression changed. What do you want? To study the composition of this poison, you need to do more in vivo experiments. Madam, it will be hard for you. The crow smiled sullenly and said to the ninja beside him, Go and invite madam here. Don't you hurt madam, otherwise you can't afford it. The ninjas nodded and moved towards Nanami Kaoru one after another. Jingushiro, who was still on the helicopter, wanted to get up to protect Nanami Kaoru, but when he moved a little, his internal organs were in severe pain. The pain of burning all 5 internal organs immediately caused him to spit out 2 more mouthfuls of blood. He became weaker, almost unable to open his eyes. On the other hand, Kaoru Nanami pulled out 3 silver needles from the close-fitting leather bag hidden on the side of his legs and threw them towards the front ninjas without saying a word. In fact, Chikai Kaoru's martial arts is also very good, although he does not understand the internal Qigong, but the Kung Fu is enough to make it difficult for more than a dozen strong men to get close. Especially her skill at throwing hidden weapons is very powerful, and the silver needle is so thin and small that it is difficult to find. When it is thrown out like this, the 2 ninjas in the front will be attacked immediately, and the poison on the silver needle will immediately invade them. In the body, even though these ninjas have been injected with various antidotes since they were young, they have certain resistance to many poisons, but they still can't stand the huge poison on the silver needle, and they fall straight down. The crow over there saw that his 2 men had died under Kaoru Nanami's silver needles, but the expression on their faces did not change at all. They just smiled. Madam's temperament has not changed. She is still so cruel. I saw that the 3 ninjas had already come to Nankai Kaoru at this time and surrounded her. With precautions, Nankai Keiru's silver needle would no longer hurt them so easily. But they didn't use swords and other sharp weapons, because the crow just said that they couldn't hurt Nanami Keiru. But even in hand-to-hand combat, these ninjas who have received extremely cruel training since childhood are also very powerful. 1 or 2 Nankai Keiru can handle it alone, but facing 3 ninjas at the same time, Nankai Keiru is very strenuous. And another ninja took advantage of Keiru. Nanami's desperation and flew out a small steel rope tied with a small steel ball to her, and it was wrapped around Keiru Nanami's wrist. The ninja pulled Keiru Nanami's arm hard, was immediately held back, and the 3 ninjas who besieged Nanami Keiru immediately swarmed up and soon subdued Nanami Keiru. Looking at the crow coming towards him and the test tube filled with poison in his hand, Keiru Nanami said, "If you kill me, my husband will know that Jinso Tokugawa did it. Even if Tokugawa Genshin is the husband's son, the husband will not let him go." The crow sneered, "Madam, don't worry about the eldest son. We used the poison developed by the Chinese, so the owner of the family will definitely think that it was made by the Chinese. Moreover, madam, your plan this time has failed. The Chinese's revenge is also very reasonable, so the patriarch will never suspect that it was on the eldest son." As he said, he unscrewed the lid of the test tube. Nanami Keiru said coldly, "I didn't expect that I was so smart, but in the end I died in the hands of you villains. Please rest assured, madam, you will not be lonely for a long time after you get down to Huangquan, and the patriarch will go down to reunite with you soon." Crow smiled sinisterly. "Come on, open your mouth for madam." Jingushiro, who had only half his life left over there, shouted weakly, "Crow, you dare to hurt madam. I will not let you go. Our Jingu Yufengli will not let you go. Don't worry, you don't have to stay here for a long time." The crow said coldly to Jingushiro Jingu, "As for your disciples, they will think you were killed by the Chinese. If you want revenge, they will also seek revenge. Go, it has nothing to do with me." A ninja forcibly raised Nankai Keiru's face and pried her mouth open, and the crow wanted to pour the poison from the test tube into Nankai Keiru's mouth. "It turns out that the yellow spring water was taken away by you." A sudden voice shocked the crow and these ninjas, and the crow immediately turned around. "Who?" No one responded, but the crow felt as if there was a cold wind passing by. The head of the ninja who was holding Nankai Keiru's chin suddenly fell off, and the scarlet blood immediately sprayed out from the wound on the neck, spilling the crow's side. The crow immediately backed away 2 steps, and the ninja without the head also fell softly. The crow stared at the ninja in a different place, not understanding what was going on. However, he was still decisive and immediately shouted, "All are surrounded by guard." The other 20-odd ninjas immediately surrounded the crows, all holding weapons in their hands, looking at the surroundings of the rooftop with alert. However, on the rooftop covered by the deep night, no one was seen except them, which caused a strong anxiety in their hearts. A few more wisps of cold wind blew, and a few more heads flew up, killing a few people. Nanami Keiru, who was still restrained by a few ninjas and fell to her knees, was inexplicably happy in her heart. "It's him." "Who is it? Get out of me." The crow saw that several of his men were instantly brought down, but he didn't even see the enemy's face clearly. He took out a sickle with a chain at its tail and looked around alertly. "But I heard that voice came like a night breeze again. It just happens to be able to catch you back and work with Big Brother Lu. It's not considered empty-handed." With these words, a slender figure suddenly appeared from the night, as if it was there. When the crow saw this figure, his pupils dilated instantly. "Is it you? This person is Zhou Hao," and he sneered at the crow. "Do you think I didn't find you lurking here?" He had spotted them just now, but he originally thought that these were Nanami Keiru's men. Instead, they wanted to kill Nanami Keiru. I'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much for watching. Did you enjoy this video? If you did, make sure to hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. And don't forget to subscribe and give this video a big thumbs up. Your support means the world to me, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Thank you.